great piece of fielding.
Got him! Yobiyote. One for the leg spinner.
Leg stump finds a gap. Can he hit the stumps? Oh, I reckon he was out, but that'll do.
Opportunity! Oh, that is an absolutely sensational piece of fielding from Claire Kosky at the back.
Left indoor cricket, here he is.
And there it is! He's entered the stats straight away!
Fraser McGurk cuts and he's away with a boundary. Nice start to his domestic 50-over career.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Casey Stadium. It's day 7 of the 2022 Indoor Cricket World Cup. I'm Cameron Walter alongside Ahmed Khawaja, and it's finals day. We've got one round left. This round game here between the Australian women's side and the South African women's side, and then it's a jam-packed day full of finals Indoor World Cup cricket, and we can't wait for it. But first, as I said, it's the Australian women up against South Africa. Good morning to you, Ahmed.
Good morning, Canberra, and good morning to everyone, all our viewers around the world. Yeah, like you said, last round, last opportunity for the teams to fine-tune their strategies and their team lists, and then we're into the finals. Can't wait.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Let's go through the team list. The Australian women, captained by Nicole Martin. She's joined by Ash Doble, Adelaide Campion, Madeline Wright, Nisha Isles, Alex Weeks, Ainsley Knight, and Ali Maxwell. The coach, of course, Wendy Kemp. We'll take a look at their opponents, South Africa. They are captained by Dorothy Von Wyk. She's joined by Janke Diedrichs, Kim Becker, Shamona Breed, Michelle Herman, Henriette Freiling Dutois, Jessica von der Pfeiffer, Roseanne Klita, and I'm not sure that screen's correct. I don't think Styles is playing in the game. So there's it's Diedrichs, Becker, Breed, Herman, Freiling Dutois, von der Pfeiffer, Von Wyk, and Klita for South Africa, according to my team sheet. Should be an interesting game, as you said, Ahmed. Both teams looking for a last opportunity to have a hit out before the finals. And Australia, well, this will be their only game of the day. They will finish first in the Open Women's Division and therefore go straight through to the final. For South Africa, they're going to have to take on New Zealand in a prelim later today. So what would your approach to this match be? Do you think that they're going to be resting players? Do you think that they really need to be looking at this game with their front eight so that they're ready for New Zealand? What do you think?
Yeah, it's kind of tough one, especially after the game against New Zealand yesterday, where they almost got over the line. And I certainly think, you know, the batting strength is probably where they want to really see if they can put some runs on Australia today in order to get ready for New Zealand, because I think they're going to have to expect they're going to be chasing some runs. So there may be a bit of tinkering with the lineup. I certainly think that they want to make sure that they can score the runs. So they might be resting a couple of players, but I think they want to know that they can also be capable of beating Australia, because if they do beat New Zealand today, they're going to have another shot at Australia in the final tomorrow.
Yeah, well said. And that earlier game between New Zealand and South Africa, just 5 runs in it, Ahmed. So that's going to be a cracker later today for that prelim final. South Africa nearly chasing down New Zealand's 99. But their focus, of course, for now is on this match. As you can see on your screen, it is the Australian side batting first. And opening will be Ash Doble and Alex Weeks for the Australians. And bowling, it will be Breed from South Africa. The umpire for the match is Ben Ridgway from Australia. And we're ready to get underway here at the Indoor Cricket World Cup. It's day 7. Settle in, folks. Fallen driven. It'll be a dot ball to start. Sort of score do you think Australia want to be putting on here, Ahmed?
I think they want to continue in the way they have been most of the week. So I think they'll be pretty. They'll be unhappy if they're not getting over that 100 mark again and making South Africa chase. I mean, obviously we saw South Africa nearly pull off a 99 or 100 yesterday against New Zealand, and I think they're going to expect to have to do that again, probably twice. So I think Australia will just want to continue on the momentum and probably look to put on that 110, probably 120.
Doble away for her first run. Alex Weeks will face her first delivery. Grabs, I believe it's 2. No, it's caught that back net. Difficult for us back here to see some of the scoring zones. It must be the same for the umpires down there, I suppose. Easy to tell with the angle, but there's no clear divider between the side and the back net down there.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
There's 2 runs to Doble. And 2 balls remain. Another 2 to the Australian total. Final ball of the over now. Left alone. There'll be a dot to finish. And 6 runs from the over. A watchful start for the Australians. Interesting, Ahmed. The South African regular captain, Kaylee Tapp, not playing this game. So Dorothy von Wyk is going to captain the side today. I wonder if that's an injury or if that is indeed just resting Kaylee Tapp for the upcoming prelim final.
Yeah, I would probably hazard a guess that, if the captain is fit and ready, that, probably just going to save herself. Obviously, this game not of particular consequence other than to sort of build momentum for the next game, so I think she's probably sitting out.
Herman. The second over. And Weeks grabs 2. The South Africans didn't exactly have the greatest preparation this morning. There's been a lot of flooding around the area due to the rains and a lot of road closures, and they literally arrived in the centre about, 10 minutes before the start of the match.
Yeah, that's not ideal at all, is it?
And as a consequence, they weren't here for the toss, so forfeited the toss.
Is that right?
Yeah, and Australia electing to bat. Now, that's a wild no ball. Okay, sorry, go on, mate.
Sorry, I was going to say, it's an interesting point you make. I mean, obviously, especially at internet, at a domestic level, you might want to turn up 10 minutes beforehand, but it's not ideal if you're prepping for an international match. You want that team talk. You want a bit of running around. You want to get warm, and it's not an ideal prep at all. And then you get sent into the field.
Oh, cuts back right in at Weeks. Great delivery from Herman. Just squeezed backwards square leg for 2 runs. Yeah, Ahmed was going to make the same point. It's not always on the broadcast, but there's certainly sort of half an hour of prep that each team does here on the court. Hitting a ball, having a good run around, a good stretch. Bit of a dance to the DJ's music. That's a no ball sent back. So that one was for the exclusion zone. You can see there on your screen as the over comes to an end, a dotted line that surrounds the batter's box, and that's an area that the fielder cannot enter until a shot is played, and the umpire, Ben Ridgway, indicating that she was in there a little early. There's that cutter. Nice delivery. So 2 overs remain. Australia off to a good start here, Ahmed. 16 on the board.
Yep, not playing anything too expansive, Doble and Weeks so far. Really just playing to the deliveries that they're getting. I mean, a couple of good balls, but nothing absolutely threatening them, and they've been able to poke most of it into the front court and pick up a lot of good twos on the sides.
Stop ball for the first ball for Klita. Fallen driven into the side net, a little chance there. If the bowler had maybe got a hand to that earlier and it came back to the stumps a bit sooner, that would have been tight.
Very tight.
Straight to the fielder. Early call of no for the Aussies. A dot ball. It's a wonderful shot. 3 runs from that delivery. The Australians have been putting on a batting clinic throughout this tournament. They've looked hard to get out. They've rarely been dismissed. And putting on 100-plus scores with wild abandon. One coming off the leg.
Yeah, that's why I wouldn't be surprised again. I mean, obviously not going to play their strongest team today, but there's no reason why they're not hitting 110, 120 here, the way they've been batting.
It's a wide to finish the over, 7 runs from it. Another good one for Australia. They've moved now to 23 with an over to come in this opening batting partnership. Here on the morning of day 7, it's the 2022 Indoor Cricket World Cup. Thanks for being with us. Yeah, just taking a look at the stats, which you can see on indoorcricketworldcup.com. What have we got? 5, 6, 10, 11, 15, 18, 21 times the Australian sides have been out. The Australian batters have been out collectively. That seems high if I say 21, but the context of the number of games that they've played, this is what the...
Game 12, I'd say, isn't it?
Yes, the 12th game. You're looking at less than 2 dismissals an innings.
Yeah.
And that's just incredible.
And so it kind of just makes sense, really. If you're conceding 1 wicket per 8 overs, you'd expect to pretty much hit those high 100s. And it also just sort of indicates that the other teams aren't really putting enough pressure on them. And if they are like that, they're not able to back it up with another and get another third ball. And, there's always a loose delivery that they're able to squeeze away.
South Africa, by contrast, have been dismissed 68 times. So, that's literally 3 times more than Australia.
Yeah, so it's almost averaging 7 times a game. It's, almost a wicket every 2 overs.
And that's a partnership erased, a good partnership erased. So it is such a... Yeah, it's not like outdoor cricket where you get dismissed and you have to leave, but you still need to value your wicket. It's third ball now, an opportunity here for Becker. Chance at the keeper's end. It's a good piece of fielding and bowling, but Australia good enough. And I think this is one of the key examples of how Australia are getting through this. Is seeing off third balls quite frequently. They're getting no balls bowled to them to relieve pressure, and they're just too smart. South Africa and New Zealand are going to have to find a way to get through this. Pretty 3 for Doble.
Pretty perfect example of how they've done that. I mean, there were a couple of good balls swinging away from Weeks. Then she jammed one out. They got through it, didn't panic. The next ball, Doble just drives one into the net comfortably, and all of a sudden, there's still another 2, and they've consolidated again.
A dot ball to finish a 29-run opening partnership here for Australia in the final round game for the Women's Indoor Cricket World Cup. If you've just joined us, I'm Cameron Walter. With me is Ahmed Khawaja, and boy, have we got a big day of cricket to come. Obviously this match here between Australia and South Africa. Then the under-22 men's preliminary final between Australia and South Africa. Then the huge clash between Australia and New Zealand, the men's major semi-final. Then we'll have 3 prelim finals in a row. The under-22 women, the women and the men. So stay with us throughout the day, live on KO Sports and on YouTube internationally. And stay up to date with all the fixtures and results at indoorcricketworldcup.com as Nicole Martin, the Australian captain, and Madeline Wright take to the crease for Australia. Diedrichs is going to bowl over number 5, and we're back underway. Called through, single. Two runs to the Australian captain. An opportunity, a flick, and Wright would have been short had it hit the stumps. Couple of little half chances for the South Africans. Oh, and that'll be out. Australia riding their luck. They've gotten away with a few. Not this time. South Africa ready, and they claim their first wicket. Little deflection. They followed it up. This is one of those things Australia won't want to see creeping into their game. This calling on contact. Nicole Martin knew it as soon as she hit it. And South Africa good enough to affect the wicket.
So probably the sorts of things that they want to have thought that they've ironed out. The more basic things beforehand. Obviously before they get into the finals. Went too early.
The bottom edge.
It's the sort of thing that South Africa need, though. They need that. Obviously we were talking a bit about in the last game against New Zealand that front court was a bit more active. They were trying to anticipate. They were jumping around, and they need these sorts of things.
There's another opportunity. Might have gone to the wrong end. Maddie Wright had come a fair way down. Struggling to get this through the field at the moment. The Australians, it'll be third ball. And another opportunity for South Africa. That's just class from the Australian captain. Wasn't piercing the field, so a nice down up. Should get it over them. Third ball seen off. Maddie Wright dominant too on her offside. Straight to the fielder this time. Good call of no from the Australians. One to come. Driven into the back court. It'll be 2 to close out the over. And despite being on third ball, the Australians take 6 from that over and get back on their way after the wicket in the first. But South Africa have lifted a little here.
Yeah, it almost feels like they just need that one wicket, or they need something to work for them, and obviously a deflection, but good fielding, good anticipation in front court is what brought it to them. They followed it up with a third ball, so they just got to really keep picking at them. This pair calling's not great so far yet.
Need a gap for 2. Top ball. Bread and butter there for Matty Wright. Good call to get away through a single there. Through backward square. There's an aggressive call. Again, could just as easily have gone to hand, but I think the Aussies knew that one was in the gap, and 1 ball remains in the 7th over. That'll be a dot to finish. 7 runs from the over. Werman to bowl her second over. It's the final over of the partnership. And Wright starts with another 2. Should be a no ball, and it is. We'll have the ball re-bowled and get the runs as well. So replay, see there, well and truly too short. Another no ball, this time over the waist.
Well, it's just a bit criminal, isn't it, in the last over of the partnership after the good work they've done in the first 2 to 3 overs. It's literally 6 runs off 1 ball, Cam.
Yeah. Oh, it just falls safe. Oh, isn't that the indoor cricket gods smiling on Australia? A couple of no balls in a row, and South Africa just create a chance and it falls safe.
You could see Ben Ridgway almost about to signal his arm out to say that was off the pitch, no ball, but he said it caught the line, so he said it was okay with that. Got away with that too.
Authoritative 2 for the Australian skipper. Still 2 balls to come. Another 2 for the Aussies. This pair looked A little under the pump, an early wicket, lots of dots, but again, they're in control.
No ball.
No ball off the pitch. This over extends. Another 2 to finish, and well, those no balls really assisted the Australian cause there. They've pushed past 30 in a 9-ball final over. That's how it goes sometimes. Australia in control here. The final round game of the Women's World Cup. There's that no ball. Any part of the ball off the pitch, I think there was plenty of it off that time.
Yep, absolutely. 27 in those last 2 overs, 6 in the first 2. Again, they just sort of undid that hard work of the first 2 overs, and just shows you can't really have 2 good overs, especially against the way the Australian women have been batting. And Martin punished them. They took the freebies that were on offer, those no balls, and then they just were getting way too much room to free their arms. And they were hitting balls into the offside quite comfortably, and then off the legs they were more than comfortable with the way they were playing. And despite the loss of that wicket, they scored more than the first pair, so that's got really up against it now. It's 62 after 8.
So at the crease now, it's Ainsley Knight and Alison Maxwell. Freiling to bowl. And a good piece of fielding again there in the front court. Keeps it to a dot. And Knight opens her account with a 2. And Maxwell does the same. Looking pretty cool, calm and collected so far, these two. It's been a good over already. 7 runs from it and 1 ball remains. Brings the over to an end. A great start for Knight and Maxwell. 9 runs in total. Australians continuing on their way. South Africa will just have to keep at this, see if they can generate a couple more opportunities. Stay patient. Von Wyk is going to bowl the second over to this pair. We're ready to resume. Just wonderfully played. Delicate little touch to knock it up into the top net there for 2. Well, here's an opportunity for the South Africans. See if they can cash in, put some pressure back on this pair. Here's Von Wyk. Straight to the point fielder. And for me, Ahmed, this is one of the reasons I have an issue with what seems to be a fairly common South African tactic when they're at sort of backward point positions to face the net. Now, that wasn't quite as much into the net as some have been. Here's the next delivery. And driven into the back court.
Shot.
5 runs. But they're certainly not facing the batter. So that ball was hit straight to the point fielder, who was just not in position to take the ball. So they're in position for the ball to come off the net.
Yeah, and I think you're right. I mean, the intention should be that you want to take the ball as clean as you can before it hits the net, because if she does that, then that's run out. And actually it's a good point, because obviously we were covering that UAE and South Africa under 22 boys game yesterday, and obviously you guys pointed that out, and I just thought it was just an under 22 boys tactic, but in fact it seems like it's a tactic that obviously runs through the teams. But yeah, I mean, that's good if you're looking to take it off the net, but the intention should be that the ball doesn't hit the net to start with, especially in that point position.
Oh, Becker comes up with the goods as Knight tries to play across the line there. Let's take a look. Yeah, just that shape away, trying to play the leg glance. Just a little bit of movement and just enough to get past or through the bat there. And a big wicket for South Africa. They're all big against Australia. Just finds the net off hands. Nearly snuck through, one hand to it by Diedrichs, keeps it to a dot. And here it is again, a good piece of fielding from the South Africans. And suddenly they're back in the game. Are they happy about it too? Straight to hands. The throw was a bit high, but they had heaps of time. And Ahmed, just another example of the Australians running on good contact. Coach Wendy Kemp won't like that. It is aggressive, but they're not going to be able to get away with that when a fielding team is on song.
Yeah, absolutely, Cam. And obviously that one, obviously unlike the one that Martin hit in the last pair, that one had a bit of time to travel. But again, you want to make sure that you're clearing the fielder, and didn't give the fielder there at third line enough respect. And she picked that up cleanly. It's good play, but these are the sorts of things that you want to iron out.
Brings the over to an end. And 2 wickets in at -8. And what's more, they'll begin the last over of the partnership on third ball. Becker doing the job here. There's that bowled. And watch this run out. Great piece of fielding. And again, the Australians, well, that was never a run.
No,
clean to hands. They need to be able to respond to that. The Australians normally are very good at waiting for that. Waiting a beat before committing to a run.
Absolutely, and the thing is that they're more than capable of scoring those runs. It wasn't necessary to try and get one run off that ball. If it's a dot, and that's fine.
Oh, the bottom edge. Very fortunate there on third ball not to play that on, or for that ball to go in the keeper's glove.
Much better by the South Africans though. But it almost feels like they need to get that wicket to try and get them going, and then they get a third ball.
Let themselves down with a Another wide in a final over to a partnership.
This is crucial. They don't want to let this get away and end up turning into a 20, just like the last pair.
Breed, the bowler. And another one. These are absolute coach killers, this. A little flick, way high. The Australians home. Three balls remaining. Oh no. Another one. That's 6 in the last 2 overs, right? The last 2 overs in batting at the end of the batting partnership. And driven to the back court for 4.
It's probably not said too much, but I mean, obviously you want to bring the right bowlers on at the right time, but you also want to, especially in the last over of pair where you have to re-bowl wide to no balls, you want to bring in those people who are going to be accurate. You know, they're going to be able to bowl you 6 deliveries without having to re-bowl and keep that pressure on. Because look here, before our eyes, we're seeing them undo all that good work of the first 3 overs, and they're going to end up scoring similar to the other pairs despite not batting near as well.
Final ball. Much better line. To dot to finish 15 runs from the over, and Australia get out of jail. A 24-run third partnership, and with the 3 extras in that over and the 3 extras in the 8th over, South Africa have given Australia an extra over. That's an extra 6 deliveries.
An extra 6 deliveries and an extra 12 runs, and you put those no balls on top of it, that's 16. You know, it could easily be 70, but instead we're looking at 86, and they're looking obviously well north of 100 now. And again, you know, you say those are coach killers, and those are also team killers, you know. They've done that hard work, they've got a couple of third balls, a couple of good wickets, they've kept up that pressure, and it's not very easy to do that against Australia, to, you know, keep 2 or 3 good balls that, you know, they're suddenly starting to make bad decisions with their calling and their running, they're not sure. You give away a couple of wides, a couple of loose balls, and, you know, normal service has sort of resumed after that, hasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely did. Freiling is going to bowl the 13th over to see if she can get South Africa back on track. Campion and Isles batting 4th for Australia. Back in action. A little bit of indecision there. It'll be a dot ball as Campion wears the return throw. Going for a slap on a no call and nearly gives up a run. Another dot ball, and they're on 3rd ball early in this final batting pair. 3rd ball. Opportunity here for South Africa. It's well guided into the side net for 3. What a way to see off 3rd ball.
Absolutely. And, you know, I don't mind that. I mean, there were a couple of deliveries. Campion waited, you know, both batters were looking at each other, not being called, and then made up for it on the third ball. Great shot.
Another extra. Really hurting the South Africans today. Possibly a sign of the impact of the late arrival. They haven't gone through their usual process. Not completely warm. Oh, spills into the net for 2.
Yep, it's falling away a bit now, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think probably in that first 4 to 8 overs when you probably feel it more. You haven't, you know, you're not ready. You're feeling a bit cold. Haven't warmed up yet. But I think after that, really, they should be into the game by now. And you know, they've sort of shown in periods of the second and third pairs that they can do so, but they're just not. They're not bowling a full pair. And yeah, just too many extras and too many extras at the wrong time. You know, especially when they've gotten on top of Australia, gotten a wicket or gotten a third ball, and then a bowl extra, and that pressure's relieved, and it's just followed by a 2 or a 3. All of a sudden, you might have bowled a dot or 2, but you've still given away, you know, 4 or 5 runs in the space of 4 balls.
Thanks, ladies. Players ready, please? Play, please.
Here's Von der Pfeiffer.
Ladies, third ball. Third ball.
Third ball opportunity. Will fend down the court for a single for Isles. Easy as you like for Addy Campion. And another one. Look, I really do think what we're seeing is that the impact of the South African side getting here a little late this morning due to the road closures, it just cannot be overstated how important that little period, pre-match period is. They'll get down, they'll bowl a few balls into the net, they'll roll the arm over, they'll do all of those sorts of things. And it means that they're just ready. Here we've seen far too many leg sides, and even a couple of instances where they've just haven't got the ball in hand of something that's just coming straight to them.
Yep, a couple of fumbles, obviously things that, you know, especially when the ball's not coming to them that fast, you expect them to take it clean, try and produce a run out. You know, just fumbles have gone into the net, gone for runs. Yeah, I mean, look, obviously me and you haven't played international indoor, but even for games that we've played, we'd want to, you know, get there a bit earlier beforehand, be warm, you know, have a good stretch at least. And yeah, especially with the bowlers, it's been very, very wayward. And yeah, I mean, look, it's obviously unfortunate, not within their control, but certainly not ideal.
Vita bowling the penultimate over of the innings. Australia on 99. Starts with the leg side. That one, yeah, I reckon that's not a bad area. That's just on the line. Yeah, you wear those. That's going to happen if you're trying to bowl a leg side line. It's the ones that have been sort of a metre outside that have been an issue.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that doesn't help either.
That should have been out. It should have been out. And again, for Coach Wendy Kemp from Australia, she's seeing that and go against the side that's on song. That's out.
Yep, absolutely. And now that's 3 times now in the last 3 pairs. You know, so while the score is obviously over 100 now, it's still not going to reflect that. You come in against a New Zealand team, perhaps that you know is rearing and ready to go. well prepped, they're going to make you pay for that.
It's just two more of them.
I was going to say she bowled pretty well in her first over, actually. She's trying to bowl that into that leg line and try and swing it away a bit, and hence why she's got two very square-looking offside fielders.
Fine for them as Campion. 26 runs for extras. And perhaps more importantly, an extra over because of those 8th and 12th overs. An opportunity here. The flick is wide. The movement was good. The result not so good. 2 runs for the Australians and 1 over remains. And 110 on the board. It's looking like business as usual for the Australians.
And as we know, extras are just a gift, right? 26 runs, that's a lot. You know, that's nearly a quarter of Australia's total. And then you throw into the mix that you've had to bowl the whole full over again. You know, it's no surprise that they've gone for a lot of runs in this innings.
Here's Von Wyk. Driven and through to the back net for 5. So Australia will make you pay.
It was up there to hit, and it was a fine on drive by Earls.
Three balls remain now. Ox finds the net for 2. Full face of the bat, quality shot, didn't find the net, but geez, pretty to watch those sort of shots, isn't it?
Yep, absolutely. They've been doing that very well, hitting it over the front court with ease in this innings. Well fielded by Cleta.
And the final ball of the innings goes for 2 to Isles. Australia 122 runs, 26 of them by way of extras in what was effectively a 17-over innings. Impressive performance again from them with the bat, although a couple of instances where they, well, got away with murder, Ahmed. So some things for the Australians to tidy up heading into the World Cup final. As we take a look at some of these highlights, is that run out, calling on contact, just kicked it with a knee. That's a method. There's a big drive into the back court. And this is another call where they've just run on contact. Sharp fielding undoes that. But beyond that, there's plenty of instances where South Africa just couldn't get hands on the ball. That one just in the absolute perfect gap from Nisha Isles. Quality bats here in Australia. Now, in Australia, we're coming to you from Melbourne, the state of Victoria, where you can uncover some of the city's most revered places of significance to Aboriginal people and understand the locals who were and still are central to Aboriginal existence. There's Aboriginal art, culture, nature and history all available in abundance in Melbourne, which are the lands of the Kulin Nation. Across Victoria and in the heart of the city, you can experience the spiritual beliefs and unique traditions of Australia's first people. From cultural centres and national parks to wetlands, wildlife reserves, public and private art galleries and institutions, There's something to inspire all people on the rich and complex history of Aboriginal Victorians. We certainly do acknowledge all of them and their elders past, present and emerging. As we turn our attention now to the second innings, Australia up against South Africa. Don't forget there's plenty of indoor cricket action to come live from Casey Stadium. Coming up next at 12 p.m. Australian Daylight Time. It's the under-22 men's preliminary final, sudden death indoor cricket. It's Australia, the defending world champions, up against South Africa. And then 2 p.m, again, Australian Daylight Time. It's the men, Australia and New Zealand, the men's major semi. But here we are, Becker and Diedrichs at the crease for the South African women. Ainsley Knight is going to open the bowling. And we're ready to get this run chase underway. Stop ball to start. We are, of course, live on KO Sports. Just saw you register yourself a KO account there, Ahmed.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for informing me. Obviously, been in New Zealand the past few days and watching over on YouTube. So thanks for informing me, Cam, that exclusively on KO here. And how good is it for it to be on a major TV channel?
It's a no ball off the pitch. 2 extras in a row. Maybe we'll see the same thing happen in this innings. 26 runs of extras.
I wouldn't want to be the team walking out to talk to Wendy Kemp after that if that happens.
It's well put away for 2. Down up, sort of sweep shot. The Australians certainly wouldn't have the same justification as the Kiwis, the South Africans, with the lack of warm-up this morning. Direct hit, they were home, a good call that one.
You sort of see South Africa maybe changing up a bit in terms of their batting. Obviously we saw Cleta, the way she batted against New Zealand closing out, the way she batted against Australia the other night, 32. Or do you think they'll, any reason to try and bring her and bring her out earlier, or maybe just stick with the status quo is probably the way they're going to approach a game against New Zealand later today?
Yeah, well, I think that it's clear that with their captain not playing today, that they're already, this isn't going to be the same game plan. I think I'd reiterate the point you made earlier, Ahmed, about if they are to beat New Zealand in the prelim, they're going to have to beat Australia in the final, aren't they? So this is about finding out how to do that, what's going to work and what isn't. For mine, I'd like to see South Africa really, really value their wicket. Try and get through this innings without losing any wickets. That will help them on their way. Here's Isles. Now that doesn't necessarily mean they need to shut up shop and block everything and go third ball to third ball. But what it does mean is that their calling's got to be on song. It means that the shot selection's got to be right. And everything else will flow from that. And a single. Straight to the fielder, and Australia did that a couple of times, got away with it a couple of times, got out a couple of times. The return throw there, Maxwell, if it had hit the stumps, I think South Africa would have been guilty of the same.
We just spoke about, obviously, that making the right decisions, which I think is key.
Yeah, and okay, they didn't get out. And you could probably argue that the decision to run put pressure on the fielder that otherwise wouldn't have been there. So in some cases that's aggressive, but yeah, again, that's not what I want to see today. I want to see the right decision, make the real value on the wickets. Comfortable 2. 1 ball remains now. Past the field, a good piece of fielding from Martin, and it's out. Well, I don't mind that call too much. I think there was a run there. She just had to get on her bike. The Australians, they'll pounce on any little half chance you give them. Let's take a look at this on the replay. See a little bit of indecision. The big dive. Clean answer from the keeper. It's a pretty tight one, Ahmed.
Yeah, it was tight, but I think a couple of things there. Obviously, you're right. There was a run in that, but I think it kind of comes back to what you were saying about making good decisions, and indecision is obviously not a good decision. If the striker's agreed to go, then the non-striker's got to be ready to go and back her up. And like you said, so South Africa weren't really picking up those ones there on the side, but Australia will make you pay for those.
That was the end of the over for Miles. Alex Weeks to bowl now.
It's 1 off the leg.
And get a single. And that'll be a no ball for bouncing off the pitch. An easy 2 for South Africa. An opportunity for Riles. The throw is wide. Again, little signs here of the sort of things that Wendy Kemp will want to see really sharpened up from the Australians. The hands were great from Miles. The movement was pretty good. Possibly a little rush disposal, and the throw was
Yeah, I
wide
think
as
so.
well.
I think she had more time probably than she thought. So
Definitely.
she obviously threw a bit. She was a bit off balance.
She is an absolute weapon of mass destruction there on the 3 line. Another opportunity, but comfortable 2 in the end. Away with a single off the body through backward square.
Last ball, ladies. Dead ball.
It's called a dead ball. Has the bat hit Maddie's hand then?
Hold it, please.
Just might need to have a look at this again.
Set.
Just have a look. Yeah, I think the bat's made contact with Maddie Wright's hand in the course of playing that shot, or either that or the ball got her on the thumb. She looks okay, having a laugh down there.
She seemed to react as soon as the batter played their shot.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
That's right on the back of the hand. She got right deep in the crease there. You don't see that often, folks.
No, not at all.
I don't think anything. There's nothing wrong with that. I think the batter certainly has the right to get across there and play deep in the crease. It's just Maddie had her hand right there. That'll sting for a while, maybe swell a little bit. And Australia, having already lost Delane Carson, aren't going to want to see another keeper in any strife. But that'll be interesting to see how that actually pans out for Maddie. It's a throwing hand, obviously.
Yeah.
That would have hit right on the sort of where the thumb joins the rest of the hand.
Yeah, it seemed like she caught it right on the end of the thumb. I mean,
yeah, and that's going to swell up.
yeah. I mean, obviously the adrenaline is obviously, coursing through her veins for now, so she's probably going to be okay. But hopefully it's not serious.
We're ready to get underway. 1 ball remains. It's a dot to finish.
Took this one fine. No wincing yet. Good.
Oh, she's a tough customer. Sure that certainly wouldn't have tickled, but she's not going to show any pain. And she'll certainly keep fighting hard here for her country. Just a funny little moment. The tournament medic Luke is out of the court and was standing at the bowler's mark waiting for Addy Campion to come back here to get some attention, and he was standing right in the way of Ash Doble, who was marking out her run up, and she just gently guided him out of the way so she could finish what she was doing. Excuse me, Luke. I think Luke might have thought she was walking up to him to have a chat. No, mate, you're in the way.
Just trying to help out one of her team members. He's done a good job this week. He's been in the action.
Ash Doble, 4th over specialist. And hit to the back. Well, they'll need a few more of these, South Africa, but we've been talking about Maddie getting hit with a bat, Ash Doble pushing Luke out of the way. Meanwhile, South Africa, well, they're on 24 in pursuit of this skin. Just take a look at, so Australia have played 11 games prior to this one and have won 38 of the possible 44 skins. So they've only lost 6 skins in the whole tournament.
That adds up to about half a skin per match. Not even, generally not losing 1 skin per match. That is very dominant, and obviously in threat of losing this one. That was a really good stroke, wasn't it? Hit on the up, no risk. Great follow through.
Comfortable 2 for Deirdricks. Oh, and the same for Becker. And they're level with the skin with 1 ball remaining. What can South Africa do? Can Australia respond? Final ball, skin on the line. And they take the first skin, South Africa. That's just the 7th skin the defending world champions have lost throughout the tournament. And if that is not a sign that the South Africans are here to chase this down, I don't know what is, Ahmed.
Absolutely. Well batted. Well batted. I mean, I think you said at the top of the innings that they needed to make those good decisions. They needed to play some good, smart cricket. And obviously, yeah, look, there was a run out, but that was good fielding. But from then on, they just played the percentage game, and then also they took it on when they needed to, and that 7 was indicative of, I think, the confident mood they were in and playing the right shot at the right time. So well done.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. And no third ball situations in that pair either. So a comfortable opening partnership for South Africa, and one that has claimed the first skin, and they're in the game. An exciting run chase about to unfold here, live from Casey Stadium, exclusively on KO Sports here in Australia, on YouTube, right around the world. Reed and Herman at the crease. Here's Alex Weeks. First ball goes straight to Nicole Martin at that leg side front court position. Driven to the back net for 5. The use of the feet. Werman opens her account with a 5-run deposit. I tell you what, South Africa, they're here to play. They're here to chase this down. I'm looking forward to seeing this unfold, Ahmed.
Just like the confidence in the way they're playing, you know, it wasn't a smash down the ground. She got to the pitch of the ball, used her feet and stroked it down the ground. Just seemed to be building on the confidence of the last pair. This is really, really good to see. Putting Australia under some pressure, which I think they need.
It's a great shot for 2 on the offside for Breed. It's in the air, it falls safe, confusion, and they gift a wicket to the Australians. It's exactly what they can't be doing. The shot created some doubt, I think. The non-striker centre back, it wasn't really the non-striker's call. They had to go.
Yeah, she was well gone. I think the non-striker, actually, as she saw that float in the air, she went back and basically touched it in her crease, so she was going to be well gone.
An aggressive call. Breed is home. 3 runs off the over with that wicket. Interesting times. The roller coaster that is indoor cricket continues. Let's have another look. Here's the 5, the use of the feet straight down the V. And this will be the run out. And a non-striker. That was always the striker's call. It was in front of the bat. Non-striker had to look and go. Here's Matty Wright. Driven and outside of a diving right to get to the back net for 4. Well, both of these batters have hit a ball to the back net so far. So there is some firepower out there and they're not afraid to use it. Again, use of the feet. That one just over the hands of Matty Wright. It falls safe. Campion keeps it off the net. An eventful single. An opportunity at the keeper's end. A little element of risk to that. But I think with that early wicket in this pair, they probably need to roll the dice a little bit. So I don't mind that aggressive call, Ahmed.
Yep.
Full again. Again, use of the feet. Turned a little inside out and got it to the back for 4. 2 balls remain. It's a big over so far for South Africa. They're sent back, and rightly so.
That was a much better option by Wright, throwing in a quicker one, because she'd been throwing them up, looping up, and both batters have been more than happy to use their feet, get to the pitch of the ball, and been driving those quite comfortably. So I think this was good strategy. This one ran the wicket too.
It's thrown up. Oh, it falls safe. 2 runs to Breed to close out the over. A good one it was for South Africa. 13 runs from it. They've moved to 16 now and are in position, Ahmed, where they could potentially take this second skin off Australia as well, and in doing so stay right in the hunt for this 122.
Yep, absolutely. And I think that's obviously breaking. That's a good thing about an indoor cricket game and in a chase. You can break it down into skins. Obviously, if you beat each partnership, you're going to win. And so far, they're doing that quite well.
Here's the Australian captain, Nicole Martin. Driven. Hands there from Weeks to stop it from going into the back court. A single.
Again, that's on contact. My only concern is I'm happy, like you said, with the aggressive calling, but I think woman is just a bit slow off the mark as at non-striker's end.
That'll be, well, I think it's a dot in the end. That's been driven with some power into Ainsley Knight there. That is in the front court. That is body on the line stuff, folks. Have a look at this. There she is. Bang. Right into the chest. And perhaps, unfortunately for Australia, it might have popped off the net for a catch had it not hit her. Okay, so this is the first time South Africa have been on third ball in the innings. So an opportunity here. The door's ajar for Australia. Used to the feet again and punched into the backcourt. A diving Addie Campion stops it initially, but it spills into the back net for 4. A big delivery there. 2 balls remaining. Full left alone. Breed not expecting that line.
No, she wasn't. It was actually good delivery by Martin. She
sure was. One over pitched. Opportunity, but she's back. Great hands there on the 3 line from Nisha Isles. And it will be third ball to start the next over. A good over there from the Aussie skipper. Owie.
See, she really copped that, didn't she?
Yeah.
It was, but that's good. I mean, again, I like the anticipation. She was ready for the jump. If she hadn't jumped, it's going over her head. And obviously it's a body blow, but you've got to expect those in the front court. Great fielding.
Okay, third ball now. Addie Campion bowling. South Africa need 13 for the skin. Oh, it's popped up and a full safe. Can you believe that? 2 runs. They're going to need to hit a shot into the back court if they're a chance to win this skin. South Africa, but for mine, it's probably more important they stay in touch. They get to 30, that's a big positive, whether they get the skin or not. Oh my word. 7 runs. And well, I tell you what, that was millimetres from leaving the court. That was right on the bottom of the zip back here at the top. And it's hit the wire and 7 runs. That's huge. What courage from the South Africans. They want this second skin. Nicole Martin changes the field. She's got 2 very straight on the onside in the front court. Driven right to them. I'm not sure what the appeal's for here.
Inclusive, and it's come straight up, so it's not out.
Oh, Brett's been so impressive. Hitting on the up, always happy to drive when the ball's been pitched up. And
good movement. They'll get a single. 2 balls remain. The skin is on the line. South Africa in the hunt. Driven again at 7. Can she get there? Oh, it's a direct hit. It's out. It's a 12-1 turnaround. What a moment it is. Ali Maxwell is at the back sticks while Campion's bowling. That was huge. South Africa for sure had backed this skin and were well on the way in this run chase. Check this out, folks. Absolutely nothing wrong with the shot except maybe she hit it too straight. Maxwell turns, reads it, waits for the bounce. Bang, and that's out. Critical moment of the game. 1 to come. 7 runs will tie the skin. Do they go for it? Werman on strike. Oh, she leaves it alone. It's a dot ball. And Australia, they fight back. And they have some ascendancy now. They've got their noses in front here, the world champions. But South Africa, they're not out of it. They've shown what they're capable of with the bat. Here's this ball again. Oh, that's the one that went for 7 off the second ball. And this run out, it almost looks like she misread it initially. Was shaping up to take, waited for the bounce, and bang. And South Africa probably needed a big dive there.
I think I would have got it because of that small sort of indecision when Maxwell was waiting to see whether she would take it directly off the net or wait for it to bounce. I think if she put a dive in there, she would have got home. And how much of a difference would that have made?
Huge. Absolutely huge. They probably would have finished that skin on something like 40.
Yep.
And would be in front. Not only would they have taken the second skin, but they would be in front in the run chase.
Yeah, that, like I said, Cam, that's for the viewers, think about a 12-point turnaround. So we're saying that's a 7, but because it was a -5, that's made a huge difference. Still, it's really good to see them fighting. And again, we've seen 2 7s in the 4th over of both pairs.
Here's Isles, Freiling and Von der Pfeiffer at the crease. And that's not a bad way to start your innings for Freiling to Trois. 2 runs.
Australia perhaps a bit guilty of bowling a bit too full in that last pair, and obviously saw that they were pretty happy to use their feet and pretty good at it, and I think they really paid because there were quite a few going to the back net there.
Ladies, third ball. Third ball.
Another 3rd ball opportunity now. It's the bowling of Isles. Finds the edge, just drops out of the reach of a diving Ash Doble. Von der Pfeiffer grabs a single. Oh.
Last ball.
Final ball of the over. Again, a single.
Over.
4 runs from it, well bowled from Isles. Not letting South Africa get away. And overs like that will just, even if Australia don't take any wickets, that'll just shut South Africa out of the game. They can't afford overs that are really less than sort of 8 or 10 runs too often. They've got 7 runs left to get 63. So 7 overs left to get 63.
Yeah, no, you're right. Pretty tidy. I mean, especially after the last sort of 5 to 6 overs where there's been almost a boundary and over, or several twos. So that was really well bowled by Isles, just taken away from the batters.
Here's Maxwell.
2.
And if you've had the misfortune of hearing me commentate often, you would know that I always talk about the job of the 3rd pair is to give the last pair a chance to win. Now, the last pair is not going to hit 60. They're probably not going to hit 50. They can hit 40. So, really, that's a gift. They're lucky to get away with that. Really, the job of this pair is to get into the 80s at a minimum. If they can get into the 80s at a minimum, it's still game on. And to do that, they only need another 16 runs. So, mid-20s, get into the 80s, it's game on. Here's Maxwell.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And obviously, especially while you have a batter like Clutter in the bank, someone who can hit those big strikes, to get that 40. She hit 32 by herself the other night, so absolutely. They need to set it up for the fourth pair.
It's just going to fall safe. It's there to drive. Just lofted it too much. Vonda Pfeiffer. It'll be a single. This is a better over though for South Africa so far. 7 runs from it. Fascinating contest here at the World Cup. Final round game for the women. Oh, it's just over. And a 7. Just out of the reach of Campion. Came back fast enough. There was no opportunity for a run out. And very handy runs for South Africa. So they continue to push towards this Australian total. Last ball for Maxwell. Oh, no. An absolute suicidal run undoes the 7. They just did not need to do that. I talked at the top of the innings about decision making, and that is just the wrong one, I'm afraid. There was never a run there, and the striker knew it as soon as she had to set off. You quite right, I said we haven't played international cricket before, but when I bat, if my non-striker did that to me, I wouldn't move. I'd make them walk back and take the out. That's unfortunate, but still a reasonable over thanks to that 7. 9 runs from it. They're still in the hunt here, South Africa. Nicole Martin sensing the occasion. Has come on to bowl the 11th over. Through for a single.
Yeah, unfortunately sold her partner down the river. She didn't know, and the other thing is, it's one thing, you've got to be on the same page, but also if you're the striker, you need to know where the ball is going to start with. It's very hard to run blindly if you don't know where the ball is and your non-striker's calling you through.
Full. And it finds the side net. It'll be 3. Driven again into the side net, and this time the back net as well. They think about an extra and think better of it immediately, but 4 runs, that's 7 runs in 2 deliveries. My word, the South Africans have turned up. They didn't get a warm-up this morning, but they're in the game.
They're certainly warmed up now, Cam, I think.
Yeah. Left alone. I thought for sure that caught some of the line. Probably a case to be made for South Africa there for that to be a leg side.
Very lucky, I think.
The umpire's got a much closer view of it than us. Driven, hands this time. A single. The one to come. Get through. Which net did they didn't caught the keeper's net, so a single, but another really positive over for South Africa. 10 runs from it. They're in the box seat to take this third skin and in a perfect position to press forward to that, that minimum sort of 80-ish mark. If they could get 90 with Cleater coming in, she'll be batting with Von Wyk. They'll feel like they're a genuine chance, and I'd have to agree.
Yeah, absolutely. And that, if that 10 run difference, from needing 40 to 30 means that she doesn't have to go smashing from ball 1. She can take her time. Both batters can take their time.
He's right. That is a leg side. I think it's all well and good for us to sit here and sort of think about what South Africa have left to come and how many runs they might need, but the simple fact is that they are batting against the world champions. This is not an Australian side that's going to make this easy for them at all. They're going to keep coming, and they will pounce when they are given an opportunity.
Oh, absolutely. Australia, I mean, they haven't lost a game. They certainly don't want this to be the last one that they play. They don't want to lose before the final.
Oh, it's a chance. Needed a direct hit. It'll be a single.
Well, interesting choice to bowl right in the last over of the pair. Obviously, because she took a bit of tap in the last one, tossing the ball up, and we've seen that they're pretty happy to use their feet. They're pretty happy to hit through the line. I think Australia have been a bit guilty of bowling too full in this innings.
Oh, it'll be out.
As
there
I
it
say
is. Yeah, they keep coming. They keep coming. The Australians, they're back in the skin.
Yeah, as I said that about right. She tossed that one up nicely, bit of flight, bit of spin, and turned the bat way too early. And that was a very, very simple catch. Big wicket at the stage.
Oh, and another catch. Australia absolutely take control of the match here. It was always going to come down to whether or not South Africa could get through without losing too many wickets, and they've given up a couple here, and all of a sudden they're way behind in the game. Oh, and another one. Matty Wright. 3 for -12. Banks that skin, and Australia in control. That match has turned in the course of 4 deliveries. Now the final batting partnership for South Africa, Kleta and Von Wyk. They're going to have to hit, 56 to win the game? I don't think that's going to happen, but I have a feeling they're not going to die wondering. Don't forget, folks, coming up next from 12 p.m. Australian Daylight Time, we start the final series for the 2022 Indoor Cricket World Cup live on KO Sports here in Australia and on YouTube around the rest of the world. Starting with the sudden death prelim final in the under-22 men's. It's going to be the Australian under-22 side up against the South Africa 22 side. On the line is a spot in tomorrow's grand final against the New Zealand 22s. And that kicks off a long afternoon and evening of sudden death and semi-final indoor cricket finals action here at the World Cup. Hope you can stay with us throughout the day. If you've just joined us, I'm Cameron Walter, and with me, Ahmed Khawaja. We've just seen this match turn on a dime and Australia take control of that third partnership and indeed the game. Kleta and Von Wyk at the crease for South Africa, and Ainsley Knight will get us back underway. Oh, what a catch it is from Miles. You can't stop her there. Give her an opportunity. But she'll take a specky. That's a really tough catch to judge, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Those are never easy when they come straight off the top netting and then onto the other side. And that was actually coming down a lot quicker.
It came down quick from the top. It still hit the side net, so it's coming down quick. It came back at her off the net. That's a perfectly judged catch as Knight continues. Can you believe, Ahmed, just 6 balls ago, South Africa, they probably had their noses in front. They're going to take that second skin, and we're in the hunt for this match. 6 balls ago.
Yeah, I think that's it's obviously great about this game is how things can change so quickly on a dime. But this is disappointing more than anything. I think we talk about game awareness, and obviously at the top of that third pair. Come back to you after this ball. You know, if they got the skin, then yeah, great. But if they didn't, they needed to put the fourth pair in a position where they could win, you know, or ultimately challenge for it and not have to play those shots from ball one.
That's right.
And they were there. They were there with, 5 balls to go. And I think once they got out once, they should have reassessed things, but they didn't.
It should be out. Oh, she got there. She's quick. But you're spot on. It's those last 2 deliveries, the 2 catches are probably the most disappointing about that. Take those out and perhaps it is still game on. But instead, Australia in full control. You just see this fall wide of Knight. And that's good work there from Kalita to make good her ground. Final ball. Driven will be a dot. And it's all over Barter shouting here at Casey Stadium. The world champions are showing why. And that's what I was talking about earlier, Ahmed. The Australians, it's almost like they don't feel pressure. I'm sure they do. They don't look like it. That's fine. They'll wear a loss of a skin. They'll wear a team looking like they have the ascendancy. They know that you give them that one opportunity and they are absolutely going to take it with both hands. So for a team to beat this world champion Australian side, they just have to be almost perfect. Here's Maxwell. Driven. The backcourt for 5.
Yeah, I mean, if we think about it, I mean, look at those comparisons there. Australia 62 in the first 8, South Africa 56, and yeah, you're right. I mean, any other team might have been thinking, well, this is going to be very tight.
Well, you can't be stumped off a no ball, folks. So no ball off the pitch. Von Wyk went and had a big dip at it. Was stranded, but you can't be stumped off a no ball. This time she gets to it. Almost run out at the top end.
That's the thing. Once they grabbed that first wicket, through some good work, it was mistakes of the South African batters after that. Gave them the other 2, and they took those opportunities because of that pressure.
It should be a no ball. Well, she's won it out of a crease, which negates the no ball. You have to be in the crease for a no ball over waist height. And so not only did that happen, but she was stumped. Have a look at this. Yeah, well out of a crease. And well, that's as easy as you like for the Australians. 2 to come now for Maxwell. Another one. You can't give them to Nicole Martin, can you?
No. That was a bit of guilty there of a bit of hit and run instead of waiting, and great work by Martin, the deflection.
Yeah, all day, in fact. Von Wyk over bat in the end. Last ball. Off hands into the side net for 2. I think this is going to end up being a really solid win here for Australia, and lots of positives for them to take out of this, as their next game will be the World Cup final. Couple of things for them. There's a little bit of running on contact.
Yep.
That they'll certainly want to tidy up. But really, not a lot else for them to work on. For the South Africans, well, here's Campion. We just have to go back to their fielding innings. 26 runs worth of extras. An extra over because of the extras that were re-bowled in the last overs to batting pairs. And just some poor decision-making here in the field. There's maybe 1 or 2 wickets that Australia genuinely really earned, and there's a few, certainly the run-outs and a couple of those catches late in the third pair, that South Africa gifted to them. Advances, driven to the back court. If South Africa can eliminate those from their game, even 3/4 of them from their game, they're a match-winning side. They can beat New Zealand in the prelim, and I think they'll put on a good contest in the World Cup final.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this is going to be a comfortable one to Australia, but I don't think it's going to be completely reflective of how South Africa have played at times.
Yes.
Those key differences, those 3 wickets and 4 balls, you're not going to see Australia going to lose one, and then we saw them consolidate. Took their time, got back into the contest. They're not losing losing wickets in clumps, and that's what is going to tie you down in pairs.
That goes to the back for 7. To finish Campions over, 13 runs from it. Also have to remember Kaylee Tapp not playing this game, a South African captain. So, yeah, we're not certain whether that's just her being rested or whether there's an injury, but assume it is her being rested, and that's indicative that this is not South Africa's front 8. So you put the front 8 in, what they believe to be the front 8, eliminate some of these poor decision making, the wides, the extra runs, the extra balls. They're a competitive side here at the World Cup. The final over the match. Here's Doble. Chance at the top, the throw's a little high. And Kleta home.
And I think you can also underestimate. Obviously what that difference of having that extra senior leadership on the court would bring, having Tapp back on court. When someone's bowling a few wides, balls, person who can come and talk to them, or person that can, have those words in the huddle and make them reset.
Off hands, into the back net for 5. See Doble just looking at her hand in vain. She did get a touch on it and probably made it tough for Campion as well. As a coach, you should leave that for your receiver, but God, it's hard to do, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
Your instinct is just to go for the ball. 2 runs.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially in your follow through. You're sometimes a bit indecisive. The ball's almost coming straight at you. You feel like your first instinct is just to field it. But Kleta, she's such a clean striker, and if this pair was looking for 35, they would have got a lot closer. The game would have been a lot closer.
Oh, it just wouldn't be a fun time fielding in the front court. Some of these South African bats, would it?
No.
Well, it's easy for me to say that. I'm a bit of a coward, really. But the Australians love every minute out there representing their country. 1 ball to come. Beaten and a stumping to finish. A dominant performance in the end from Australia, certainly with the bat, and in the later stage of this game with the ball and in the field as well. They'll be very happy with that. Couple of little things to fine-tune as they head into yet another World Cup final. We'll take in some of these highlights, and for South Africa, their next match is going to be a sudden death prelim for the right to play Australia in that final. Here's some of the big hitting from South Africa. Bang, this is that 12-run turnaround clutch play from Maxwell. And then it's over. That's the wicket that started the run for the Australians. And there were 3 of them. Great catch, great movement from the Australian skipper. She's pumped, she knows it. That seals the deal, and that's straight back to Maddie Wright. 3 wickets in that over, iced the game. And then a well-judged catch from Isles. I called her a weapon of mass destruction there before, I'll say it again. She just such a handy fielder on the 3-line for Australia. And a stumpy to close out the innings, and a win here for Australia in their final round game. Again, they've advanced to the World Cup final tomorrow. South Africa, they'll have to play in the prelim final later tonight at 6 p.m. Australian Daylight Time. But coming up next from 12 p.m. Again, it's Australian Eastern Daylight Time. It's the under-22 men's prelim final, sudden death indoor cricket. Australia up against the South African side. I hope you can join us then. But until then, for Ahmed Khawaja and the rest of the broadcast team, I'm Cameron Walter. Thanks for watching. great piece of fielding.
Got him, Yubiote. One for the leg spinner.
Leg stump finds a gap. Can he hit the stumps? Oh, I reckon he was out, but that'll do.
That is an absolutely sensational piece of fielding from Claire Koski at the back.
Left indoor cricket, here he is.
And there it is! He's entered the stats straight away!
Fraser McGurk cuts and he's away with a boundary. Nice start to his domestic 50-over career. Certainly in line with their hope.
And welcome back to Casey Stadium for our live and continuing coverage of the 2022 Indoor Cricket World Cup. I'm your host Cameron Walter, and well, it's finals time, beginning first with our under-22 men's prelim final between the defending world champions and host nation Australia and South Africa. On the line is a spot in tomorrow's World Cup final against New Zealand. We're live and exclusive on KO Sports here in Australia and on YouTube right around the world. Let's cross now to Gary Lowe to go through the two team lineups.
Yeah, thank you very much, Cameron Walter. Exciting times here at Casey Stadium in Melbourne. We'll go through the South African team first. They're just coming off the court here. It is a star-studded lineup. There's no doubt about it. Captained by Francois Foulet. Then we've got Basson, Schwartz, Tocknell, Cleety, Parkinson, Cronje, and Klut. And that is a very, very red-hot South African 22 side. And as we cast our eyes and have a look at the Australian 22, Jonathan Di Rosario, their captain. He's been on fire all week, and we're going to expect to see plenty of that for this match as well. We've got Teskey, Vestigan, Styles, Van Hees, Langdon, Lawrence, and Overton. This game will be officiated by Michael Guest from Australia. Congratulations on this appointment, Michael. We wish you all the very best with your decision-making today.
Yeah, two strong lineups there, ladies and gentlemen. If you just joined us, I'm Cameron Walter, with me, Gary Lowe and Ahmed Khawaja. And it's the start of the final series, boys. We're finally here. It's been a long tournament, and it's sudden death indoor cricket. The Australian 22s would probably go into this game as favourites, you would think. South Africa having only won the one game throughout the week, but that game was, I think it might have even been their last game. Second last game? Somewhere there? Not even close?
Nah, not quite. It was against Singapore back on Tuesday.
There you go. Well, not even close. But we were talking about the South African side in the last broadcast game we had. They're a very strong lineup, and anything can happen in sudden death indoor cricket. As I said at the top of the broadcast, on the line is a spot in tomorrow's grand final against New Zealand. And everything to play for. I expect the sides to come in hard. I'm going to put you both to a prediction. Gary Lowe?
Yeah, look, I think Australia will get home, but it's going to be a tight contest. In South Africa, they're a very fierce, competitive side, and it wouldn't surprise me to see them win this one. But if I have to make a selection, I'd say Australia by a whisker.
Ahmed Khawaja, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think Australia's going to be too strong on this occasion. I'm picking them by probably at least 45. But I think the under-22s, I mean, like I said, they didn't obviously win that last game, but they pushed UAE very hard in that game we covered, and they pushed England very hard. It lost literally in the last 2 or 3 balls, so a couple of the more established open-level nations, and I think they're starting to peak a bit. And I think that, it'll at least give Australia some trouble, but I think Australia's going to come away with this.
Now, Oliver Styles and Jake Langdon will be batting first for Australia. The ball is with the South African captain. And we're ready to get underway. Oh, big shape. Shaping away from the batter. Starts outside leg. Just must have caught some of that line on the way through. Now, of course, available in the final series. Video referrals from runouts, folks. Looking forward to seeing that in action. Going back in to the right-hander. The dot ball.
Yeah, Furo's been particularly good in this World Cup. Traditionally opening up the bowling for the South Africa 22s, and I think you'll find him finishing off with his 16th over as well. He's been doing that all throughout this week. First over against Australia 22s, he went for 8 the commencement of this week.
It's well batted there from Styles. He stayed patient, gets his first runs by way of the bat.
Fouray only taking the 4 wickets, but being particularly economical, going for around 6 runs and over.
Left alone, outside off, left-handed Langdon. They'll get away with a single there, Australia. And 1 ball remains. This the first over as both sides feel their way into this sudden death preliminary final. Two runs through the point region to close out the over. A good start in the end there for Australia. Watchfully played. They'll be happy to get 7 on the board after 1. As I said, sudden death indoor cricket. The winner will advance to tomorrow's grand final against the New Zealand 22 side. And, well, for the loser, it's curtains. It's the end of the World Cup. Predictions on the total Australia needs here, fellas? What are they looking for, Gary?
I think it's probably more to the point of South Africa's going to need to do better with the bat because they're only around that kind of 60, 65, 70. In terms of keeping Australia down, I think if they can keep to 80 and 85 and South Africa can come out and score a little bit more than what they traditionally have in this World Cup, they'll be in with a chance. If they can keep Australia down at 80, 85, that's a good win for South Africa because traditionally Australia score a lot more in this World Cup at least.
Cronje will bowl over number 2. Oh, bail's come off. He's home. Do you think South Africa capable of chasing any more than that, Ahmed?
No, I don't think so. Actually, I think Gary's right. I think if Australia get over 90, and they obviously it was a week ago almost now, they beat them 140 to 90 in that opening game. I think Australia should back themselves in the attack they have. I was talking to the manager, Sam Bright, before the game, and he said this is a pretty good 8, and it would be easy if there were sort of 3 or 4 players not really performing for them to leave out, but it's been a pretty hard decision to make. So this is a very good team that put out.
It's a leg side. Can't give them any freebies.
I'm waiting for that first close decision, Cam. I want to see it referred to the third umpire.
Or second umpire.
Second umpire, correct.
We should say that Andrew Hall-Villiers filling that role for this match. So referrals will go to Andrew. We'll work with our broadcast team to arrive at the right decision. So comfortable too for Styles and well played.
Now when that does go to the second umpire, as Cam's correctly picked up, there'll be a soft decision made by the official up in the stand. They'll make a call whether they think it's in or out or whatever the decision is. And then it'll be up to the second official to overturn that decision or to confirm it. And of course, if there's no evidence to suggest otherwise, then that soft decision made by the official will stand.
Yeah, lots of camera angles available to us here. I'd be surprised if we are only talking about run-outs, right? So I'd be surprised if there's anything that isn't quite clear if it is referred. And expect those referrals will soak up a little bit of time too.
Could the umpire ask for a referral on, maybe something like a block or anything like that? Or
no.
I guess we're only just in run-out territory, aren't we?
Run-outs only. That's all that's provided for in the tournament regulations.
Not catches off the ground bats?
Nope.
Okay.
Over number 3. Parkinson, the bowler.
I'll just keep you on the run of saying no, see Cam, not checking scores on hitting tapes and seeing if it's 3 or 7 or
Negative.
leg sides, wides.
Negatory.
Okay.
We'd be forever, wouldn't we?
Let's have the whole game done by a robot.
Commentary too. The leg side there. Safely sees off third ball. That hurts when you've built a little bit of pressure. Speaking of building, there's a packed stand here at Casey Stadium. That's pretty comfortable too for Styles. Stick that in the highlight reel. Langdon grabs 2 as well, 1 to come. These two looking pretty comfortable. They got through that tough little period on third ball, and now they're finding the net. 6 runs from the overs so far with a ball to come. South Africa with a very straight 3-line field. Brings the over to an end. 8 runs from it. And I don't mind that straight field. You saw the movement there from the 3-line field. He was very straight to begin with, but reacted well to the ball going to the net, followed it, still filled his role as that extra front court fielder. What it does open up, though, is a little bit of room to his right and to the left of his friend on the other side for the drives. So we've got to be careful they don't overpitch. And hello to our fans in the crowd and, of course, right around Australia and the world. The Indoor Cricket World Cup reaching its conclusion. Finals underway. 1 over remains for this batting partnership. Sheldon Tocknell will bowl it for the South African side. Interesting field for this sort of bowling. They've got a backward square leg. And now two on the legs of the left-hander, which probably makes more sense. Not for that line, though.
Now in Australia just starting to skip away here. This is not the batting partnership that South Africa would have wanted. They really need to be keeping them in the 20s, as in early 20s or below. 28, too many runs. Searching for that wicket are South Africa.
Chance at the top. That's hit. We're going to have a look. It's been referred.
We have a video referral at the bowler's end. The soft signal is not out. Can I have your best vision, please?
Here it is. So the ball about to be delivered. Okay, here it comes. Well, that's never.
That back, please.
Just listening as the umpire adjudicates this. He's knocked the bails off with his hands.
Here's the bails being knocked off. Okay, the shoulder of the bat is down with the ball onto the base plate. Okay, I'm satisfied. I've made my decision. The decision is now...
Let's take a look at his decision. Not out.
Now, interesting. That's actually closer than what it first appears because the bails have been dislodged. The base plate's actually included as part of the stumps. So the bails have been dislodged, meaning it only just has to hit the wickets again. The bails don't have to go back on. The striker, at the non-strikers, then he'd made good his ground, but that could have been considered out. Almost.
Yeah, I don't know that I'm happy the ball did hit the base plate.
You don't think it hit the base plate?
No.
But it's good to hear the thought process there of umpire Andrew Horvilliers. Got to get these decisions right.
That was fortunate.
And the score moves ahead to 30.
One ball remains. This opening partnership batted well. Final ball from Tocknell. And a single to finish. 32 runs on the board for the opening batters for Australia. They get through without the loss of a wicket. And a strong start, and just what you're after if you're Australian. So just listen to the umpire here.
You don't have to make comments at all, okay? Yeah. Okay, that's why we referred it for video. Okay? So, yeah.
Just having a word with Styles of some issue around the referral. I'm not sure what that was about. Anyway, 32 on the board, as I said, a strong start for the Australians, and that's what they'll be after here. The sudden death prelim final between Australia and South Africa in the 22s.
Really good, really good access here. You can see our cameraman over there on right of screen giving us fantastic vision in and around that Australian team. It's almost as if you're a part of the squad.
Jono De Rosario and Blair Overton at the crease. Alec van der Kroot will get us back underway. It's the 5th over, sudden death, indoor cricket. De Rosario helps himself to 2, the Australian skipper.
Averaging 1 wicket every 2 games is van der Kroot. He'd love for this to be the game that he takes that wicket.
Oh, no. Well, it's through to the back net for 5. I can't really fault the receiver, the South African captain here. His job's to stay at the sticks. And van der Kroot just misjudged it, and it went for 5. That hurts. You can't give De Rosario anything that short, that wide. He's going to hit you for 2 all day. Got hands to it, keeps it to a dot. Chance at the top end. Oh, that'll be out, surely. We're going to have a look.
Sportscast, we have a video referral at the bowler's end. The soft signal is out. Can I have your best vision, please?
It's delivery. Just wait for the ball to come into the frame. There it is.
I see the hand has knocked the bails off from the stumps. The ball has then gone onto the stumps and displaced the wickets. I'm satisfied. I've made my decision.
That one's pretty cut and dry. Just wait for it to be official. And that's out. And South Africa strike. They've claimed their first wicket. The Australians were starting to get away from them, Gary.
Yeah, they've pegged him back nicely there. And again, it's fantastic to listen into the second official here, the World Cup. Bit of additional drama coming in, and just goes to show you how close the decisions by the officials are made. Millimetres in it. That's a fantastic wicket for South Africa. They'd love another one off this last delivery.
Just some confirmation of which side of the wicket Van der Kroot will bowl from. It's his last ball. That'll be a dot ball to finish. 4 runs from it. So an even start to this second pair. A little bit of drama, as you said, already. Here is that run out. It's a great piece of fielding. It does take a little bit of the momentum out of it, doesn't it, that we get that referred. But quality fielding there on the 3 line. Waited well, threw down the sticks. That's their job.
And 2 from 2 with his decisions as well, Michael Guest. His soft decisions being proved correct.
Here's Basson. Driven off hands there. Klita at the 3 line. It'll be 3rd ball. Another opportunity here for South Africa. Undoes it with a leg side. That's the second time that the Australians have been on 3rd ball, and the second time they've got out of it with a wide.
Yeah, it hurts.
Oh, it's a great shot. Overton cashing in. There is Ario, happy to soak up a dot. It's 2 to come in the over. And why wouldn't you soak up a dot if you know that that's coming? It's just great patience from the Australian skipper. 1 ball to come. I've seen a couple yesterday where that shot found a little edge and then bounced back up, and they've hit it a second time and played it back onto the stick. So playing a dangerous game, just having a little dab there, outside leg stump. But 7 runs off the over, 11 for the partnership. Still well placed here, Australia, but South Africa will be desperate to grab another wicket or 2 here in this second partnership.
Yeah, they just need 1 good over here, South Africa. If they can keep this down to 0 or 1 or a 2, then things begin to get a little bit more level. Just need a really, really strong over somewhere.
Here's Parkinson. It's just film that, put it in a video textbook.
Yeah, it's bread and butter, isn't it?
Yeah. Look, completely in control here, the Australians. Yes, they've suffered that run out, which was a good piece of fielding, mind you. But otherwise, they don't look like they're breaking a sweat at the moment.
And that's the thing.
Chance at the top again.
Ooh, for wickets to be taken, they do need to be really high standard wickets like that. Australia aren't going to gift too many, so they do need to be that outstanding bit of cricket that you've just talked about there, Cam Walter.
I'd like to see South Africa really pitch the ball up a little bit more here.
Yeah, ask a few more questions.
Yeah. Well, they've asked a question and There's the answer.
An emphatic one at that.
7 of them.
Slotted right into the, as we look at it, the top right corner, but for the batter, the top left-hand corner. And that's just gone bang. Ahmed Khawaja.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what I've been observing is that I think I agree with the method to go full. We'll return to that after this ball. But really, apart from Furry, who really seemed to get some late tail away and some late outswing, the rest of the bowlers so far have sort of been right arm, medium fast, but the ball swinging in the air, it's coming in early, and it's just too easy really to pick up. It's not coming in late, and that's when you start to threaten the stumps or bring your front court into play, and that's made it real easy for them.
I think that's going to be the key as well, as we just see that overcome to the end, 15 runs from it. If they are going to be bowling fuller, they need a change-up. So, yep, let's see if they can get some late movement in the air, but if these guys have got some good cutters, maybe one out the back of the hand, whatever it is, that's what's going to invite a false shot from the Australians. They've just shown that if the ball is pitched up, there's certainly, it's not like these are any muppets with the bat. They're going to have a real crack at it, and that's why the change-ups could be the key. Schwartz to bowl. It's the final over to the partnership now. Straight to the fielder. It'll be a dot.
I'm a bit surprised I actually haven't seen more of that, obviously, throughout the week. I would have thought a cutter maybe is something, they're not expecting, but a lot of them seem to be going to their stock deliveries.
It's third ball now, an opportunity. Yeah, so that's a length that might invite a wicket, but again, it's just, a little bit of movement, but otherwise too easy for the Australians, who are a quality batting side. Yeah, beaten just outside off. Was that a little cutter? Driven. Early call is no. And again, third ball. It's 2 in a row. Last time it went for 3. And this time it goes for 4. Yeah, it's all well and good for us to sit here and say, oh, look, I think they need to bowl a little fuller. But again, the Australians certainly don't mind having a dip at anything that is full. 1 ball to come. Stop it. The Australian captain follows up 1-4 with another. Overton and Di Rosario have put on an exhibition there. They're on third ball 3 times, negotiated them all, and have put on 37 to keep the Australian train just rolling on here at the World Cup. It's the under-22 men's preliminary final between Australia and South Africa. If you've just joined us, I'm Cameron Walter. With me is Gary Lowe and Ahmed Khawaja. We're live and exclusive on KO Sports here in Australia and on YouTube right around the world. This is the first of several finals that you'll see here today. Coming up next at 2 p.m. Australian Daylight Time, the men's major semi-final, Australia and New Zealand. What an absolute cracker that is going to be. So settle in for your Friday afternoon, folks. World Cup indoor cricket action live from Casey Stadium. Daniel Van Hees and Jacob Verstegen at the crease. Glita, number 9 for South Africa, or number 6 rather. It's the 9th over, gets us underway. Sneak through for a single to start the third partnership.
Yeah, this has to be a big partnership from a South African perspective. They cannot afford this batting pair to get 25 or 30. The highest scores for South Africa in this tournament, they got 82 against England, 82 against UAE. Big side called. They got an 89 against Singapore. They're the only time they've gone 80s. They've never gone anything 90 plus. And you don't.
That's a telling statistic, isn't it?
It is. And you don't want the first time to be doing it against this side. That's why it's just so vitally important that they try and. It's kind of why I said pre-game that 80 to 85 is where they need to be targeting, because in terms of their batting ability, that's kind of where they're at. At best, on their good day.
Fair delivery, dot ball. Yeah, it's interesting. I think, yeah, their best at the good day, whatever the case may be. Just watch this delivery. 2 runs to Van Hees. You never know. We may just see South Africa absolutely bat out of their skin in a game where they have nothing to lose. It's going to be difficult to just jag their way to a total they've not yet scored in this World Cup. But finals indoor cricket. Oh, what a shot. Verstegen helps himself to 3 runs on the onside. A down and up high into that backcourt side net. A great finish to that over. Let's take a look at this again. Bang. He runs all day. What a wonderful shot.
Look, the thing is, South Africa beginning to peak at the right time, if you can say that. 82 to 84 against the UAE. They only went down by 2. 82 to 85 against England. Now, England are knocking on the door for a top 4 finish in the Open Men's World Cup side of the draw. So, they're in with a chance here.
Here's Tocknell.
And ideally, those 2 games, they probably should have won. And they, came down to probably the last over, last few deliveries, and better decisions made. They would have come away with victory in those 2 games. Just been noticing they've been keeping 2 on leg for a lot of this innings, but they're not really trying to maybe bring that length back into the body.
Yeah, I'm not a fan at all. It feels to me like they're putting 2 on leg because they think that's what they should do or what they have to do. That relies on really accurate, tight bowling and consistent bowling. We haven't seen that. And again, outside off and put away. And what's more, their square leg fielder is backward of square, facing the back net. Here he's facing the left-hander, now he's facing the back net. He's facing the back corner and turns.
It's quite an interesting point you made, because I was paying attention to that earlier, and he was a bit straighter facing towards the batsman earlier, but now he's gone back to that technique. You said where he's facing the front of the court, not the batsman.
Now, if I've ever seen an illustration of a complete waste of a fielding position, that is it right there. Just about every ball that over went to the offside of the left-hander or the right-hander, and they've got a fielder in the back corner behind square facing the back net. And DJ Mikey.
I mean, I've got nothing to say because you make a very compelling business case, Cam. I mean, you've sold me. Straying onto the legs, Van Hees. Over top of Tocknell there, doing his best to get to it. And just speaking further to Ahmed Khawaja's point earlier on with the 2 games that they probably should have won. We watch Cleety come in.
Sent back, and rightly so.
Oh,
they'll get away with it here, will they? No, they won't. A little bit of greed creeps into the game. And Australia throw one away. Van Hees, you can't believe it. Probably can't blame the decision to go. It was a misfield, but they just probably made it too late. Let's have a look at the replay.
Yeah, well, Verstegen's got his hand up as the one apologising for it.
Yeah, he just made the decision too late. Fury grabs it, no problems there. Cleeta continues. Straight to the fielder. Gary, back to the point you were making.
So in the game against England, South Africa were actually winning going into the last over. It was 86-85, and then they had -4 off the last over, and then they lost. And then in the other game against the UAE, they actually went in there pretty much even Stevens. Went on to lose. They needed 4 to win, and they got the 2. So it came down to the last over, only by a couple of runs that you'd usually expect them to get home for. As the runs continue to flow here. 21 the batting partnership. Last ball in the 11th over. 90 the total. Again, Van Hees high into the 2 netting. They need a batting partnership here to be very, very low here.
We'll just cross now to Ahmed Khawaja, who has with him
Australian under-22 men's coach Rob Boyston.
Rob,
thanks for joining us. Team's going well so far. Looking for a big score here.
Yeah, good, Ahmed. Yeah, good start, solid batting. So we're looking to edge up to 120 if we can.
Yeah, I mean obviously South African team hasn't scored that so far, but they've been looking pretty good last couple of games. So you'd be sort of weary of a tough chase.
Yeah, absolutely. They had 2 good games against UAE and England, I think, yesterday, and looked much better with the bat. So expecting tough chase.
You think you're playing your best 8 today? I mean, Sam Bright was telling me it's been pretty hard to keep 4 guys out of this mix. Obviously, lost to New Zealand, but most of the guys have been going pretty well.
Yeah, we're all fit and healthy. So this is what we think is our best team to play South Africa, and that may change. If we are fortunate enough to get through and play New Zealand tomorrow.
Cool. And obviously looking forward, if you can get over the line here, do you think you can beat the Kiwis? They're looking pretty good, aren't they?
Yeah, they're quality side. And if we can get there, I think it'll be a great game, and we're really looking forward to that.
Excellent. Thanks, Rob. Good luck, and rest of the game. Hope to make the final.
Thank you.
Yeah, Rob Boyston with Ahmed Khawaja. You see the Australians continue on their merry way here. 27 on the board.
Van der Kroot with 4 to come. And it's a foolish delivery outside off. Some real fantastic insight we've been able to gain from Ahmed Khawaja's chat there, that the team likely to change should they get through to play New Zealand. Third ball opportunity here, Cam.
Yeah, big one. They need to claim this, South Africa. It's driven. They grab 4.
Again, it's been a number of times where we've seen them on a third ball opportunity hit a 4, which is quite rare. Usually you see a 2 or the body getting in the way and rolling away into the corner, but strong, confident cricket strokes. And they hit a very important milestone here, do the Australian 22s. 100 the total.
Yeah, looking pretty ominous now. 2 to come. And 1 ball remains. Another 2, 34 on the board for the partnership. 103 is the total for the Australian 22s, and they are looking dominant here with the bat in the under-22 men's preliminary finals, sudden death, World Cup indoor cricket action. And South Africa now staring down the barrel of 130 plus, which is, to your point earlier, Gary, some 40 runs above their highest score.
Yeah. It's going to be a tricky little voyage for him, there's no doubt. Ahmed Khawaja did say as well that he predicted the Australian score to be that 120 plus, and we know that we wanted South Africa to try and keep it straight down to 80, 85 if they're going to be a chance. I don't know what Ahmed's thoughts are on whether Australia are capable of running down a total of 120 or 130?
South Africa, I don't think so. I just think there's too many runs on the board, really, and I think most teams should expect to defend 130, 140, but Australia, the way they've been playing, I think this is going to be very hard to chase down, and I think really South Africa have done enough to keep Australia under pressure, especially with the way they've bowled and not really kept their field in the game.
Brock Lawrence and Jaden Teskey, Cronje the bowler. Starts with a wide.
Australia have, the 22s have particularly liked the South African sides this World Cup, scoring 142 against the South Africa 22s and 102 against the South Africa men's side.
Punch through the gap from Lawrence. It's a 2. Got to the back court for 3. Teskey's first delivery is a dot. One to come now in this first over of the final partnership. Just guided in the onside net there for 2. It's flat, but it's safe. 9 runs and another good start for the Australians. There's some other action taking place right now. The plate division men's major semi-final between South Africa and England. England under the pump there, 50 runs on the board with 2 overs to come. South Africa on top. Keep an eye on that game.
South African men's side obviously with a bit of pep in their step after smashing to bits the Indian team last night.
Here's Basson. Driven by Lawrence for 2. Down up on the offside. Chance at the top. He needed a hit. It would have been out.
Yeah, it would have been gone. Just missing the top of the bails. Frightfully close. Got in a position really well. Great feet position.
Need your receiver to be a little bit lower there too, just to be able to. I mean, that would have been a Yorker at him, I think, but he had no chance of catching that. Teskey finds a side net in the back court for 3.
Again, we talked about it earlier that the chances that South Africa get, if it's a 10 or a 15% chance for a dismissal, they've got to take them. It's the only thing that Australia give.
Misfield, they'll get another 3 runs. Lawrence not happy with the shot. The outcome's a good one though. 1 ball remains. Too good from Jaden Teskey. A 13-run over for the Australian side, and this is the definition of cruise control, folks. There's that other game. You can see England up against South Africa there. That's the Plate Major semi-final. 50 runs on the board. They've, that should be out of the top. He's thrown it straight into the back. Nav Patel. But on the line there is a spot in the Plate final. England are the defending Plate champions.
What is the Plate, Cam? What is the Plate final?
It's a minor final for the Plate group. It's like a secondary world title, basically. Gives the developing or emerging nations a title to fight for here at the World Cup. England have won the last 2, fighting to make it 3 in a row. Schwartz is the bowler and put into the back before by Teskey. He's in a bit of a mood. Pretty comfortable, isn't it, Ahmed?
Yeah, I think you said cruise control before, Cam, and it's a very, very accurate description. They just haven't looked troubled, really. Too full, batsmen able to free their arms, front court not in the game at all.
Speaking of being not in the game, they're still persisting with this backward square leg. Now, what is that doing?
I don't know about you, but I haven't really seen him come into the game at all.
No. Maybe once or twice the ball's sort of been edged into the back net there, but otherwise everything has been in the V. They've played maybe 1 or 2 cut shots. Everything's in the V.
When you think about the line they've been bowling, quite full, a lot of easy balls to drive, either mainly on the offside. So it sort of feels like that's sort of just a waste of a fielding position.
It definitely is. And look, I'm a fan of, okay, we've got a strategy. This is going to be our approach. What I'm not a fan of is not realising when that's not working and adjusting it. And there's no tomorrows here. This is sudden death. You can't go and assess the plan after today's game and think what you might try in the next game. This is it. And that fielder has, the field set to the bowling has done nothing. They need straighter. Imagine if Jaden Teskey had 2 fielders right in front of him on the onside right now. Here's Fury. Chance at the top, needed a hit. The Australians want to play straight. They want to hit through the ball. Yeah, they're playing down up shots, but 2 fielders right up on the edge of that circle, nice and straight, either on the on or the offside, and you're in the game. Yeah, again. Backward square leg just stands there watching. So questionable tactic. It certainly hasn't come off, and Australia on their way here to 140 plus. This has just been some sort of a batting display. Straight to the 3-line fielder. Good response from the batters.
Australia's largest total in this World Cup is 142 against South Africa 22s. So they'll be looking to make the statisticians in this all very happy if they can pass 142.
And that helps. 1 ball remains. Oh, that'll upset Gary Lowe. They finish on 140. 140 runs. A dominant batting performance from Australia. It has to be said. South Africa, well, they made it pretty easy for them. Some of that bowling just not on the money for the field that they had. And South Africa, well, they'll have to come out and throw the bat at this and see how close they can get. We might take a look at some highlights here for this innings, and they'll all be batting highlights. There was a run out or two, so we might see them. But here it is, direct hit, and that was out on referral. Soft signal of out. Some great batting from the Australian captain. Here's Verstegen. The misfield and turned that into a run out. A little bit of greed. Why not when you're on your way to 140? That was dispatched to the back. And there was plenty more of that from the Australians. 140 on the board here in the sudden death prelim final. Australia up against South Africa in the under-22 men. And Gary, tough to see South Africa chasing that down.
Yeah, it is. You know, they've scored 3 totals this World Cup in excess of 100. As we've already talked about, 142 against the South Africa 22s, 134 against India, and South Africa, they scored 102. So this is the 4th time they've scored it in excess of 100. South Africa 22s have not come close to that. They haven't even, my apologies, they've breached the 90s once against the Australian 22s. So there's something maybe, but it's still another 50 runs away to 140. So as you mentioned, we're not getting all dressed up and coming back next week with the cameras. This is it. So you may as well go out there, throw caution to the wind, and give it a red-hot crack. Why not?
Yeah, I get the feeling Australia will be a little bit smarter with what they bowl here. So it's not like it will be easy to just come, the South Africa can't just come and decide to hit the back net, but they certainly have to try. If they get a bad ball, it's got to go. It's got to go away. And I think if I'm South Africa, my approach to this would be to be sending out my best or second best pair right now, then my best or second best pair after that, and then my next best pair third, and just try and get as close as possible. And by best, I mean pair likely to hit runs, and big runs. So they need to get close as early as they can to try and put some pressure on this Australian side. By contrast, Australia have been under the pump a few times and won the game in the second last or last over.
And exactly what you said, to your point, and the rationale behind getting the better batters at the front there is opportunities to create cracks in the team can appear when pressure's applied. When you start to get a bit nervous when you're Australia, like, oh my goodness, we've got a South Africa 22 side on 110 chasing 30 for victory. And when that pressure builds, then the mistakes can come. If you don't build that pressure, you never get that chance.
Here's Cronje and Basson. Lorenz the bowler. We're back underway. An aggressive call to start. I don't mind that either.
No, that's very, very good. And he's had to get through a fair bit of traffic there because the ball was right in the middle of the pitch. They're going to have to dance a very fine line between being aggressive with loose deliveries and showing respect to good ones.
I tell you what, if I'm the batter, I would have backed away from that.
Not quite ready.
Okay, we're going to have a referral here.
Sportscast, we have a video referral at the wicketkeeper's end. The soft signal is not out. Can I have your best vision, please?
Oh, I tell you what, that's certainly
back,
worth a shout.
And slow it down. When the bails are removed, I see that the back foot has remained grounded and slid. I've made my decision. It's going to the board now.
Worth a shout, though.
Yeah, definitely worth a shout. Just sliding along the carpet. And gone to the second umpire, because it is a run-out call?
Well, I guess...
Is that a run-out?
Yeah, it's an interesting point. I think stumpings are included. It'd be interesting if the language in the tournament regs, wouldn't it? Whether they've included stumpings. But I certainly think that's the intent. There's nobody... Yeah, that's what the camera's set up for. It's on the line there to see that.
Well, it's perfect vision, isn't it?
Yeah. Lorenz continues. Get through again. Aggressive calling. They probably have to ride some luck here, South Africa.
And I think Australia didn't force umpire Michael Guest to have a look, but I think in normal land, Michael Guest would have been happy just to say no and move on, but he did have that option available. Because it did take him quite a while to kind of go. He kind of thought about it, had a bit of a chat with the players and thought, okay, we'll have a bit of a gander at it.
Yeah, I think he's literally said, I don't think so, but we'll have a look.
Sure.
Yeah. Final ball from Brock Lawrence. It's in the air for a while there. Brings you over to an end, 5 runs from it. Even Stevens after 1 over. So we've seen these two South African batters call quite aggressively. One of the traits we've seen from the South African side as well is they'll look for an extra if there's an overthrow, which is all great. That's the sort of stuff that you need, and you need it to come off when you're chasing 140, but we're also going to need to see some full-blooded drives to get into the backcourt, and good luck doing that against Langdon. He's been bowling well this tournament. He's bowling the second over now. And here we go. In at the legs. Get through for a single.
Yeah, they've just got to go for everything in terms of running. If it's there, they have to go. 140 is a big total in anybody's language, whether it's an in-house or a domestic competition on a Tuesday night at your local centre, or particularly in a World Cup.
Chance at the top, you need it to hit. Langdon can't believe it. Let's have a look at this. This would have been out. Just missed live. A deflection off the non-striker, I think it was, and straight into the hand of the bowler for a return catch.
Just not what you want, Ahmed Khawaja.
Yeah, absolutely not. I think we agree. 141. Yeah, it's a tall order. Interesting to know what they probably said at the midway break, how they were going to approach it, but pretty much you can't really afford to drop a wicket.
Well, what they need to be doing is putting some fear into that front court, paying big shots, hitting the ball hard. Even if they're putting it in the front court net, hitting it hard. Now see, just trying to chop that down. Just play through that. And absolutely full-blooded flat drive into that net. If I'm fielding at point or leg side, point or cover there, I'm all of a sudden I'm taking half a step back. I don't want to wear one of those in the face, right? So that might buy them an extra half a second the next time there's a run-out opportunity. So -1 from that over, a good one from Langdon, courtesy of that deflection and a return catch. And Verstegen now to bowl the third over. Work to do here for South Africa to stay in touch. This sudden death. Prelim final, the under-22. Yeah, full and driven well, but in his partner, they've hit each other once each, I think.
Yeah, just getting one back there, isn't he?
Yeah. Bang. Get out of the way. And an opportunity too for the Australians.
And Basson isn't a particularly big fellow either, so he's picked him out quite nicely.
Chance at the top. It's a quick disposal from Lawrence and sacrificed some accuracy as a consequence. Clutching his shoulder, Brock Lawrence. Verstegen coming over the wicket now. It's a direct hit, but Cronje is home.
Jaden Teskey there in the front court. Particularly tall, particularly nimble. His father, Lyle Teskey, playing in the Australian Open men's side, of course, the captain.
Oh, it should be out. It will be. We're going to have a look. I think this one.
Sportscast, we have a video referral at the bowler's end. The soft signal is out. Can I have your best vision, please? I'm satisfied. The decision is going to the board.
That one pretty cut and dry, I thought. Confirmation.
Again, Michael Guest all over that one. And this batting partnership on 4. Last delivery of the third over. Australia well in control of this one. Coming down the pitch and out, caught and bowled. 2 wickets in a row. The score moves down to -1 now.
Yeah, that doesn't help, but I suppose that's what they've got to do. Another 2 wickets to finish the over, -5 from it. Here it is on the replay advance. Just hit it straight up in the air.
I mean, what else can you do? What else can you do? I mean, it's a delivery that there was a chance to go the back net. He's taken that opportunity to go for it. Didn't come off. When you're chasing 140, there's no other options. No other options.
Yeah. England in the plate major semi are defending 37. The wheels well and truly falling off that first innings from them. South Africa on 22 midway through the 4th over. Here's Overton. A little spill in the hands off the net there. And get through for 2. The South African opening combination. Beaten twice, it'll be 3rd ball now. See the incoming batters for South Africa. They've got some work to do, don't they? 3rd ball here, back on court. They see it off with 2 through the onside. Final ball now. Driven. And the call's right. Didn't go cleanly to the hand. So they get a single and finish with an opening partnership of 4. Not that great at the best of times, but in pursuit of 140. That's not going to do South Africa any favours. Australia well and truly in control of the under-22 men's preliminary final. Live from Casey Stadium, exclusively on KO Sports here in Australia and on YouTube around the world. Thanks for your company as we settle in for a fantastic day of finals cricket. Coming up next, 2 p.m. Australian Daylight Time on the East Coast. Australia up against New Zealand, the men's major semi-final. That will be a belter. New Zealand undefeated. Australia, despite that, finished on top, the defending world champions. It is game on for the World Cup, folks. I hope you can stay with us for the conclusion of this match, the upcoming match, and the rest of your Friday afternoon and evening here at the Indoor Cricket World Cup. And Gary, how can South Africa respond here? Well, three partnerships of 40 plus. They've got to keep trying to play an aggressive brand of cricket.
They need 45.333333333. And tricky.
That's one way of putting it.
Yeah, tricky. Slightly complex. Van Hees. I'll be interested to hear Ahmed Khawaja's thoughts on, I mean, he asked a really good question of Rob Boyston about is this the best day? And Coach Boyston said, well, we'll have a tinker with this if we're lucky enough to get through and play New Zealand. So I know Ahmed Khawaja, a great student of the game. Who do you keep out? Or I'll flip it, who do you put in?
Yeah, that's a very good question, Gary Lowe. I mean,
well, just look at the bench. Riley Cameron, Lachlan Campbell, Daniel Oast and Cameron Todd.
I mean, what do you do? What do you do?
Ahmed's having a good think about this. Here's Van Hees to the leg side.
I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I mean, if you have an 8 and, you know, a couple of guys might be, on the cusp of definitely being in the 8 and the rest is sort of locked in, but if they're all playing a very good game, kind of feels like they should almost just stick with the 8 that they have that brought them here, that has played this brand of cricket, because this is going to be, no doubt about it, this is going to be a very comprehensive win from bat to ball and in field. They've been very, very good so far, and it almost feels like I wouldn't want to sort of change that combination, unless there's something in the New Zealand team that's obviously different about South Africa that they may want to change.
Another leg side there. And look, I'm certainly a fan of horses for courses, but gee, it'd be tough to leave someone out of a major semi-final, well, a prelim final winning side when they've won this comprehensively, wouldn't it? I dropped them after the prelim, I should say. Little chance there, but they're home. Close out the over with a 2, and a good start for Tocknell and Kleta. 10 runs. If they can put another 11 runs, 11 overs worth of that on, it'll be game on.
Yeah, no doubt. And the thing that, we know I'm a real stats guy and I love my stats, but the thing the stats don't tell you, and I know that Cam, you subscribe to this theory, is the influence that they have in the field, for example. So you look at Jaden Teskey here. He's got a contribution of negative .533 in the overall scheme of the game, which you want to have positive contributions, not negatives. But what it doesn't show is the run-outs that he affects. What it doesn't show is the runs that he stops in the front court. So you can't just go by numbers. Teskey in, wide called. Same with Cameron Todd. He's got a negative 7.29 contribution. But what it doesn't show is the enthusiasm that he brings to the game, the fire that he brings, the amount of energy that he provides to the team. So stats shows one side of indoor cricket, but it doesn't show all those other things that can't be documented or tracked.
And Coach Rob Boyston, manager Sam Bright, they will be tracking that.
Yeah, you betcha.
Yeah. Teskey the bowler. A wide and a single so far. Another wide. There's a single. Two balls remain in this over. It's the 6th over of the innings. Australia dominant. Top ball to finish. Another good over for South Africa. 8 runs from it. Can they stay in touch with some sort of a 40-plus partnership here? We'd love to see it.
Well, they're giving themselves a chance, aren't they? I mean, this is hard to do for 2 overs, let alone doing it for 12 overs. It would be draining for South Africa. But they're fighting hard. Just little baby steps, little baby wins. Take it 1 over at a time. Styles in.
single.
You know, they can do it with twos, but they just can't afford any wickets, which is tricky. They're going to get two on the leg side. Into the stumps, Van Hees on the 3 line, quick to move into that front court.
Chance at the keeper's end, a little touch. It's a bit high. Buys enough time for Lita to get in there. Took its time coming down from the top net as well. There's an edge. And a dot ball. Chance at the top. And get through for the run. And a single. And 4 runs from the over. Let's take a look. The first over for this partnership, they got 4 runs worth of wides. The second over, they got 4 runs worth of wides. They put on 10 and 8 respectively. This over from Oliver Styles, singles and dots, right? And only 4 runs. And when you're trying to score 40 plus over and over again, that's what tight bowling does. You don't need to take a wicket.
Yeah.
All you got to do is an odd over like that, and straight away they're well and truly behind the pace. De Rosario, the Australian under-22 captain, by the last over to this partnership. He's been a bit of a match winner with the ball, De Rosario. Australia probably don't need that of him right now, but I'm sure he'll want to press for a couple of wickets. Chance. Through for 2.
Yeah, he's been best on ground for Australia with ball in hand. He's the only player in the outfit to be conceding less than 10 runs each game, 8.38. He's also the only player to average at least 1 wicket every game. 8 wickets, 8 games. That's why he's the captain. Also, with bat in hand, right up there, there's 3 of the highest run scorers with an average in the 16s, and he's one of those 3.
131 runs for the tournament, if you don't mind.
A genuine all-rounder. Now, indoor cricketers all love saying they're all-rounders. I've never known an indoor cricketer not to tell me that they're an all-rounder. All all-rounders. But this guy seriously is.
I'm an all-rounder at being ordinary at indoor cricket. And,
ordinary in all aspects.
Yeah, that's it. 1 ball remains now. It's been a good partnership. I'll probably want to try and send this to the back net for 7 to tie the skin. I'll just grab 2. 32 on the board. An excellent partnership for South Africa, not losing a wicket, 30 plus, but when you're pursuing 140 and your first pair's got 4, it's just not enough. They're well behind the pace here, South Africa, the sudden death men's prelim final. Under 22 men's, I should say, prelim final. South Africa up against Australia. New Zealand, well, they're already in tomorrow's final. These two duking it out to take them on. Australia, the defending champions, but it must be said, New Zealand will go into that game as favourites, Ahmed.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, got a 30-run win over them, and and you know, they've been playing some pretty good cricket over the past week of New Zealand, and wasn't really surprised to see them beat Australia. And I think you know, especially over the space of an 8-day tournament, having a full rest day before your final, they're going to make a lot of difference. You know, Australia still had to get up, prepare, play at a good level of intensity today. You know, so New Zealand have got an additional rest, but also just been very impressed with the way that they've gone about their business, especially that bowling line-up. It's got a bit of a pace battery, and I reckon that's certainly going to test Australia a bit more than South Africa has.
Van der Kroot and Parkinson at the crease for South Africa. Van Hees gets us back underway. Starts with a wide.
Yeah, there's been a bit of chatter about whether the day off helps or hinders. I'll be interested to know tomorrow when somebody has a chat to the New Zealand outfit what their thoughts are. I mean, I would have thought it would be a positive, but a lot of folks thinking perhaps not. I mean, I'm happy either way.
Yeah, I think for mine that whether that's an advantage or a disadvantage just depends on where you're at. So if you really are a sort of momentum side, you've got no injuries, everybody's feeling pretty fit, probably is a disadvantage.
Probably want to keep rolling.
Yeah, but if you've got a couple of guys that are a bit sore, 1 or 2 injuries, you need some time to get them back up, then you'd take the day off any day of the week. I mean, it is a day off, but they have played a week of cricket.
It's a lot.
Yeah, and yeah, it's not like all those skills they're just going to evaporate in the course of the 24 hours they have off.
It's a bit of a balancing act, isn't it? Because you're going from, you know, generally playing up to 2 games per day over several days to then literally not playing a game at all. I'm just wondering if maybe that sort of also, you know, just throws out the momentum a bit.
He gets it over and finds the back net for 4.
Yeah, I would have thought the day off would have been particularly welcomed. You know, go around Melbourne City in your country colours and make a bit of a spectacle, have a team brekkie somewhere and go for a nice walk.
Oh, almost out. Overton there on the 3-line, throwing the arm out, but 4 safe, and they get through 2. And 11 runs from the over, another good one for South Africa. Let's have a look at the replay. Some good batting. That's the one that went for 4. There it is, just out of the reach of Overton and Van Hees.
Yeah, they're going to need every ounce of luck to fall their way. Those things that are usually 50-50, they just have to go to the green and gold of South Africa.
Verstegen, bowling number 10. Starts with a dot.
Need a couple of big shots here. Some 5s and 7s needed.
Advances to leg side. They're appealing. I think that's trying to stop the leg side from being called, but looked pretty short down there, didn't they?
Yeah, they all went up pretty quickly at around the same time. Either coached and trained very well in their appeals or something on it. I'm happy enough.
Keeper didn't.
No,
only
the only man that wasn't interested. Not chasing this one. Australia know that 2 runs is a good outcome for them at the moment. They've got plenty of runs to play with. When's the 5? When's the 7 coming?
A single off that delivery leaves 2 balls remaining in the over. Another wide. Verstegen, what a great first over. He bowled the 3rd over of the innings. 2 wickets late in it. He's bowled 3 wides in this one.
And it'll be watched by the coaching staff.
Make that 4. So 9 runs from the over again. A great one for South Africa, and made particularly easy by 4 leg sides, bowled by Verstegen, just struggling for some control there late in this game.
Well, you don't really want the last pair to be chasing any more than 50, maybe 60. They have hit 60 before, South Africa.
I don't think that would have been against this Australian bowling attack.
Yeah, it was.
It was 60.
60 in a skin, yeah. The last skin. Yep, I'll bring up that score for you in a jiffy.
That is murder. Here's Jaden Teskey.
It was night 1. South Africa hit 60 in the last batting partnership. Schwartz and Fury, who are the 2 who will be coming out, I'm led to believe. And they banged 60.
So 3 of the bowlers in that skin not playing in the game. But that certainly shows.
I mean, it helps.
Yeah, that there's some batting firepower. Who did you say it was? Schwartz and
the man who I think Ahmed Khawaja is about to have a chat with very shortly.
Single there. 3 balls remain. Sent into the back court for 4. And we might cross now to Ahmed Khawaja.
Just down here with South African skipper Francois Fourie. Francois, a bit of a tough game this one, and looking like a bit of a tall order on the chase.
Yeah, it was a bit tougher than we expected out there. And we wanted to bowl first. Thought that chasing is kind of our strong suit at the moment. But yeah, we just didn't hit our lines and our lengths. But we still got a chance with the bats. If it's there for us to go, we kind of have to go for it from now.
Yeah, what was the discussion sort of at half time when you're sort of chasing this total of 140? So needing 35 a partnership. Yeah. Was there sort of any idea of sort of strategy we're going to go about it? It's pretty difficult, eh?
Yeah, not really. I mean, like if it's pitched up, you go back net. If it's short, play your 2s, I guess. But yeah, I mean the Australians they're quality side, and it's hard for us to kind of put the bad balls away because we're not getting many. But yeah, that's kind of just swing hard, swing from the hip, sort of. Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess obviously if you do get over the line, how do you sort of reflect on the campaign today? How have the team enjoyed the tournament?
I think the team definitely enjoyed it. I mean, it's a massive experience. We've got a lot of new sides, a lot of new players that haven't really played a World Cup before, haven't really played much big cricket, so it's a big learning curve for us, and hopefully just take it back home and learn from it and just carry on with it. Yeah.
All right. Excellent. Hey, look, thanks very much for your time. I'll let you go get ready for your batting, but
Thank you so much.
Good luck with the rest of the game.
Cool. Thank you, man.
There you have it. Ahmed Khawaja with the South African captain. I thought I might throw him a little bit earlier than between overs given. Fury needs to go and get ready to bat. 3rd ball. Now an opportunity for Blair Overton to strike here for Australia. The bowls are wide. Another single for the South Africans. It's been another good partnership. Looks like they're on song here to take this skin. Just huge runs on the board for the Australians.
And what's likely to happen is South Africa are going to come out and score the most runs that they've ever scored in any match here at the 2022 Indoor Cricket World Cup, but it's just not going to be enough because Australia got too many with the bat in their hands.
Another great shot. Move to 35 with 2 balls remaining.
Just keeping in mind that this South African outfit has scored 60 in the last batting partnership against this side. That's something to hold on to.
Yeah, that's phenomenal. That is. That really does offer a glimmer of hope. We know that this incoming pair can put on big runs. Be interesting to see if Australia give them the freedom. Final ball to the partnership. That'll be a dot ball. That'll leave the final partnership needing 60, 68 to win. That will be some sort of a batting performance if they can do that. Ladies and gentlemen, live and exclusive on KO Sports here in Australia and on YouTube right around the world. You're watching the final series of the 2022 Indoor Cricket World Cup, the Under-22 men's prelim final. South Africa up against it here against the defending world champions. But coming up next from 12 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time, from 2 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time, it's Australia up against New Zealand, the men's major semi-final. I can see here the New Zealand men to my left, they're here in the building. Presumably the Australians are here somewhere as well, getting ready for that, which will be a fantastic clash. I hope you can join us. We just have 4 overs remaining in this match now, and by the sounds of it, we might see some fireworks, Gary. Schwartz and Fury at the crease. Lorenz will be the bowler.
Yeah, well, Schwartz almost tried to hit 50 off his own stick in that last batting partnership. He got 37 runs, which is out of this world ridiculous. I mean, this would go down as the greatest World Cup indoor cricket run chase of all time if they can win from here by a long shot.
Here's Lorenz. Pops straight up and a really well-judged catch. I thought he might have overrun that then. It actually came off that net at a bit of a sharper angle than I think he thought, but Overton does well. Let's take a look at that on the replay. He's moving with the ball into the net and boom, it just pinged out down and low to his left. Still affected a great catch. Back live. Well, there's a indication of intent if I've ever seen one.
And what I do like as well from the South African skipper, big smile on his face. He loves his cricket. He's led his team well in this World Cup.
And he said it in your interview just then, Ahmed, would you see the delivery? That, it's the first World Cup for some of these players, and they're going to go back home and work on some of this stuff. They've competed in patches here. They've just taken a skin off Australia. They almost did in the previous one. There's lots of delivery. Lots of core skills here they can go back home and work on and bring to the next World Cup.
Yeah, absolutely. I've the games I've seen them play, I've definitely seen some things that I've liked, and I think come back here after this ball. There are definitely some skills they can work on, and I think we've sort of seen that, kind of summed it up in probably the first innings. But good to hear him actually say that. Look, that they know there are some things that they can work on, that they know they've done some things well, and they're going to go back and they're going to be better for it.
4 runs from the first over there. Need 64 from 3 overs. It's as if Styles is coming into bowl.
It's a nice little feeling from an Australian perspective out on court and off the court for their team management and those that are sitting in the substitute bench at the moment, that they know that they'll be going through. They can enjoy these next 3 overs, sorry.
Swallowed up by the Australian captain. It was hit with power, but he didn't have to go far to get it. A couple of steps to his right. Bang. barely had to move.
It's like one of the fielders in the test match game where they kind of got the little legs and arms out and the ball just rolls in between.
Single there as the Australian field moves a little deeper. I certainly would be in a little bit of self-preservation mode at the moment.
Yeah, I'd be loving those positions backward of square at the minute.
And they've gone up. Single.
Good decision there by Michael Guest. Could have easily referred it, but trusting his judgment and his instincts. Good call.
It must be difficult to come into finals having not had the referral system throughout the whole week. They're used to going with their gut. Now they've got that added element of referring it.
Yeah, I mean, I've got two schools of thought. The first one is just go with it. You know, you're pretty good. To be an indoor cricket umpire at this level, you are the best of the best. And they generally, 99.9% of the time, get it right. But then the other part of me thinks, well, the technology's there. Absolutely use it, because you don't want to be responsible for giving something out when it was home, when you had the opportunity to review it. So probably go with the latter option, I'd suggest.
Last ball. And a little touch from Ben Hees makes life easier for De Rosario. And another wicket. Two of them in the over for Styles. And just 12 balls now separate Australia from a spot in the Under-22 World Cup final. There's a little touch. Turn it into a dolly for De Rosario.
It's an interesting point you raised, Gary. Just come back about the umpire briefly. I mean, umpires don't actually get the opportunity to get pretty much feedback on their work, other than what the players are saying. And technology doesn't come around that often, so it's almost good to see them, getting critiqued on their own work, whether it's justified or not.
Left alone, Langdon's first delivery. Ball and driven. 7 runs for Schwartz. That's been coming.
Well, he's a strong fella, isn't he?
Yeah, he smashed it.
He has got a hold of that and belted it. De Rosario looks down the barrel of the camera and goes, "Did you guys see that at home?"
Let's have a look at the replay. Whack.
It was a juicy little spot too, wasn't it?
Back live. Swing and a miss. That'll be out. Change up there from Langdon. And an effective one. Australia pounce with 8 balls remaining in the match. And another out. Helping out a few stats here now for each other, the Australians.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't mind being the last couple of bowlers in this innings, would you?
I tell you what, I wouldn't enjoy being in that front court right now. I'd just be standing in the back corner, I've got to tell you.
I'd be putting out a witch's hat, putting my cap on it and walking off.
Absolutely. Last ball of the over.
And look, it's been a wonderful tournament here from the South African 22s. We love the brand of cricket that they play. And again, played in a really good spirit as the entire tournament, and I'm sure you'd agree, Cam.
Yeah, no question. It's certainly one of my favourite things about South African sides, particularly the aged sides. They're just wonderful people, always wonderfully led, wonderfully coached. great characters, and I think we saw some of that in your interview, Ahmed. Jonathan De Rosario is going to bowl the final over of the match and the tournament for South Africa. Schwartz advances and hits him for 2.
Now, I have a very unhealthy addiction to biltong, which is a particular cured meat that South Africa is synonymous for.
It's a random bit of trivia, Gary.
Yeah, wow. You know, if there's any South Africans listening, if you've got any homemade biltong recipes, send them via Cricket Australia. I'd love to get them. Bit of biltong, cold beverage, good company.
And just take a look at this Australian field, will you? How
they're
often,
out, mate.
How often would you see this? Versteegen's down, down way backward square leg.
Oh, poor old Styles is still in the firing line.
Now, yeah. Oh, almost took a catch.
He's still playing a game of cricket. He probably could have caught that.
Yeah. 2 to come now. Oh, I thought he was giving that out for a second. He's just reached out and put the finger up for 1 left. I thought he was saying it was out. 1 to come. The final ball of the under-22 men's prelim final. And it goes for 5 off the knee of Van Hees. That brings the over to an end, and Australia have advanced to the 2022 under-22 World Cup final. It's the end of the tournament for South Africa, but a wonderful bunch of young lads, as we've just been discussing. There's lots to like about them. I'm sure that they'll be back at future editions of this and other international events. And we'll take in some highlights. Congratulations, obviously, to the Australians on their performance. And, well, they're set up nicely to take on New Zealand in the under-22 men's World Cup final. There's just some of the batting from Australia. That one, the wicket. Probably just trying to squeeze a few more runs there than they needed to. Here's the South African innings. Run out at the top. Good gather. It's a fielding drill there. Here's a down up 4. Went into the back net. Langdon. Full and went to the back net for 7. And this one should be the change up. Gets a stumping. Intelligent cricket from the Australians, as I said. They've now taken their place in tomorrow's World Cup final. That'll be against New Zealand, live on KO Sports and on YouTube internationally from 9 a.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time. But coming up next, it is the men's major semi-final between Australia and New Zealand in around about 25 minutes' time. I hope you can join us then. But until then, for Ahmed Khawaja, for Gary Lowe and the rest of the broadcast team, I'm Cameron Walter. Thanks for watching. great piece of fielding.
Got him, Yobiote. One for the leg spinner.
Leg stump finds a gap. Can he hit the stumps? Oh, I reckon he was out, but that'll do.
That is an absolutely sensational piece of fielding from Claire Koski at the back.
Left indoor cricket, here he is.
And there it is! He's entered the stats straight away!
Fraser McGurk cuts and he's away with a boundary. Nice start to his domestic 50-over career.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome back to Casey Stadium for the final series of the 2022 Indoor Cricket World Cup. I'm your host, Cameron Walter, and coming up now, it's the men's major semi-final between the undefeated New Zealand side and the defending world champions, Australia. For the winner, a spot in tomorrow's World Cup final awaits. The other side will have to play the preliminary final tonight. We're live and exclusive on KO Sports here in Australia and on YouTube around the world. Let's cross now to Gary Lowe to go through the all-important lineups for this afternoon's clash.
Yeah, thank you very much, Cam, and hello to all of you right around the world. It's a pleasure to have your company. Joining me courtside here is Jay Otto. We'll say hello to him in just a fraction of a second. We'll go through the team lists, and we'll start off with New Zealand. They're at top of screen, as you see them now, led by Captain Courageous, Victor Davies. He's done such a wonderful job all throughout this tournament, and we're going to expect very big things from him today. Then we have Perrott, Watson, Finlay, Gardner, Crook, long-time servant of New Zealand indoor cricket, Stacey Hindman, and then Latham finishing out the top 8 here for New Zealand as we cast our eyes to Team Australia. Big crowd building in, lots of Australian jerseys. They'll be following shirt number 1, the captain, Lyle Teskey, very closely today. And then we have Flores, Fitzgerald, Perkins, Ryan, Drever, Dearness, and Bennett. That is your Australian squad. As Cameron Walter joins us courtside here. My name's Gary Lowe, and again here is Jay Otto with us as well.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah, thanks, gentlemen, and thanks for joining us right around Australia and the world, ladies and gentlemen. It's World Cup major semi-final action here between Australia and New Zealand, and Australia have won the toss and will be batting first. And, well, Jay Otto, you've played in and won a couple of World Cups, just a few, mate. It's great to have you with us, first of all. What do you make of the two sides that they've put out in front of us?
Just looking at the names on the paper here, Cam, it's both sides have really got some quality players, obviously, for this major semi-final. So I've just been watching them warm up and everything like that, and I'm just looking at the eyes, and they're really, both sides are really focused, and this should be a cracker.
It certainly will be. Gary Lowe, any predictions from you?
Yeah, fireworks. Big, big fireworks. I couldn't begin to tell you who's going to win this game. We all know on night 1 that New Zealand came out all guns blazing and got a win against Australia. And I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall in that team meeting that night. Jay Otto, you would have been able to provide a little bit of insight about what could have been said after an Australian night 1 loss?
Yeah, probably not too much, I don't reckon. I wouldn't have suspected Brenton would have been too worried about it. He just probably would have looked at a few combinations that he would have started with. But I think the difference here is looking at Vinesh Bennett and Fitzgerald opening the batting. I think that would have been not the case last week. But see how they go today.
And what do we think a good score is here, Jay?
75-80.
Think Australia can defend that?
Yes, I think so. So when you break it down, I think that if you can take 5 runs per over off each of them, that's 80. So I reckon 80 is the key. Anything sort of above that's a bonus. But saying that, it's not easy to go and get 80 when you're facing this attack.
Is that traditionally high, that kind of score? Because I agree with you wholeheartedly, but you know, in an Australian national championships, for example, we see scores a little bit lower.
Yep. It's probably setting the bar maybe a little high, but you know, it's a bar that you've got to set.
No, I'm with you.
So Fitzgerald and Bennett will be opening the batting for Australia. Todd Watson has the ball in hand for New Zealand. The umpire for the match is Ben Ridgway from Australia. And ladies and gentlemen, settle in the major semi-final, the defending champions Australia against New Zealand. It's a flat sent back, dot ball to start. Of course, this match has the added dimension of the video umpire. Will no doubt come into play a few times in this match. Oh, would have been out. And straight away they're going to be on third ball. Vinesh Bennett and Fitzgerald, both veterans of this Australian side. Third ball. Chance at the top end. The throw is a wide one and Findlay goes without the ball. That too would have been out, you would think.
It's a bit of a let off there, Cam.
Yeah, absolutely. Straight to him. This should have been out. Anything online, or even if he'd taken it cleanly, would have been some trouble. Fitzgerald gets away for a single off his first delivery.
Quite sharp, Watson.
Yeah, he's been one of the strong bowlers for New Zealand throughout the course of this week. 7 wickets in 7 games. Only leaks an average of just over 3 runs and over.
Oh, call on contact. 2 batters on one end. This is out for sure. The first wicket falls in New Zealand. They are pumped.
Well, pumped is an understatement. They are up and about in the biggest way. We see this wicket here. Watson is so very sharp. Jay Otto's already touched on it. Off Bennett's head, a bit of a bobble. 2 Australians at one end. First wicket, New Zealand, -3 the total, 1 to come.
Two runs to close out the over, -1 from it. A good start for New Zealand. They had him on third ball early. Got a touch there in the front court and turned it into a wicket. They're here, they're ready, they're undefeated, and they'll feel like they've come in as favourites, Jay.
Yeah, I was just having a look when how Todd Watson was putting the ball into his hand there. Obviously, it's a brand new ball. He's got the first over. He was slightly holding it across the seam a little bit because I did notice there was no swing. A little bit short of the length he was bowling, I suppose, but he's holding that across the seam, which will give that ball on these decks a little bit more up and down bounce and can create a bit of confusion like we've just seen.
Mitchell Gardner bowling second now with Australia under some pressure, -1 on the board. Gardner gets us back underway. Oh, it's to the side net of the backcourt from Vinesh Bennett and 3 runs. Textbook Bennett. We'll have to have a look at this on the replay. Australia back in positive. Right on the legs, called through by Bennett. Safe single in the end.
That's the communication these two guys can have. That's just experience there. Sneaking a little cheeky single behind there.
Straight to the fielder. They go back this time. A dot ball. Oh, not out. He got back quickly enough.
Yeah, they're up and about here, the Kiwis. Third ball opportunity. The score must change here. The pressure, it's building. The New Zealand front court, sharp.
Oh, and what a response that is from Bennett.
Oh,
just the angle of the bat, Gary.
Yeah, you can be the best front court fielder in the world, but nobody's getting to that. Completely removing the ability for anybody to get a hand on it. Last delivery of the second over, Gardner.
Driven straight into the front court. It was hit with some force, and it ends up a dot ball. 6 runs from the over, a better one from Australia. They did have to face a third ball. Let's take a look at this on the replay. You wouldn't want to wear these too often. Corey Perrott there in the front court.
Jay Otto, in the middle of the game when the adrenaline's pumping and you just focus, do you actually feel that, or is it till after the game when you go, man, I've got bruises on me the size of watermelons? Or does it sting in the moment?
Nah, not at all.
No?
You're not feeling anything at this point. He's probably got hit there, I suppose. That he's probably feeling it now once you switch off a little bit.
Yeah.
You can switch on and off a little bit in between overs, but when it's time to switch back on, the adrenaline's pumping. He wouldn't be feeling a thing.
Finlay, his first World Cup, starts with a no ball. They get through for an extra. It's a front foot no ball. He's bowled a few of these.
He's bowled so many this World Cup. So you would have thought that by now he would have just brought it back just a smidgy. He's done heaps of them. Heaps.
Oh, Robert Fitzgerald. Been part of this Australian outfit since 2003, showing every ounce of that experience right there.
Now, Jay Otto, your first World Cup, you were 17 years old, yes? 18.
18, because I was 17 in 99 when I made the Australian team for my first time.
This young man, Finlay's 18. How on earth does he deal with this kind of pressure? How did you do it?
I probably went into my first tours, as we'll just watch this ball here from Finlay.
Get through traffic for a single.
I just had like an expectation of this is my first year. I had no fear. I just went in and I wasn't expected to play many games or anything like that. I just went in and just did my natural thing.
2 balls remain for Finlay. And an excellent 2 for Bennett.
Big healthy crowd here at Casey Stadium in Melbourne, coming to you live. Last ball of the Finlay over. Tucked around the corner for 1. And again, lots of dives. Bennett and Fitzgerald known for it. I wonder how their bodies are holding up. They've played a lot of games this week.
Yeah, and they won't want to play another one, so they'll want to book that spot in the final.
Games. Just a final for us, please.
I feel the momentum's changed a little bit here. Australia looking pretty good here with 1 over to go. They're on 16. They started off their first over, I believe, in the negative. So I think it's a bit of a momentum shift. We've got Latham coming on now. So New Zealand will be looking for a big over here to put the pressure on the second pair.
Yeah, Matt Latham to bowl over number 4. This major semi-final, the Men's World Cup of Indoor Cricket.
And Dion Joel's taken the most wickets for New Zealand with 10. Latham's taken 9. Second highest wicket taker.
Here he is to Robert Fitzgerald. Driven into the back court for 4. You give him enough width and he will make you pay. Huge runs. You talk about momentum. Jay Otto, how about that?
That's huge. Now they've really got to capitalise on that. They can possibly look at these 26, 27 coming off now.
Vinesh Bennett grabs 2 and has something to say about it too. His former teammate from the Australian Capital Territory, Matt Latham, playing a couple of years.
I think he's just got to bring his length back a bit. He's bowling 2 full. Both batters got on the front foot and drove.
Coach Brenton Bryan watching with great interest. Just caught some leg on the way through. It's a dot ball. Oh, traffic. Gee, that would have been interesting to see what the call would have been there. It's all reasonably fair enough. But if there'd been an out affected at the top, Vinesh Bennett was impeded and had to go around someone who wasn't fielding the ball. It'll be third ball now. Matt Latham changing sides. 2 balls remain, an opportunity here for New Zealand. It's bat on, a chance at the top. Legitimate traffic.
Fielders on the ball with the fielder field.
Yeah, from the umpire there saying, got to keep the contact out, and fair enough, Fitzgerald actually.
I said the fielders on the ball, you got to let him field, so I'm telling the batters to get out of the way. Yeah, I'm on it. Yeah, yep.
And you hear there, Fitzgerald actually has to run around the fielder. Still carrying on a little bit about it. 1 ball remains. Beaten. And it brings the partnership to an end. 23 though, after they were under the pump early. The Australian side, they'll be very happy with that start here in the men's major semi-final. It's the 2022 Indoor Cricket World Cup. We are live and exclusive on KO Sports here in Australia and on YouTube right around the world. And thanks for joining us as we take you through this fascinating clash between the defending world champions and the undefeated New Zealand side. Jay Otto, your thoughts on that little fight back?
I thought it was very well done there by Fitz and Vinesh there. They struggled first over, but they were able to build, and that's one thing that the batting partnerships after a first over like that's what you want to focus on, is just build from here. Don't worry about what's happened and just build on from here to set up a good partnership for Lyle and Perkins that are coming out now. Yeah,
Lyle Teskey, the Australian captain, Kieran Perkins, his partner, batting second here for Australia. 23 on the board. Gary Lowe, how do you feel about that?
Well, I don't know how the players are doing, because my heart's racing at 100 miles an hour at the moment. I'm just sitting down watching it. The amount of energy that is being consumed out there by all these players at the moment is significant. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm excited to see it.
Gardner's bowling his second over. Teskey at the crease. Starts with a single by way of the keeper's back net, a safe one.
It's important New Zealand stay up. They were really, there was a lot of noise the first over, and I think they just need to keep staying up here.
Straight to the fielder. Little misfield. Traffic from New Zealand. Perkins was interested in an extra run there. I just have a feeling there's something brewing here with his traffic. We're going to see a couple of collisions at the wrong time, I think. Oh, Kieran Perkins, the little fist bump. He's usually an opening bat for Victoria in the Australian national comp with his brother. Not all the time, but several times. And gee, he can bat. As can that man, the Australian captain, finds the net again.
The amount of confidence it can give you, feeling a ball out the middle of the bat for your first shot, can just lead up to huge things in your partnership.
It's certainly not where he's trying to hit that, but he'll take it. 1 ball remains. This the 5th over. Oh, the Australian captain. You hear the massive cheer from the Australian bench, and the packed stand here at Casey Stadium. Bangs a 3 on the onside to close out the over, and 10 runs from it. What a start for this second pair.
Yeah, they're off to a flyer, and it means a lot to the Australian players. You can see Rob Fitzgerald off screen. He was going absolutely off. He was loving it. They understand how important this is, and Australia, of course, dropping that first game, they're not going to want to do it a second time. Now is not the time to be dropping games to New Zealand. So much on the line.
Corey Perrott will bowl over number 6. 33 runs on the board for Australia. Teskey looking for a no ball over waist height. It looked live to me like it ended up being fair.
Yeah, it looked all right. Perrott, an interesting bowler. Hasn't taken that many wickets, but very, very... I'll wait for this delivery. There's no run scored, which leads to my exact point. But very, very economical with the ball. Builds pressure, builds those dots.
Oh,
that's probably no ball too high upon reflection.
Yeah, replay showing that. That certainly was high. Teskey on the money when he was inquiring for that one.
Again, another dot ball. That's what he's here for, and that's what he does.
That's why they've gone to him this over as well, to try and wrestle back some momentum here. It's created a third ball opportunity. Two fielders on the leg side in the front court. And put backward of point for two. Well seen off by Perkins.
Good pressure release. Two full Yorkers, and then he just puts in a half tracker, just releases the pressure. What I'm noticing is no change-ups. Very rarely have I seen change-ups and it's already the 6th over.
Straight back to the receiver. Call of no. What do you make of that?
I believe they probably bowl a tad too full. And I think if you slow it up, you actually make the bat actually hit the ball. But at the moment, they're just leaning on full balls. Like you see Robert Fitzgerald on the first over hit a 4 off a full ball. And then Kieran Perkins dug out 2 Yorkers, I suppose, and put them on a third ball, but then the pressure was released with a bounce of it. I'd like to see a lot more change-ups. And that's probably something when we see Crook come on. He can bowl some good Colemans.
Well, it looks like they're going back to young Finlay. Cap number 110 for New Zealand. One of the newer inductees, and if we look to the man to his right, Crook, he's cap number 73. Tells you a little bit about the experience difference between the two. Crook in and out of the New Zealand side over the last few years. But he'll be providing some expert tutelage to young Finlay with the ball in hand.
Sent back. Teskey having a look at that. Get through for a single. Finds the edge. And
sharp, these young kids.
They certainly are. Let's have a look at this one.
I'm sitting out here.
Have a look at this one on the replay. Really fortunate to get something on it. A little opportunity there in the front court. They can't hit. It's 2 to the total.
Oh, the guys that you used to face, mate, were pretty sharp as well. Let's not forget that. You reckon he's got an extra yard or 2, young Finlay?
Oh, he's a lean-looking lad. He's quite tall, but he's using everything he can at that height of his.
Another chance to direct hit.
Here we
We're
go.
going to have a look at this. We go to the review system.
Direct hits.
Sportscast, we have a video referral at the keeper's end. Soft signal is out. Can I have your best vision, please?
I suspect Victor Davies might be in the way of this. Let's see how this pans out. Oh, he's... Yeah.
Can you slow that down any further? I have a decision. Oh.
Said he had a decision. We'll just wait for that to... We'll just hear from the umpire, not out.
Enough evidence there to overturn the soft decision of out?
I'm not sure there was. The video umpire Ben Brading disagreeing.
I mean, you could see that his hand was pretty close to the crease, meaning the bat must be over, but Davies really in the way. I mean, I'm happy with the call either way. I'm very happy with the call either way.
Yeah, I wonder if we can use that reverse angle from the umpire's stand.
Good call.
Decisions like that. Last ball. 2 runs. A good finish for Australia. They toiled hard that over, and they've moved now to 22 with 1 over remaining in the second partnership. The crowd here at Casey Stadium watching on with interest.
Latham back on for his second over. Started off bowling pretty full in his first, but he brought it back and was controlled.
Yeah, finished with 3 dots in the last 4 balls that he bowled. Perkins will face his first delivery.
Again, 2 full for mine. Looks like he's trying to bowl some cutters. He's just got to get that length.
He's through backward of point for runs. Latham now coming round the wicket. And angling across Perkins, who helps himself to 2 on the offside. Move now to 28. Left alone. Oh, gee, that must have snuck in late. For sure that was going to be a wide.
Yeah, it looked all right off the naked eye. I think there was a bit of late movement in.
Yeah, well and truly. Good call from umpire Ridgway. 2 balls remaining. Oh, the Australian captain. I tell you, one of the characteristics of Lyle Teskey's game that I absolutely love is he doesn't ever look flustered. He just doesn't look like he's under any pressure at all. I'm sure the opposite is true, but
I just love that.
Yeah,
I love it.
Yeah. Last ball of the pair.
And that.
Well, even better again, isn't it?
That's a great finish for the Australians. 10 runs from that over and a 32-run partnership. They are on their way here in the major semi-final. And looks like it'll be Luke Ryan and Josh Drever batting third for Australia. Jay Otto, tell me how New Zealand need to respond to this. Is it panic stations? Is it, do they need to change their plans?
Not necessarily. I think Lee Kelly would have to be over there talking about the length the bowlers are bowling. This is where it starts. It starts with the guy that's got the ball in his hand. If he's bowling too full, there's no chance that the fielders can be in play. If they're bowling the right length, the ball bouncing up, hitting the top of the bat, the fielders start to get it more into play. So I reckon that's what he's talking about at the moment. But I dare suspect you'll see players like Crook definitely bowling in this pair. We didn't see him in the first 8 there, but 55 after 8, and I believe that they're on that total because they're bowling a slight too full. They bring those lengths back, and you'll have Victor Davies, who slows the ball up as well. So we've seen a lot of pace the first 8 overs. So we're yet to see Crook and Victor Davies, who do slow it up. So it'll be interesting to see how the Aussies can adjust to that.
Here's some more pace. Todd Watson is going to bowl his second over to get us going. Luke Ryan faces the first ball. It is a dot.
Ahmed, get up for it. Get up in here for it.
Luke Ryan gets away for his first runs of the match, 2 of them in fact. The dot for Drever's first ball. Watchfully played from these two. Watson, of course, took a wicket in his first over to the first pair. Gets through for two. 2 balls remain. Straight to the front court field there. That's Matt Latham doing the work. No run. The final ball of the over now. It's in the air, falls safe. It'll be a dot to finish. 4 runs from the over. We'll cross now to Ahmed Khawaja, who has with him Robert Fitzgerald.
I'm just here with Australian player Rob Fitzgerald. Hey Rob, firstly, really well batted. You and Vinesh opening up, making 23 and getting Australia off to a good start.
Yeah, we had to come out, weather the storm. The Kiwis came out hard, and I think we've actually set the platform here for us to get a good total today.
Obviously, you know, smarting from that defeat in the first game, you know, chasing that 75, and obviously you guys had a bit of time to fine-tune things and hit your straps. You sort of feel like you're a different team from that team a few days ago?
Yeah, no, we've got a lot of learnings out of that, both, you know, with what we've done and with what the Kiwis actually produced on that night. So we've gone back and we've fine-tuned, you know, with every other game that we've played since we played New Zealand on the opening night.
Just in terms of the team makeup, I mean, obviously there's a few different teams here, and I know you want to be playing your best 8 here. Do you think you're playing your best 8, or it's a bit different depending on the team you're coming up against?
You know, it's always about balance, you know, like team balance, but generally speaking, you know, like that, you know, our top 8 is out there right now, irrespective of balance.
Absolutely. And just finally, target you're looking for in mind?
Target tonight, you know, around the 90 mark.
All right, perfect. Hey, Rob, congrats again and good luck for the game.
No worries. Thanks, Ahmed.
Thanks, Ahmed Khawaja and Robert Fitzgerald, as we just see the first wicket fall to this partnership. 2 batters at one end. And that's a little bit of a gift for New Zealand. Ryan went back. Trevor had gone, and that is out. Cook, the bowler. We thank Robert Fitzgerald for giving us his time while his team is playing. It's always great to get that insight for a team while they're in action. Driven. Can be a dot. Do you like this move, Jay, bringing on Crook?
I do. Straight after pace, slowing it up, and obviously you can see its rewards of a miscommunication there. Just all builds pressure.
A chance at the top end. A big dive from Luke Ryan and he's home.
Yeah, fortunate enough to do so. That ball coming through at eye level there for Perrott. He was on it very quickly. At this level of indoor cricket, quite often a run out is affected. Last delivery, over number 10.
And Drever finishes with a dominant 2 on the offside and turns it into a positive over for Australia. 2 runs from it with the loss of that wicket off the second ball. They're still in a reasonable position here, but this wicket here, I think, will give New Zealand hope. Just shows you keep the pressure on, you can convert. Lots of fans in the stands. Stacey Hyman will bowl over number 11. Starts with a wide, left alone by Drever. the first extra for the match. There's one earlier. The no ball.
Obviously trying to set a plan here. They got 2 on leg. I don't mind a leg side if you're bowling to a plan. Just means they're just trying to execute what their job, I suppose, and they're still holding their 2 on the leg here.
Ryan. The down up shot for 2 over square leg.
We see Davies again in that backward of square position. He's been there all throughout this tournament. Again, just trying to work their plan out here in New Zealand. He'll come into the game, I'm sure.
Called through by Luke Ryan. And I thought that was a little bit too aggressive for mine, but it was the right call. They got through.
Very brave, but quite right. Good call.
Fortune favours the bowl, does it not?
It does. And these two, extraordinarily quick between the wickets.
Can't find the net, but still a safe single. Full face of the bat for Luke Ryan. One to come. Brings the over to an end. A watchful one from Australia, but an excellent one as far as the scoreboard is concerned. 8 runs from it, and there's the Australian vice-captain, Matt Floros, starting to get set. He'll have to come in and bat last. Plenty of runs on the board so far. What's that feeling like? I know you've batted last for Australia many times. Jay Otto sitting there. You can see all the pressure, the tension out on the court. You've got runs on the board. Is it a case of staying relaxed?
At this moment, I reckon he would be.
Changing back 6 balls.
He would just be focused on a job that he needs to do, him and his batting partner.
Here's Victor Davies, the New Zealand captain. Oh, chance, he needed a hit. Were you the sort of player that sort of wanted to just a bit of quiet time before you went out? Did you want to be around the guys? Did you want to chat to the coach?
No, I probably... Let's see a shot there from Drever. I probably wanted to spend a little bit more time, at least from the 3 overs. I wanted to give myself a bit of time with my batting partner, just off to the side. And then we speak about what our job is and make sure that we have good eye contact communication.
Davies continues. Oh, confusion again. Oh, this will be tight. We're going to the review. Let's have a listen.
Sportscast, we have a video referral at the bowler's end. Soft signal is not out.
Here it is.
Just need to slow.
Yeah, I think you'll find that's out.
Bat is raised. Have a decision going to the board.
Yeah, the bat.
Well, let's hope the umpire concurs with you. You could have put the poor umpire under a bit of pressure, but no, it's out.
Well, he can't hear me, so that's fine. That's out. And Brian will rue the bat being upside down there. An important wicket for New Zealand. Australia had rebuilt well from the loss of that wicket in the 10th over. The drive was good, everything was good. The bat was just the wrong way up.
He needed a bit more meat at the bottom of his bat there.
Yeah. 3 balls remain now. And a leg side, that hurts in the last over to a pair. They get the runs and the delivery again.
It's interesting when you look at the crowd as well. There's a television towards where the umpire is. Every single head just focused on one television here at Casey Stadium. Good to see.
Sent back. 2 dots. New Zealand feel like they've got right back in this here. Victor Davies changes to come around the wicket. Straightens his front court fielder, Latham. Driven. Opportunity, or just didn't have it in hand. Drever takes 2. 1 to come. It'll be a dot ball to finish, and a good battle we're seeing unfold here at Casey Stadium at the Indoor Cricket World Cup, the major semi-final between Australia and New Zealand. The third batting partnership has come up with 16 runs, and they find themselves on 71 with 4 overs to come as Rhys Dearness and the Australian vice-captain Matt Floros take to the court. They'd still feel like they're placed fairly well here, Jay.
Yeah, I believe so. You'd take 16 any day, I suppose, but it's just a couple of informed batters coming in now. I suppose they'd still be looking at their 85, 90, have it, set themselves a goal. Crook coming on, just taking the pace off straight away.
Well, if you're wearing an Australian shirt, it's good news because you've currently got number 1 and number 2 bat for Australia out there. Rhys Dearness averaging 17.67, Matthew Floros 16.56. 2 of the highest averages. Matthew Floros 149 runs from 9 games.
Here's Crook to Dearness. Has a look at that as Dearness and leaves it alone.
These are the only 2 players for Australia who've scored over 100, in fact. Matthew Floros playing 9 games, Rhys Dearness 6. Big hitters, top run scorers.
Dearness, of course, didn't play that first match in which New Zealand defeated Australia.
He's had a slight little niggle of an ankle. I asked him a couple of days ago how it's going. He said every day it's getting stronger and better. So that's good news if you're an Australian supporter.
Chance at the top. Direct hit would have been interesting. There's good contact from Floros. It just fell nicely for the receiver, though.
Would have had him.
And by receiver, I meant the 3-line fielder. Fell nicely to Gardner there on the 3-line. Two to come now for Crook. Oh, Rhys Dearness. What can you say about that? 3 runs. Beautiful cricket.
That should be a dot ball, really. That's a Yorker on leg stump.
And a dot ball to finish. 6 runs from the over. Absolute stunning indoor cricket shot that was off the second last ball.
He's got a really unorthodox type of technique for that down and up on your legs. Well, if you were to see one from Matt Floros, he's very technically correct. But Rhys seems to give himself so much room on the leg side to free his hands up to hit that shot. Even more so when it's actually short of a length. I would hate the bowling.
Yeah. Stacey Hyman to bowl over number 14. Australia have moved to 77. Fascinating contest. It's a dot ball to start. So Australia have got lots of runs on the board here, Gary. It's going to be third ball here. You get the sense that New Zealand really are only a wicket, maybe 2 away from breaking the game open.
Yeah, we know how crazy indoor cricket can be, and One or two deliveries can change an entire match. Third ball opportunity here. Looking to convert.
Oh, should be out. Oh. A little flick from Hyman.
Not happy.
No.
He knows he could have done better there.
He probably had longer than he thought too.
And put the ball where he wanted to bowl it too.
Yeah.
So that part was good.
Yeah.
Just executing the skill at the back end. Not quite. Lets Australia off slightly there.
Oh, Matt Floros this time. Beautiful shot for 3.
And the amount of times that it actually goes into the 3 net, a 2's great, but so many times they just get that power through the ball to get into the 3. It's incredible how often it happens.
That's what I'm talking about. But the difference is Matt plays very straight, and that's why you see a lot of 3s from him still.
Two balls remaining in the over. Speaking playing straight back to the bowler, the top ball. Beaten outside of off to close out the over. Another good one though for Australia, 6 runs from it. They find themselves on 12 for this partnership and 83 with 2 overs to come. But it will be third ball to start the next over. That's a little opportunity for New Zealand. As I said, they're probably 1 or 2 wickets away from really breaking the game open. Australia, on the other hand, if they can put in 2 positive overs here, may get to 3 figures, and they're huge runs in a major semi-final.
Lee Kelly having a long discussion with Corey Parrott at the back here. A dot ball here will put the batting pair on third ball, and they need an out for mine just to get them back into the game.
Here's Parrott to Dennis. Dennis gets bat on it, should be out. Oh, he just needed a hit.
It's another missed opportunity there for New Zealand. And it was good because he's coming across and can actually not interfere with the batter, but the batter has to slow down because the fielder's legitimately fielding the balls. We watched the replay. So he's had a chance to actually slow him down there. Just need to take his time and hit the stumps, and it's out.
Through for a single, a tight one in the end. It's a good piece of fielding there from Crook in the front court. Almost made something from nothing.
You can tell New Zealand aren't far away here from getting one.
Yeah.
They're creating chances, they're just not executing. You think that, just watch this one.
Oh, that is just a swat, isn't it? Swats it for 3. And it took a good piece of fielding from Finlay at the back here to keep it to 3.
Yeah, he's actually dived and caught that behind him, Finlay, and saving that run.
Back live. Driven. And it's through. It'll be 5 to the Australian vice-captain. Big runs late in this innings. And you can see an appreciative bench in the Australian camp.
Good to see Latham come up and get around Finlay there. It's important that they all stay together and get up.
Sent back, watchfully played.
They definitely need to stay composed. There's a few things that haven't gone their way in this partnership, but you think if they can get one, they can build and get 2 and 3.
Oh, Dennis finds the net again. And what a fantastic over for the Australians. 12 runs from it, as you see. The captain and coach deep in discussion, thinking about perhaps how they're going to approach this defence. 1 over remains in the innings. Australia on 95. You just see that shot. He's been very good up there, Finlay. I thought he'd get that one too. Just looked like he dived over it.
Yeah.
Victor Davies, the New Zealand captain, will bowl the final over of the innings. Australia looking to push past 100. New Zealand looking to get 1 or 2 here and peg them back. Davies to Dennis. He's grabbed several threes on the onside. This time he grabs them by way of the offside. It's just amazing to watch.
Some threes been hit this tournament.
Plenty of them.
Chance there. They get through for a single. JD, would you put that down to slightly wider courts, opening up a bit of space?
Oh, definitely. If the courts weren't as wide as this, obviously it brings that three-line fielder into play there to try and defend that line and stop the ball. By being so wide, it gets straight over the head.
It just puts himself in position to play that from anywhere, doesn't he?
He's he's leg side of that ball.
Yeah. And still moving as he plays it. Yeah. That's the most incredible part to me. Two runs to Floros, and they've, as you see, they're on 103 now. Final ball of the innings. Sent back. It's a direct hit. We might have a look at this. Let's listen in.
Sportscast, we have a video referral at the bowler's end. Can I have your best angle? Can I have another look at that? Have a decision.
Not out. Australia finish on 104 runs. That has been an incredible piece of batting from them, and we have a fairly special interview and an announcement now, folks. So instead of taking some highlights, we're going to cross now to Ahmad Khawaja, who has with him the WICF President, Tony Watkins, and from Cricket Australia, Jess O'Reilly.
Thanks, Cam. Just down here with World Indoor Cricket Federation President Tony Watkins and tournament manager from Cricket Australia, Jess O'Reilly. Thanks very much for being here, guys. Tony, I believe you have a special announcement to make.
Yeah, look, Ahmed, it's a great time, these World Cups. We get to meet with the other countries, and we've organised a couple of tours, so we're really excited to announce that next year, in the September window, the Masters, New Zealand Masters will travel to Australia to play Cricket Australia in all 5 divisions. So really excited by that. The following year, we've also organised a tri-series with South Africa and Australia, at this stage looking to be held in Perth, which will be the lead up for the World Cup the following year.
Excellent. No, thanks, Tony. And that's really, really exciting news, obviously. You know, obviously we've been missing a bit of indoor cricket internationally because of COVID in the last few years. Are you trying to improve, increase the amount of fixtures in that calendar, or what sort of prompted that move?
Yeah, definitely. And I think the other thing that we're trying to do is both New Zealand and Australia are trying to get across to Asia next year, and we're going to work hard to try and make that happen. We're not sure where yet, but we're still working on that. So, yeah, the more cricket and the more indoor cricket we can get out on the live stream and places like this, the better for the sport.
Absolutely. Thanks, Tony. Jess, obviously it's been great here getting this exposure on TV and a lot of different countries visiting. Are there any plans for tours for Australia, outbound tours?
Yeah, so as Tony said, we're thrilled to be sending our teams away over the next couple of years. So we're looking to send our Open Men's and Open Women's and our 2 under-22 teams across to Asia next year. So conversations are happening around that. And then obviously a tri-series the year after. So really excited to be able to support our teams, our national teams, as they tour and compete. And really looking forward to the next couple of years.
Excellent. Well, very exciting news. Thanks, Jess. Thanks, Tony, for your time. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Ahmed, and thanks, Tony and Jess. What sensational news The Masters will get their turn at Trans-Tasman next year, then a tri-series between Australia, New Zealand and South Africa the following year. And if the cards fall the right way, the Australian sides will be touring somewhere in Asia next year as well. So the international calendar that's been absent for a while due to the pandemic, it's back. But we'll keep our focus here on this game. 104 runs on the board, batting first in a major semi-final. I'm going to get a prediction for you now. Can New Zealand chase this down, Gary?
Yeah, they can chase it down. Will they chase it down is another question, but they can.
Well, that's what I'm asking you. Will they?
They might.
Okay. Jay?
It'll be very tight, I reckon. I reckon that if that was out last ball, a bit of a psychological advantage chasing double figures, not triple. But definitely can do it. Yeah, but as Gary said,
we're pretty non-committal, aren't we, Jay?
Yeah. Victor Davies and Toby Findlay at the crease for New Zealand. Luke Ryan will get us back underway. Australia defending 104. It's the major semi-final. Straight into Matt Floros and back from the deflection.
Look, what I do like about Australia is when they about New Zealand, when they played Australia, they put on 75, but they batted first. They didn't actually have something to chase. So the mindset's going to be shifted now because they need to score more runs. And they did score 96 against Sri Lanka. So it's within their wheelhouse.
It's 2 to start. Davies is way. Chance at the top end. The throw's a little wide from Fitzgerald.
That's un-Fitzgerald-like.
Yeah. He's normally an absolute robot there.
Bit of shape there too from Ryan.
Chance at the top end for Joe, the direct hit. The big appeal, we're going to the referral. Speaking of the robot.
Sportcast, we have a video referral at the bowler's end. Soft signal is out. Can I have your best angle, please?
There you go.
Have a decision going to the board.
That'll be out, the first wicket. Confirmation from the umpire. The video umpire Ben Brading officiating there. We just said that's very un-Fitzgerald-like. Well, that's very Fitzgerald-like,
Yeah.
Jay Otto.
Yeah, he will hit those stumps more time than not from that position.
And again, just shows you how good of an umpire Ben Ridgway is. That's millimetres. And he's called that live in a fraction of a second. His soft call was out. Well done.
2 to come for Luke Ryan. Oh, chance at the top. They've gone up again. They needed the direct hit, I suspect. But Ganesh Bennett, he looks
Sportcast, we have a
confident,
video
doesn't he?
referral at the bowler's end. Soft signal is out. Best angle, please.
This is a huge moment earlier in this run chase. It's the gather. Oh, you can hear the crowd.
One more time.
The video umpire wants to see it again. Let's have another look, folks.
That is raised. Have a decision.
Well, there's confirmation. 2 wickets in 2 balls from 2 brilliant pieces of fielding. First Fitzgerald and then Floros. Australia right on top. Another little half chance there. 2 runs off the delivery, but -6 off the over. How about that start from Luke Ryan and the Australians?
What do you reckon their plan would be, Gary? Just feed the 2 leg side fielders?
Just keep giving it to them. You know, we've talked about Fitzgerald being a robot. I'm pretty convinced he's some kind of indoor cricketer from the future sent back in time to win a World Cup for Australia.
Again.
I mean, Flores and Fitzgerald, they are just weapons of mass destruction there. And Fitzgerald's so quick into that front court as well. He moves at the speed of 1,000 startled gazelles. He's in there so quickly, can get the ball in the hand, either end, affecting runouts. Just keep feeding the leg side.
It's going to be the Australian captain now, Lyle Teske, to his opposite number, Victor Davies. New Zealand in trouble early here and in need of a fight back. Driven straight.
It's hitting him in the chest.
Yeah, it has. Into Finlay.
Sounded like a shotgun.
It's possibly cost him 7.
I reckon it was going to the back net for sure. Absolutely it was. Little things going the way of the Aussies early.
It's up. Oh, desperate dive. Luke Ryan can't quite get to it. It'll be a single for Victor Davies.
It's in Victor Davies' wheelhouse. Anything sort of remotely full outside, he will go.
Well, Finlay clawing some runs back there. He's been run out twice. And I don't think he's happy with that. He wants to put some runs back on, and he finds the back net for 4. Chance at the top. Through for 2. Watson looking on appreciatively. Still 2 to come. And he bowls the leg side. And 1 to come now. Oh, what a shot that is from Finlay to close out the over. I said they were in need of a fight back, the New Zealand side, and that's exactly what they've produced. Get back to 5 runs and to stay in the game. And that's when you're chasing runs, Jay, all you need to do, stay in the game.
That's right. We were talking about young Finlay in the first innings about obviously how young he is, and you've asked me the question what it was like for me. And that I'll go back to that, having that no fear. He's just played 2 awesome shots against an Australian captain there. So he obviously knows that that's the Australian captain bowling against him, but just that no fear. Anything's full, he'll drive, and it's just another good down and up. I just love down and ups, especially on the legs. There you go.
Now there's fewer things in life more beautiful than a down up 2 off the legs.
Vinesh Bennett's going to bowl over number 3. That young man, Finlay, he's on strike. Oh, not to hand. But anything near Fitzgerald at the moment, I think, is a no. That's he's kept that to a dot on reputation alone.
And again, you can see how quick he's in that front court, because the 2 leg side fielders are really, really square. So Rob Fitzgerald's in there so fast to be able to field that ball.
Sent back again. Not quite getting the height on these down-ups that he's looking for. And that dominant onside field here for the Australians, keeping them in their crease. It's going to be 3rd ball. An opportunity here for Australia to strike again. Can New Zealand see it off? It's full and outside off. And hit for a single.
Tried something different there, Vinesh. Maybe sometimes if you've got players like Matt Flores on the legs, you just keep trying to bowl the cutters into the hip and keep feeding him.
Vinesh Bennett, as I said earlier, a veteran of the Australian side, made his debut in 2005 Here he is playing for them in 2022 at 47. Driven straight. I think they're appealing. We might have a look at this. Interesting.
Looked out.
Sportscast, we have a video referral at the bowler's end. Soft signal is out. Can I have your best vision, please?
Well, this will be interesting, won't it?
Have a decision.
Well, there you go. He didn't take it cleanly. He just nudged it onto the stumps there. It just touched it.
Yeah.
And an important wicket again for the Australians.
I tell you what, other sports can be taking a lesson from indoor cricket. We don't muck around with our reviews around here, do we? Don't about the bunker or the arc or all these other things in other sports. Around here, we make decisions, we run with it.
Yeah, video umpire Ben Brady had one look at it, ready to go. Ganesh Bennett, one ball remains. And just behind the legs, really well left by Victor Davies for a wide, and it's -2 from the over. There's that big shot, and just a little, well, it was a misfield really, but it was good enough to have them out. Gary, I keep seeing you shake your head. You're not sure that hit the stumps?
It's an interesting call, isn't it? I mean, I'm happy enough with it again. It's just, yeah, I don't know.
Look, I think it did. I am surprised we only did have one look at it. Or by we, I mean the video umpire. I am surprised.
I would have had an extra couple of little looks at. Again, happy with the call. No stress with the call, but I would have liked to have had an extra little sneaky look or two. Well, we're moving on from that because that's in the scorebook. No matter how many times I shake my head and bobble it around here, courtside, and Rob Fitzgerald
will bowl the last over of the partnership. We just saw the vice-captain run up and have a discussion with him. Here he is. Driven. And misfield. They don't run. Do you think, Jay, they can afford to be sort of that conservative at the moment?
No, I don't. I'm as we watch this ball from Rob, it's a better call. See, for mine, I'd like to see a lot of batsmen actually go more than they stay, just to put that extra pressure on the fielders.
I mean, if that ball goes clean hand, it's definitely not a run. There was a little misfield, so that should be a no, then a yes. Yeah.
We can see the different leg side fielding setups for the different bowling partnerships here. So Fitzgerald has got the leg side fielders much more straighter than what we'd seen earlier on in the innings.
I tell you what, Ganesh Bennett started to Robert Fitzgerald's right, and just as he was running in, jumped over to his left. I wonder if we'll see him do that again, because that's where he started. Yeah, moves over to the left. Yeah, great shot. Important for New Zealand.
Got a big future, that young kid.
I think we might see him at 1 or 2 more World Cups.
You'd think so.
Well, it's a great area to be bowling. It's right inside that line on the legs, and with the field that he's got, it's going to be tough to get away. Just hear Ganesh Bennett telling him to stay patient. Oh, another brilliant delivery. Rob Fitzgerald. 2 dots to close out the partnership. 5 runs from it. 8 runs from New Zealand. That's not the start they were looking for, but they're not out of it here in the major semi-final. Let's just take a quick look at what's coming up later on today. I hope you can stay with us throughout it from 4 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time. We've got the under-22 women's prelim final. That'll be between New Zealand and South Africa. At 6 p.m. tonight, it's New Zealand and South Africa again. That will be the Open Women's prelim final, looking to take their place against Australia in the grand final. And then from 8 p.m. tonight, the men's prelim final. That will be a cracker as well. So do stay with us throughout the day. It's the Indoor Cricket World Cup. Plenty of finals action live and exclusive on KO. here in Australia and on YouTube around the world. If you've just joined us, I'm Cameron Walter. With me is Gary Lowe and multiple-time world champion Jay Otto. Matt Flores has the ball, Stacey Hyndman and Matt Latham at the crease. We're back underway. Just out of the reach of a jumping Reece Dearness there at the leg side position. And you just see Matt Flores asked Reece Dearness and Luke Ryan to swap. Maybe just wants a little extra height there on the leg side.
Having Latham and Flores play a lot of state cricket together, do you think that they know what each other's what's happening here?
I do, however. That was a while ago, so that was, 6 years ago?
Yep.
Maybe 5 years ago? And I think both of them, to their absolute credit, have absolutely gone from where they were great players to even better players. So the games have changed. They're stronger, they're fitter, they're faster. A couple more tricks in the kit bag. And they just safely see off third ball with a single there. So they'll understand a bit about each other's games, but yeah, that was a while ago.
Already I can just see Australia is executing their plans a little bit better than what New Zealand done at this stage of the innings. I felt at this stage of the innings New Zealand were bowling too full, and Australia have really held their length back and creating so many more chances.
Just push that one behind the legs. And it will be an over. 5 runs from it. So important that New Zealand stay in touch here. You would think they need 30 plus here, fellas.
At least. And what I'm looking for here is the New Zealand bench, just to try and stay with them and encourage them and get them through.
There might have been a mind change there. I think Drever was going to bowl.
Yeah, most certainly.
Yeah, they've changed that decision. It's now going to be Perkins. Here he is to Latham. For the wrong one. Straight to Matt Flores at leg side. Oh, it should be out. It will be. Australia too good. You can't hit it to him and run.
No, that is a complete gift on a platter, dished up. Rob Fitzgerald's not going to make a mistake with this. Takes it too easy. Training drill for Australia. Big wicket.
Thank you, gentlemen.
So he's driven it to the back court. Threw it up, Perkins. Latham advanced and immediately erases the wicket. That's well batted from Latham. What a shot. And what a time to do it. Straight back to Perkins. Oh, and again, he's found the back net for 5. This time Hyndman.
It's good stroke play. It's just understanding where the game's situated at the moment. They know they needed a couple extra runs. They're vital in this run chase. Last ball for Perkins. Drags it down, tucked around the corner for 2. So a good comeback there from New Zealand. 20 the total. Chasing 105 for victory. And Cam, you might have cheeky little update for us on another game.
Yeah, I'll have a look across at the minor semi-final, sudden death minor semi-final. That's between India and Sri Lanka. The winner of that will advance to the prelim and play the loser of this game. India batted first and have put on 109 against Sri Lanka, who are currently on 39 in pursuit of that with 7 overs remaining. So advantage India at the moment. We'll keep an eye on that with great interest. Drever to bowl this over straight to Matt Floros. Oh! We need to have a look. It's referred. Let's listen in.
Sportscast, we have a video referral at the bowler's end. See your best angle, please. Slow, slow, slow. That's in the air. Just a touch. That's on the line. Have a decision.
Well, I don't agree.
No, I don't agree with that either. I don't agree with that decision at all.
I think he's home. I am sorry to say, I don't agree.
No. That's, well, a couple of things. First of all, the bails weren't off the stumps yet. They have to be dislodged, don't they?
Yeah.
So
that's got to be dislodged.
The bat certainly bounced, but by the time the bails were dislodged, it was well and truly in the crease. I think New Zealand have been dudded one there.
Yeah, I know about that one. I looked over at you two blokes and you had the same face as I did.
Yeah, that would have been a pretty interesting. Someone took a photo of all of us three at that moment in time. Our jaws
Mouths were agape, yeah.
were on the ground.
Yeah. 2 balls to come. Australia well and truly on top here. New Zealand in need of a fight back, and they've got 3rd ball.
I'll give you a bit of an update on some rule clarification after this delivery, Ken.
Excellent. Looking forward to it.
No, I'm sure you're not, but I'm going to tell you anyway.
No, I'm curious. You know, sorry if I sounded disinterested. I genuinely. Last ball. It's a leg side to finish, and with that wicket, -3 off the over. Another good one from Australia. Gary Lowe, take us through it.
Well, the important thing is, it's the same with bowls as well. The bails need to be completely removed. It talks about it regularly throughout dismissals, so whether it's bowled or whether it's run out, says it very clearly, word for word, at least one of the bails is completely removed from a stump.
Yeah, so for mine, even that last frame that we saw when the decision was made, the bails were still on. What was the live call? I don't remember what the soft call was.
I think it was out.
Here's Dennis.
So for all the nerds at home, it's Rule 17, which is dismissals. Rule 17C, Part 2.
Yeah, it's also common sense cricket knowledge, right? The bails have got to be off. Oh.
And even still, I thought that the bat had still got to the other side of the chalk.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, regardless.
Not out.
Yeah.
Straight up.
Oh, well, it's in the history books now.
It
3rd
is.
ball again for New Zealand. They're under the pump here. Oh, just a little under edge on that, and enough to get away from Teskey to get through for a single.
Yeah, things aren't going New Zealand's way at the moment. It's just very important that the whole bench need to stand up and just try and encourage them.
Well, I remember, Jay, the 2009 World Cup, Australia lost the major semi-final and had to go through the prelim. And so at what point do you think New Zealand's minds, I mean, this game's not over, but do their minds start turning to that game?
I wouldn't think so. I'd still like to think I'd still like to think that they still back themselves here with only halfway. Anything can happen, but there's always that in the back of their mind at the end of the day that you've got that extra game if need.
Yeah.
In saying that, this is a game that in the past that Australia has dropped a couple of these first semi-finals in World Cups. Been involved in 2 of them.
Which was the other World Cup you dropped the major semi?
2002.
Right.
We got completely rolled on that day. Made 29.
29.
Yeah.
Not the best.
No.
Where was that World Cup?
Yeah, I believe that was in Wellington, in New Zealand.
There you go. So the partnership has come to an end. 15 runs from those 4 overs. Australia well and truly in charge here. New Zealand are going to need 82 from 2 batting pairs. So there's no question that this pair needs to get 40 or 40 plus to stay in the game and keep their minds on this match and a spot in the grand final, the World Cup final tomorrow. Mitch Gardner and Corey Perrott will be tasked with that. And against this Australian attack and Australian field, 40 runs, well, they'll be hard to come by.
Would you throw the sink at this pair just to put the mail
ice the game? Yeah.
I think that's why they've gone. Luke Ryan, who opened the bowling, bowled really well. He's up again, second over.
Gardner starts with 2. Perrott gets his innings away with a single on the offside.
Right on the money.
I feel like this game will just sort of be in a bit of a holding pattern across the next couple of overs before either New Zealand try and hit their way back into it or Australia take full control. 3rd ball. Score has to change on this delivery. Just out of the reach of Giannis. Get through for a single, New Zealand. 1 ball remains.
Bowled very well for no wicket here at the minute.
Single to finish. Fairly even little over there. New Zealand battling hard. 5 runs from the first over of the partnership. I suppose to get to 40 they don't necessarily need to be hitting the back net every ball, but dots are going to hurt, and when they can't find the net, that's going to hurt as well.
I think they'd have to be looking. They'd have to be looking at anything remotely pitched over, a little bit up.
Go.
You'd have to.
Like that?
That's right.
Yep. Sends it to the backcourt for 4.
A little bit over pitch, we just went through with it. I think they've spoken about this is what we have to do. Anything over pitch, we just got to try and see if we can get bat on ball and get it to the back net.
Straight to Perkins. It'll be a dot. And this is where it's going to hurt for New Zealand, right? Every dot is basically another back net. Every dot or every time they can't find that net, it just adds.
Just builds that pressure.
Yeah, the required run rate just climbs. Leg side from Bennett. There's that wire running across the top of the court there, Jay.
I was wondering what that was.
Yeah. So, fortunately, I think I've only seen it once actually impact the play.
Yep.
But plenty of times it's shot off at a different angle. Mostly benign. Ooh. I'd feel very uncomfortable if I were Gardner there and I was between that arm and the stumps.
He's got a rocket.
Oh, mate.
And he's looking fit, Matt Flores.
Yeah.
Unless they've given him an extra size smaller shirt, those guns are out.
Last ball for Vinesh Bennett. Fitzgerald keeps it off the net. It will be a single. A good over with that back net shot for New Zealand. 8 runs from it.
I don't mind that from Parrott. You know, he's been bogged down by some good length bowling on the hip. You'll see here he's just tried to advance and charge him a little bit. That's the 4. But just trying to confuse his length.
So 8 runs from the over, and we'll cross now to Ahmed Khawaja.
Thanks, Cam. I'm just here with New Zealand player Dion Joel. Dion, thanks for your time, mate. Bit of a stiff chase, isn't it? And pretty steep total Australia have set for this one.
Yeah, I think we probably didn't quite execute in the field, and yeah, they probably got a few more runs than we would have liked. But boys are putting up a good fight here, and yeah, ticking over the strike.
Yeah, I mean 100's pretty big total, I guess. Just crossing back to about a week ago when you guys were defending 75. What do you think sort of differently happened about Australia's approach with the bat?
Not too much different with their approach with the bat. I think we probably just didn't put the ball in the right area and didn't execute quite well enough in the field.
Just reflect on the overall tournament to date. You guys obviously must be happy, you know, qualified first place, be able to beat Australia and kind of just sort of set your different tactics and strategies to kind of get to this point.
Yeah, the boys are happy with how it's gone so far, but yeah, we're looking forward to the finals now and keeping our eyes on that.
Excellent. And just, I guess, a bit of prediction. What's the last Pepper going to have to do to win? How many do you think they'll need?
Not too sure, but boys will just go out and be positive and hit the ball hard. Yep.
All right, perfect. Hey, Dion, thanks very much for your time, mate. Back to Cam and the boys.
Yeah, thanks, Ahmed, and thanks, Dion. Great to have access to players from both camps. This is Reece Dearness bowling. First ball was a wide, 2s since then. This pair staying in the game. Shots like that, that'll keep him there.
Probably what's important here moving forward is New Zealand, and when you want to, I know skins aren't involved in semi-finals, but if you want to look at a positive thing about this, they're chasing the skin of 16 technically, and they're already on 23.
Oh, he wanted a big piece of that one to Parrott. He gave himself some room, more room than he needed, and strike one. Let's have a look at the replay. Backs right away, and fortunately for him, keeps that back foot on the ground. But another good over for New Zealand, 10 runs from it. They found their way to 46. You never know, 15-ish off this over, and they're still in the hunt. They'll have to contend with Robert Fitzgerald bowling the 12th over. Major semi-final continues. Gardner on strike. Starts with the leg side. That'll help. Jay, what do you make of this switch that Bennett's doing? Starting to Fitzgerald's right and then skipping out to the left like that.
Not too sure. I've been a part of Vinash when he's done some weird things back here. Like in Dubai, he wanted me to specifically field in a spot back there. He actually drew an X with his shoe on the carpet where he wanted me to stand. So I think in this situation, maybe Rob wants him to stand on his right instead of the left, coming around the wicket still, because it's a natural thing if he's coming over the wicket, the receiver's still on his right.
Third ball, a chance at the top. I think just watching it a few more times, it looks as if Vinash actually wants to stand where Robert Fitzgerald is starting his run up. And so it looks a little unusual that he starts to his right and then skips across.
Yeah.
Oh, that's out. Little edge, little legs, and a diving effort from Matt Flores in the front court. Just as New Zealand were hanging in there, Australia come up with an out.
Yeah, it's a real body blow. And Flores, although he's a big, tall man, he moves well to get down low, puts out the left hand. His hands are so big, it's like a tiny little marble in his hands, that.
Wide of Perkins for two. It was in the air though. Final ball of this partnership.
And Dennis isn't actually fielding really up on the 3 line. He's quite far back, so it also another reason why Bennett's coming across to the left, because a little bit more space at the back on the offside.
Oh, it should be out. It is. That's out. You can't run on Matt Flores' arm, and if you do, you've got to go and you've got to get there quick. A run out to finish the partnership, and they're back to 19. And Australia have all but booked a spot in tomorrow's World Cup final. Let's have a look at this again. Follows it into the corner. Gardner was doing a bit of ball watching. In that situation, needs to look straight at the non-striker. It's the non-striker's call, yeah?
Yeah, that's right.
Yep. So, 4 overs remain in the major semi-final. Why don't we check in with the minor semi-final also taking place right now. And India, they look to have sewn that up. India are going to defeat Sri Lanka and advance to the preliminary final. And how about that story? India have come from nowhere. They've finished in the top 4 in this World Cup, and they have battled their way through to a prelim final at the premier event.
That's massive. That's massive for Indian cricket.
Obviously a little touch of foxing last night, because I got to say they played a match not particularly well against, who was that? South Africa. They were not good, and obviously lulling all of us into a little false sense of security there. They've come out of the gates and done a good job there.
Here's Teskey. Starts with the leg side. No interest from the umpire. Cook is on strike. Watson's at the other end.
And we're entering minor miracle territory here for New Zealand. Maybe not even minor miracle, major miracles.
Another leg side. We just saw Victor Davies having a chat to Corey Perrott. Yeah, good to see the leader there, the side, getting around his troops. Perrott just coming off having batted. They'll be chatting about what went right, what went wrong, and what they can fix. Well, that one's a bit tight, I think. The first 2 are definitely wide.
Well, Teskey not particularly impressed.
What do you think Brenton Bryan would be wanting the Aussies to do here when obviously the game's probably gone? Would he just like to see the score not blow out and just finish their processes?
Oh, 100%. They've got to stay ready for the final. They're going to book a spot in here. And whether it's India or New Zealand, they end up playing in that final, they're going to have to be at their best. And there's no excuse for them not to continue to be that now. Last ball from the captain. It will be a dot. But courtesy of the extras at the beginning of the over, there's 10 runs from it. A good start for New Zealand.
But on the other hand, too, I believe Lee Kelly would just like to see this pair finish off strong and just restore a little bit of pride, and obviously thinking a lot more about the Indian game later on this afternoon.
Now, I know I won't get it, but I demand unfettered access to whatever Brenton Bryan keeps writing in his book down there. He's been doing it all game, the coach. There would be some real secrets in that book about indoor cricket, I reckon.
Bet she's just drawing a little picture. Here's Drever.
Handy little shot there for 2. He has been just jotting down notes all through. You can see him with the top right of your screen there. That's the Australian coach with a book in his hand. Now he's kneeling down.
Yeah, you got to get down to draw particular things, you know.
Well, whatever it is, I'll be very interested. Big appeal. Umpire having none of it. There he is, jotting things down, little notes, little thoughts. He is a man on a mission. Obviously a bit of pressure on him first time at the helm in a World Cup. He's doing a wonderful job for his country.
Great shot there from Crook. On the offside. Leg side from Drever.
A few extras creeping in.
Yeah, this is exactly what
there he is.
Mate, would not want to see.
Zoom in, give us a look.
Watson grabs 2. A couple of good shots here throughout this over. And to your point, Jay, this is exactly what Lee Kelly would be looking for, a good positive partnership to finish this.
Yeah, that's right.
And Australia making it easy. They've bowled 5 extras to them so far. 10 runs worth. 2 overs remain now. There's the Ryan family here watching Luke play. Just offering a biscuit to the cameraman there. Would you like some, mate?
Traditionally, toddlers holding onto biscuits quite soggy. The integrity probably compromised there.
Perkins is going to bowl his second over, the penultimate over of this major semi-final here at the World Cup of indoor cricket.
After Kieran's first over, he'd like to probably get a couple of wickets here.
What I really like about what Matt Forrest did there is he summed that situation up and picked which end he could go to. He could have gone to either end, and he took some time, and in the end there was no out, but just the rapid decision making that happens. Two runs through point. Sent to the back court, it'll be 4.
Obviously dropped the field back here.
Gee's got clean hands, Perkins. Really does. Driven straight back to him, snaffled it.
You'd like to think so, he's a wicket keeper.
Yeah. 2 balls remain.
Biased. Well bowled. How do you think he'll be feeling, Cam? It's his home state, first World Cup. Do you think he might have played himself into a World Cup final here?
Well, it's pretty hard to change a side that wins a major semi, isn't it?
Yeah, you wouldn't think so. He's finished well there.
Yeah, 7 runs from the over. 1 over remains now in the major semi-final. Australia looking good to book their spot in tomorrow's World Cup final. Matt Flores, it will be to bowl the last over of the match. And Australia will set a deep field here. Still a mathematical possibility for New Zealand. Can send a few to the back. 6 balls left in the match. What do I need? 36. It'll be a dot. And it will also be 3rd ball. Bit of self-preservation in this field as well, I would think. New Zealand are going to tee off. Flores unlucky to get a wicket there. New Zealand through for a single. Another 2. Again, this partnership, 30 runs. So a real positive one here for New Zealand.
Probably one thing that the New Zealanders would look at, put it in a scenario if they were to bat first and they've got 74 on the board with 2 to go, possibly getting up nearly towards 80, you'd take that.
Well, that's just a defended 75, wasn't it, Gary, in the first game? 1 ball to come.
Yep. Quite right. It's exactly what it was, 75 defeating 58.
A dot ball to finish, and Australia convincing victors here in the major semi-final and have advanced to tomorrow's World Cup final. For New Zealand, it's India later on tonight in the prelim final. We might take in some highlights from this match, and there are plenty of them. And Jay, just get your thoughts. Where was the match won and lost?
I reckon Australia executed their plans a lot better than New Zealand. Obviously, you got plans when you want to bowl, and I believe that in patches New Zealand bowled 2 full. And Australia were able to drive the ball and hit a lot more 2s, and in some cases hit the ball to the back net. Yes, they created some chances that they didn't capitalise on as well, but I think Australia just brought their length back a lot more and bowled a lot more cutters and just fed players like Robert Fitzgerald and Matt Flores on the leg side there, which we know that 9 times out of 10 they're going to create that wicket for you.
Gary, your view?
Yeah, of course, very similar. I mean, gee, it would be pretty hard to go against someone like Jay Otto and his thoughts on indoor cricket, but it's an interesting comment that Jay made in relation to New Zealand 76. They've won getting 75 before, so they're only just a smidge away from getting a few extra runs as well. So I think come finals time, anybody's match still, and only half the job done for Australia. There's a World Cup to win, so they'll go home and have the ice baths and the magnesium baths, whatever it is they do. And they'll enjoy New Zealand having to get beat up a bit here by India. Whoever gets through to the final, they've had to play an extra tough game.
Yeah, there you have it, folks. Fantastic analysis at the conclusion of a big win there for Australia. They are through to the World Cup final. New Zealand will take on India tonight at 8 p.m. Australian Daylight Time. But coming up next, 4 p.m. Australian Daylight Time, New Zealand and South Africa in the under-22 women's preliminary final. Until then, for Jay Otto, for Gary Lowe and the entire broadcast team, I'm Cameron Walter. Thanks for watching. great piece of fielding.
Got him, Newbiote. One for the leg spinner.
Leg stump finds a gap. Can he hit the stumps? Oh, I reckon he was out, but that'll do.
That is an absolutely sensational piece of fielding from Claire Koski at the back.
Left indoor cricket, here he is. And there it is! He's entered the stats straight away!
Fraser McGurk cuts and he's away with a boundary. Nice start to his domestic 50-over career.
Well, welcome back to Casey Stadium, ladies and gentlemen, for our live and continuing coverage of the 2022 Indoor Cricket World Cup. I'm Cameron Walter, and it's time for the Under-22 Women's Preliminary Final between New Zealand and South Africa. On the line is a spot in tomorrow's World Cup Final against the defending world champions Australia. We're live and exclusive on KO Sports here in Australia and on YouTube around the world. Let's cross now to Gary Lowe to take us through the two lineups.
Yeah, thank you very much, Cam, for doing an amazing job as always. This is going to be a massive game here at the World Cup, and we've got on your screen at the moment South Africa. We may as well start with them and how well they've been playing. Captained by Boshoff, Van Rooyen, Roots, Barnard, Kammerman, Hartman, Venter, and Van Hagen, coached by Hansi Oliveira. And then the team in black and white, New Zealand, captained by Zara Jetley. She has been one of the players of the tournament for mine. Very inspirational leader, fantastic skill and ability. Then we have James, Gibbs, Wilson, Hamilton, Appley, Browning, and Hucker, coached by Robin James.
Yeah, thank you, Gary. And folks, if you've just joined us, I'm Cameron Walter with Gary Lowe for the Under-22 Women's Preliminary Final. It's sudden death indoor cricket, and you would think, Gary, that New Zealand would enter this match as favourites. South Africa, the Under-22 side, is a very, very young side. There's a couple of 13-year-olds in the team, but they have managed to win this tournament. That, though, would have been against one of the women's teams, Singapore, here at their first World Cup.
Yeah.
They've not defeated New Zealand, who will look favourite to go into the final. But we have seen plenty from this young South African side. If they put their front eight on the court today, they execute well, you never know.
Yeah, look, I think that South Africa, they need to be on their A-grade game, no doubt about it. Any half chances, any quarter chances, any 10% chances, they need to take every single one. South Africa need to be at their best. They need to happen to catch New Zealand maybe on not one of their stronger days, and maybe they can get there. They've picked up 6 skins throughout the course of the week. New Zealand have picked up 23. South Africa have won 1 match. New Zealand have won 4. The points differential tells the story as well. South Africa minus 692, New Zealand positive 183. So there's a story in there also.
We're joined on commentary now by Ahmed Khawaja. We're just talking, Ahmed, about New Zealand deservedly entering this match as favourites, but this young South African side, if they can find some spark here, they're a chance.
Yeah, absolutely. Good afternoon, Cam. Good afternoon, Gary, and good afternoon to all of our viewers around the world. Yeah, really looking forward to this contest. And I think you're quite right, New Zealand will enter those favourites, and stats that Gary just rolled off before, probably befitting of where this is looking. But I think I'd probably look at it similarly to that Under-22 boys versus Australia versus South Africa before, big favourites, New Zealand in this contest. And I think, again, if they get well over 100, which could be very likely batting first, the advantage is definitely with them. But yeah, obviously you can never count out South Africa in this, and they've had a good couple of looks at New Zealand, so should be interesting.
And Yella Appley and Antonia Hamilton at the crease for New Zealand. Ashley Barnard will get us underway. The umpire for the match, Blair O'Brien from New Zealand. Barnard starts with a dot. Comfortable 2 to get the runs away for the Kiwis. Beaten outside off. Barnard is one of those young players in this side, and gee, I'm impressed with her bowling. Tends to open. Isn't afraid of throwing it up there. Oh, there's a chance at the top. The flick is a wild one. Hartman, I believe that is, down there in the front court, had much more time than she thought. Two to come. Dot ball, single. Done it again. Turning singles into dots.
You know, really like the way she bustles in. Actually, not too dissimilar from the way South African under-22 boy skipper Fourie kind of runs in from the angle. Seam up.
Oh, it's a good touch there in the front court. Another little impressive piece of fielding, but not one that can be converted into a wicket. New Zealand are away, 6 runs from the first over. Again, on the spot, on the line here is a spot in tomorrow's grand final against Australia. Sudden death indoor cricket. Rhodes will bowl the second over. Beaten outside off, just inside the line.
Yeah, it's a good little start here from South Africa. Some nice sharp touches in the front court. A couple of dot balls. This is good from them.
And more good from them, Gary.
Yeah, very much so.
It'll be third ball, so the score has to change on this delivery. Oh, the old leg side out. It's the oldest trick in the book in South Africa. There's a spark in this side. They affect the third ball wicket. Pushes it down leg side. No, it was actually in. What am I talking about? That was a great delivery.
Well, I think the official did call leg side, which is why you're tending to go down that school of thought. Don't be so hard on yourself, Cam.
Thanks, Gary. I appreciate it.
Right,
appreciate the validation there. But yeah, what a great delivery that was. I mean, if it did get called leg side, fair enough. But that's exactly what you want on third ball.
Well, and this is 4 dot balls in a row now.
Oh, just didn't stick in the hand. That's a great piece of fielding all round. Gee, they're here to contest this preliminary final, aren't they?
-4 would have looked pretty tidy. If you're from South Africa, of course. Fantastic start.
Oh, you appeal for that, don't you?
Well, I reckon I'd like to see a replay.
Yeah, that's the end of the over. Another dot ball, -3 from the over. Rhodes bowling a brilliant set of 6.
Before I overcommit myself with a viewpoint, I just want to hold back and ask for a replay. I reckon that's pretty darn close. That's out, mate. That is gone. That is out.
I don't know about that.
I reckon that's
might need
out.
to
Let's
see
have a
it
look.
slow again.
That'll be the angle. That's a good angle there. We might not have enough time before the next over. I reckon that's pretty close
It's
to being
definitely hit the shoe. The question is then, has it gone on to hit the ground? South African captain Bosch off the bowl. Going to be a dot and third ball again. It's the South African side right on top here.
Does. The only thing that doesn't help my argument is no one really appealed for it except for me. So good chance I'm wrong. Third ball.
Into the field, they keep it off the net. It will be a single though for New Zealand. Here it is. Yeah, on the ground. Hit the shoe, then the ground. Good morning, everyone over in South Africa. Just gone 7 o'clock there. Thanks for joining us to watch these young ladies fight for a spot in tomorrow's final. Of course, hello to everyone across the ditch in New Zealand. Late afternoon, heading into the evening. I know you'll be with us throughout the day. And thanks for your company. 2 balls remain for Boshoff. Get through for 2. And of course, hello to everyone here in Australia and around the world that are just indoor cricket junkies and looking forward to some more finals World Cup indoor cricket action. One to come. Driven. Gets a hand to it, the South African skipper. 5 runs from the over. An excellent little contest here.
Yeah, it really is. And I know there's a lot of people who are coming down with magical 24-hour flus and not going into work today. Some doctor certificates coming up. A lot of people enjoying their cricket today. And, of course, tomorrow the action does continue. But right now, this is easily, by a long stretch, the best start that this South Africa 22 side has had to a match. They are doing brilliantly.
Venter will bowl over number 3. And just another one of these South African facing the net tactics. See Hartman down here in the front court at the leg side position is facing the net. It's another dot ball. It's just, that's all well and good if it goes into the net. But if it goes to her left, she's not going to get anything on it. Not a fan. Send him to the back court there by Appley for 3.
Well, each fielder on court can cover a certain amount of square meterage, can't they? And when she's facing that direction, it completely removes a whole bunch of square meters that she can cover. There's only 8 people allowed on the court. You want to try and cover as much as you can.
Yeah, and it's clearly something we've seen in South African side. So, you know, someone over there is teaching this over in South Africa, and, you know, perhaps with good reason. It's up and taken, and that's out. Another wicket falls. South Africa right on top here in this sudden death prelim final. Appreciative coach, there's Hunty.
Yeah, just a little wobble here from New Zealand as they get to the pointy end of the tournament.
That's a great catch, that is. 2 hands to it. 2 balls remain. Oh, deflection. Oh, they can't capitalise. 1 to come. Yeah, somebody in South Africa is obviously teaching that tactic, and I don't know, maybe they've enjoyed some success with it domestically. I don't know. I just don't see it working here at an international level. Last ball. Well, there's a perfect example. Oh. She just misses the sticks, Barnard. But a great set of 4 from the South Africans. They're on top here. New Zealand getting through for 10 runs from the partnership. Or maybe 11. 11-3 it was off that last delivery. There's that catch again. And there's that shot that went to the left of Hartman and had her back to the ball. How close was Barnard? Oh, millimetres.
You could hear my cry of agony apologies to everybody listening in. Not the best from me, but that was awfully close. This is so good from South Africa. Delighted to see this.
Saffron Wilson and Tatiana Gibbs batting second for New Zealand. Van Rooyen will be bowling the 5th over. Starts full, straight back to Barnard. It's a dot ball. Oh, chance and keepers then needed the hit. Oh, a couple of opportunities just gone begging here for South Africa. They are on top of the game, but they could have New Zealand on 0 at this point. An earlier wicket, back live.
And the big difference between this and previous games is often South Africa haven't had any opportunities. They've just been completely battered out of the game. Whereas today, much to what you've just said, Cameron, is opportunities are available. They need to take them.
South African skipper gets a touch on that. Spills into the side net for 3.
But again, good to see someone getting a hand to it. Those little touches all throughout the first 5 overs.
Driven in the back court for 4, and it's left
gone
the court.
through. Get a rebowl. Love that one. Did they strategically leave the zip up? Of course they didn't, but it happened.
And that's literally been hit into the commentary box. Don't see that too often. Leg side to complete the over. A better start there for South Africa. 9 from it. Could have been worse with that 4 that left the court. There's some of the New Zealand fans in the crowd. Von Horgan. Ball over number 6. Tentative. The dot ball. It's a no ball. Should be interesting. Waist height. Driven. Wilson's not going to miss out on runs there. She can be a real X-factor player for New Zealand. Just come and bash sort of 15, 20, 25 off her own stick and put the game beyond doubt. Finds an edge. Falls safe. And again, South Africa just can't clean it up. It's a no ball and 4.
No ball too high, was it?
Certainly didn't look like it to me.
Pretty tough call.
If that's what the call's for, I mean, the umpire hasn't actually explained what the call's for. Another great over for for New Zealand. 17 runs from it. They're big runs when they were under the pump early. There's that shot into the back court. Just guiding it through the gap. South Africa need to respond here. They really were in charge. And they've let this pair get away from them quite early. Kummerman tasked with that challenge.
Yeah, plenty of no balls throughout that over and really letting him off the leash.
Wilson, quality bat. Got all the tricks. Can send it in the back, guide it through the gap. Can hit a lovely down up 3. So 3 fielders on the offside in the front court. And, well, they're trying something. I like it.
Yeah, same here. I do like it a lot. This is the last ball of the 7th over. This batting partnership. Batting well outside what you'd usually expect on the leg, and that's going to be an easy 2. I mean, coming into this game, Gibbs averaging just the 2 runs. 3 games, she scored 6 runs. Wilson a little bit more up around the 14.5, which is on the higher end. In fact, the second highest in the team. So interesting to plonk these 2 together, and they're achieving well above statistically what their average should be. Well above it.
Yeah, I'm going to harp on about this, but I like that they're trying something different, but everyone on that offside field was facing the net instead of the bat. Just, you might as well not be there. It is again, look at the 2, you're covering your leg side fielder. The body is facing the net. And a catch, a well-judged catch from Hartman. Gee, that would have been tough to grab. They needed that, South Africa. Clive, just tucked around the corner for 2. Two runs, 2 to come now. Just ticking it over for these last couple of balls, the Kiwis. Finish with a dot. And what a partnership it was for New Zealand. 37 runs from it. Hartman does well to contain some of that with the figures of 1 for 1 off this over. But damage done. And New Zealand in charge, as we see South African coach giving some instructions to his young side. Work to do for them to stay in the game.
Yeah, 37 just levels things out for New Zealand after an impressive first 4 from South Africa, keeping them down to only 11. Be great if they could have another partnership like that, but unfortunately the next 4 batters coming out for New Zealand love scoring a lot of runs. Ahmed Khawaja, you've got some inside knowledge about this New Zealand team. What are your thoughts on the batting lineup yet to come?
Yeah, there's a bit, very impressive Saffron Wilson, and it's sort of the reason why she's in the Otago Sparks outdoor domestic setup. And you've got Amy Hucker, who's also with the Auckland Hearts, and also joined that setup. She's more of a bowler in that team. But
here's Von Hawken and Browning and Hucker at the crease. Sorry, Ahmed, to cut you off there. Go on.
No, I was just going to say, yeah, Amy Hucker, more of a bowler in that Auckland lineup, but obviously very capable. Shown she's a very capable bat too.
Had a bit of a smorgasbord come in. On Hagen continues. Sorry, just some leftover food from the function finding its way into the commentary box. And I think Gary's impressed.
I'm very impressed.
I mean, the commentary box, such as it is, let's be honest, we're on a couple of trestle tables behind the court, you know. But the best seat in the house, how good is it watching finals World Cup indoor cricket right next to the action?
No, we're very lucky, we're very fortunate. 52 the total here. South Africa hungry for a wicket.
They're driven. Barnard does well. Saves a run. But it is 3 to Browning. Finds an edge, it falls safe. And a dot ball to finish, 7 runs from it. So a good start again for New Zealand. South Africa would just need to find some of that spark they had in that first pair. They took a wicket sort of midway through the second over, another one midway through the fourth, and bowled lots and lots of dots to that pair. Haven't seen much of that since. Here's Rhodes. Goes for 2. She did bowl that first over, or the second over the innings that had 4 dots and a wicket in it. Going to produce something special for South Africa here. It's thrown it up and driven well. And again, Barnard is covering some ground at the back sticks here, doing a good job.
Yeah, little 1%ers South Africa are doing really well out, chasing hard into the corners. Sharp little touches. They're trying their absolute hearts out today.
I'd love for someone in South Africa to explain this field to me.
You're not happy, are you?
It just boggles my mind. I just cannot see any advantage to it. Both those front court fielders facing the net. 7 runs. The flick needed to hit and it does not. Big shot there from Amy Hucker. So yeah, point is facing the back net, cover is facing the side net, leg side is facing the side net, which just to me opens up all the gaps. It can't move laterally. I just want to know the theory, that's all. The leg side to finish and a huge over for New Zealand. 19 runs from it. On the charge here, the Kiwis.
I think we're talking about this in previous games, Cam, but not only are they standing off position, but the bowler's not really bowling to them at all either. Not trying to bring them out into the game. And I was telling standing very square, but they're not really bowling it outside off to try and make the batter hit that, for what their intention is, obviously to get it off the net.
Kammerman, she's bowling her second over, starts with the dots. And 2 runs there to Hucker. Gee, you can tell we're at the pointy end of the tournament when, for the first time in who knows how long, this is the only game being played right now in the centre, isn't it?
Yeah, good shout. Good shout indeed. Yeah, at the very least, there's usually one other game over on court 1. This is court 4, but I'd call this show court 1. It's got the grandstand and all the big cameras and the scaffolding, but yeah, it's getting tight now.
Through the gap, chance at the top. Now see that shot exactly there, that is the shot where facing the net gives you some advantage. If that ball had gone to her right instead of to her left, there's nothing she could have done about it.
The thing is, Cam, and I'm sure that you'll probably agree, which is why you're particularly passionate on the point, is that it's a smaller percentage play, though.
Yeah, that's right.
You know, like, it's good for when that happens.
Yeah.
But what about all the other times when it doesn't?
That's right. And see, even then, that ball's gone straight to her hand. If she'd taken that ball cleanly and there was a run out on at the keeper's end, she would not be in position to throw to it. Right? So if you, instead of that, if she's facing her whole body towards the bat, that ball comes into her hands cleanly, she's in position to go straight back there to the keeper, which is the percentage play for the front court. Just a couple of these little things that these players can look at as they continue to develop as stars of the game. Here's Barnard. Should be out. Oh, she just followed it into the net. And it bounced with some force.
That's just an experience thing, that one. Sorry, Cam. Just to stomp on you slightly. That's just an experience thing there. Attention towards the top of the net's going to be much more. Yeah, as Cam said, just followed that one in. Barnard. Foolish delivery, no ball. What's the reason for? I'm curious.
Well,
what's the reason for it?
He's still not explaining. I think he said it was for waist high. Yeah, I suspect that's what it was. We'd love to have a look at that again. Certainly not front foot. Tips. Ooh.
I mean, judge for yourself at home.
That's a very tight call.
Well, it bowled her. She didn't play that on. It bowled her, didn't it? Did she get bat on that?
No.
No, that's actually a very good point, because batter needs to make contact at that time for it to be a no ball.
Well, no, I think if it passes through over waist height, but it's belly button, right? That
was dipping. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm just curious how it can. Must have had some dip at the end. There's 2 chances gone there for South Africa. Barnard continuing. It's off the net. Does the job off her own bowling. Straight to the field, it'll be a dot. And 1 to come. Chance. Wide of the 3-line fielder. Barnard did some work. They get through for 2 and another huge batting partnership for New Zealand. 46 runs. Here's that delivery. Wow.
In any event, as we all consider that last delivery, for mine, one of the players of the tournament out there at the moment, Zara Jetley, on top of the pops when it comes to statistics out of this entire division. Contribution of plus 11 runs. She's the only player in the 22 women's division that is positive of 10. 9 games, 163 runs with an average of 18.11 and devastating with the ball.
Her partner is Brooke James. She will face the first ball. Hartman is bowling. We're back underway.
When we talk about Jetley being top of the pops, Brooke James isn't far behind. So we've got Zara Jetley, number 1, Stacey Rockcliffe from Australia 2, Brooke James from New Zealand 3.
Changing her gloves or taking something off for a watch maybe. Yeah, Zara Jetley, professional cricketer back in New Zealand, plays for the Blaze, is it?
Wellington Blaze.
Wellington Blaze, yeah.
So very good Good spinner, good middle order bat. And yeah, already in that Blaze setup, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see her playing for the White Ferns down the track. I think she's one that's definitely being earmarked for higher honours.
Well, great to see that she's here at the Indoor Cricket World Cup, captaining this under-22 side. They're on third ball now. James advances and big on drive into the side net for 3. Dot ball there for Jetley's first delivery. Don't often see batters take strike while there's still fielders in the circle like that. Jetley completely unfazed by it. Left alone, it's a fair delivery. And now third ball again, second time in the over. Jetley advances. It'll be a single to see off third ball. Well bowled by Hartman. Just 4 runs from that over. 4 dot balls as well. It's a nice tidy start.
Yeah, particularly with these two batters from New Zealand. We've talked about their ability with the bat and how they really can pile on maximum runs. So from a South African perspective, that is brilliant. 98 the total. And building here. Going to be the captain, Boshoff, to come in for the commencement of the 14th over.
Seeds. Boshoff well in her delivery stride when the umpire actually signalled and called play then.
A couple of times that's happened throughout the course of the
week. I would hate that as a batter. You're literally about to face the ball and hear the umpire say something. Should see the umpire stop Zandri Boshoff and make her go back and start the run-up again if he hasn't already called play.
Yeah, well, 1,000,000%, because also, just as the batter needs to be prepared, so does the official.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
You know, you're coming through halfway through the commencement of the run-up. So, some exclusion zone chat going on there between umpire.
It just happened again. So he called dead ball to talk to the fielder. Oh, no. Some confusion here. He's called dead ball to talk to the fielders for staying in the exclusion zone and chatting. Fair enough. Boshoff's in a delivery stride. He calls play.
Why do you need to call a dead ball as well? That's my other question.
True. Three runs to Jetley. Imposing total forming here for the Kiwis. Remarkable given the start that South Africa had. Oh, just doesn't stick. That's a real reflex catch that. The bat was going the other way. It came off the back of the bat and went on the offside when she was playing away to the leg side, so very difficult to be ready for that catch. 10 runs from the over. Another good one for New Zealand. Let's take a look. Yeah.
Now, what's it doing over there?
Yeah. It's a good effort. Nearly got to it. Oh, good. Great shot there.
Oh, that is a great shot. Sportscast broadcast partners. That's unreal. Perfect.
There's just a man on the spot. Our mobile cameraman just happened to be right there at the right time.
Yeah, that's world class.
It's a single.
All the ones at the moment. 1-1-1. 111, the total.
Finds some net, Jetley. Another 2 to the tally. Slowly accumulating, these two. Seen a few sort of full-blooded flat drives from both of them to various areas of court, but they've also got the down-up game. It's a sign of a quality cricketer when you can opt to do one or the other. It just shows that the flat drives are playing a deliberate flat drives through the gaps. 2 to come. Oh! Well bowled, Van Rooyen. Want to see that one again? Big edge. Another dot ball to finish the over, and they'll start the final over of the innings on third ball. So just a little opportunity here for South Africa to try and peg back this excellent New Zealand total. It's going to be Venter, who took a wicket in her first over. She'll buy the final over of the innings. Straight back to the bowler. That'll be out. As easy as you like. It was a suicidal run. Venter does the job. They form their huddle around the batter. I don't like to see that. It doesn't take much effort to just take a couple of steps out of the way. Sure, it was just how it happened, but here it is on the replay. Straight back, and that's suicide. If it didn't go to the bowler, it was going straight to the receiver. Oh, and a misfield into the net. They get 3 runs back.
I was thinking actually James was the one making call, but you could probably see on the replay Jetley was already 3/4 way down the pitch. Pretty much had no option other than to run, really, but it was just so unnecessary.
Finds the edge. It should be out. It is. Another wicket. South Africa dragging themselves back into the game here. New Zealand, they've got plenty of runs to play with, and they're doing just that at the moment. That's a well-judged catch. And this time they say no. And Barnard has a dip. Stay in your crease, she says. It's up and falls safe. A chance needed to hit. There's a good pick up and turn and throw from the bowler off her own bowling. 2 balls remain now in this New Zealand innings. 110 on the board. Driven straight to the 3-line fielder, does a great job, but the throw probably unnecessary. They steal a single. Brings the partnership to an end. 111 runs for New Zealand. Let's have a look at this replay. Bang, great pickup. The throw, yeah, I suppose it was on, but ended up in an extra. And we might take in some highlights. It's a little bit of a roller coaster. South Africa are on top quite early. And New Zealand too good in those middle pairs, Ahmed.
Yeah, and I think the key is not only did New Zealand rebound back from that first pair, they really took the game by the scruff of the neck. 73 runs in 8 overs, and that really broke the game open for them. So Africa got a bit back there at the end, but it felt like a bit too little too late.
Your thoughts, Gary?
Yeah, it was a funny old innings, wasn't it? Because the batters that traditionally do very, very well for New Zealand didn't do quite as good as what you usually think, and the ones that had the lower averages actually exceeded what was generally expected of them. 111 is quite a formidable total, though, for this South African outfit. They've kind of scored scores of 62s and 57s and 78s, so That's going to be a tough run chase for them.
Certainly will be. And we're coming to you from Victoria here in Australia, in the heart of Melbourne City. Lines the banks of the Yarra River, popular with exercise enthusiasts for rowing, its waterside running and cycle paths, and the city sporting precincts and stadiums. Visitors can get spectacular views of the city skyline as they stroll along the South Promenade. Federation Square is a must-see attraction for its daring, modern design. It's a popular gathering for tourists and locals alike. The river is lined with bars and restaurants where locals come to eat and drink after work, and of course, Crown Melbourne's fireballs mark the hour throughout the evenings along the river. Lots to see and do there in the heart of Melbourne along the Yarra River. I do encourage you all to be there. Come and visit Melbourne and the state of Victoria in Australia's southeast. It is the World Cup of Indoor Cricket, the under-22 women's prelim final between South Africa and New Zealand. If you've just joined us, I'm Cameron Walter. With me is Gary Lowe and Ahmed Khawaja. New Zealand will be attempting to defend 111 here against South Africa, and we're back underway. Played and miss the start. It's a dot ball. Of course, these two sides vying for a spot in the World Cup final tomorrow against the defending champions, Australia. Chance at the top end. They're home. 2 runs. Gets the run chase underway. I'm interested, Gary, as you take in some stats on IndoorCricketWorldCup.com, whether you believe. See Appley continue. Oh, the first wicket falls. She knocks over. Cumberman it is. And New Zealand are away here. The first wicket. And Gary, as we see the replay, whether or not this is something that South Africa can chase.
All the dominoes would have to fall their way. They do have the tendency to have peaks and troughs, this South African side. When they hit runs quite well, and when they don't, they actually go negative quite sharply.
A chance at the top, a direct hit. We're going to have a look at it.
Sportscast, decision at bowler's end. Soft suitable is not out. We have another angle of
Don't worry, we can see it again.
The bails are broken there, and guess what? Okay, made my decision. Going to the screen now.
It looks pretty clear to me. And it is out.
So sufficient evidence there. The soft signal was not out. It's second umpire or TV umpire Michael Guest seeing enough there to overturn that decision.
Left alone, swung in and hit her legs, and a great start for New Zealand. South Africa up against it already, -8 on the board.
Quite a complex journey here for South Africa should they go on to win this. Plenty of runs required. Anna Browning to come into the attack now.
No, it's up and down, and that should be out. We're going to see a referral again. Let's listen into the video umpire.
Sportscast, we have a video referral at the bowler's end. The soft signal is out. Can I have your best vision, please? Okay, I've made my decision going to the board.
There it is. Another wicket. And it's all black and white at the moment. just like that decision. How can South Africa respond here? They're under the pump early. Some work to do. Straight to the 3 line. The skipper Jetley. It's a nice shot there from Hartman. Grabs 2. Oh no. Haka. The throw was wide. She probably had time to gather that and move back to the stumps to take the bails. Just need to switch on here, these South African batters. Another 2 to Hartman. She's hit 3 of those over there on the offside. Or 2 on the offside. The other might have been on the onside, but comfortable with room. There's an opportunity here. Needed to hit. They finish the over with 2. And they get back to positive for that over, but they're still negative for the partnership. -6 on the board. See some nice positivity there from their coach. Hamilton will bowl over at number 3. Back in action. And that's unquestionably a no ball. Tell you what, a direct hit would have been out.
Poor old Haka getting an indoor cricket ball in the knee or the ankle. Not quite sure what it was, but she's hobbled away from it.
If New Zealand keep up this bowling and fielding and win convincingly, they'd want to start wrapping some players into cotton wool and make sure they're fit for that World Cup final. Another no ball over the waist. I think some of those have looked a bit questionable to us, but I think at least they appear to be called consistently.
Yeah. I just, for no balls particularly, there does need to be some kind of articulation as to why that is. Obviously, wide's on leg side. One's on leg side, one's on wide, that's okay. No ball can be for various things.
Yeah.
You know, it can be...
Oh, that might be out. Let's go to the video ref.
Sportscast, we have a video referral at the bowler's end, batter's end. The soft signal is out. Can we have your best vision, please? Okay, made my decision, going to the screen.
There it is, confirmation. A good piece of fielding.
Yeah, very sharp bit of fielding there. Caught us all a little bit by surprise. But yeah, it's talking about the no balls. You know, it can be for front foot, it can be for exclusion zones, it can be for too many fielders in one half of the court, it can be for wicket keepers being outside the designated wicket keeping area.
Yeah. The fielding side definitely needs to know why, and to be fair, so do we. Sometimes it's obvious, Gary, sometimes it isn't. It brings the over to an end. 5 runs from it.
The fielding team's well within their rights as well to confer with the umpire, and ask why that reason.
Definitely.
Was.
Who's going to be the New Zealand skipper? Zara Jetley.
Looking to ice this game now, I think.
Sent back. It's probably a run there. That run out. They're a bit tentative now. It will be third ball. The score has to change on this delivery. Advances straight to the receiver. Oh, that's a tidy piece of work from Hucker at the back. Did well to cover it. And a little underarm flick to the stumps. Another wicket falls. Yeah, that's great work from Hucker. You can see Cummerman just trying to hit that on the edge of the V. Didn't quite get the angle she was looking for. It was a little too straight in the ends. That's through the gap for Hartman. Two batters at one end. Ball went to the wrong one. South Africa get out of jail. 2 runs. Left alone by Hartman. And they're going to sneak one here. Jetley not happy. She expects better of her team. They might be well in front in the game at the moment, but need to maintain their standards. Last ball. Sent back, rightly so. Brings the over to the end. And after 4 overs, no runs for South Africa. Plenty of wickets there for New Zealand, and they're well on top in this game. We'll turn our attention just briefly to what's coming up. We have 2 games to close out the day 7 here at the World Cup of Indoor Cricket. From 6 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time, it is New Zealand up against South Africa, duking it out for a spot in the World Cup final tomorrow against Australia. And then at 8 p.m, again, Australian Daylight Time, New Zealand up against India, who have won through the preliminary final by virtue of victory over Sri Lanka earlier today. That is really, really good for world cricket to see a new side, an emerging indoor cricket nation like India up there, 1 game away from the World Cup final. We should make mention of as well England and the United Arab Emirates. They're fighting out in the prelim final for the plate division for the right to take on South Africa for the World Cup plate. But our attention remains here for now. Van Rooyen and Barnard at the crease for South Africa. Saffron Wilson will be the bowler. And Blair O'Brien gets us back underway. Driven through the gap. 2 runs. Just off the fielder into the net, no run. I imagine the Australian under-22 women will be watching this back at their accommodation with great interest as I scan the venue to just see if some of them may be here, but enjoying a day off. It's third ball now. Push through the gap. They did, of course, have to play earlier today in the last round game. It was against this South African side, but enjoy the rest of the day off and watch this game to see who they'll take on in the final. Misfield there from Jetley. Geez, she's not happy with that. Goes through to the back net for 5. Great shot from Van Rooyen. Brings the over to an end. A great one for South Africa. 11 runs from it. Here's a look at that 5. Interesting that got past Jetley. I think she just sort of frozen in that position, and it got a bit wider of it than she thought. They need a big partnership here, South Africa. They can put something like 30 runs on the board. They might feel like they're in with a chance. New Zealand are just going to keep attacking. That's a great shot from Barnard. Definitely the 13-year-old on the team, right? I reckon I've looked at the squad list multiple times to just confirm that, because he looks like an absolutely mature cricketer. Chance for Jetley. It just takes too long to get to her. Yeah.
Very much an experienced hit on young shoulders.
Yeah, Barnard. 13 years old,
13.
playing here at the Under-22 World Cup.
They've got Monique Morgan, who's 13. Ashley Barnard's 13. Venter's 14.
Back live, just beaten outside off.
Quite incredible, actually. You know, that means to be eligible for another 2 Junior World Series, another 3 at the Under-22 level. Obviously, unless she goes up to the Open Women's team, but...
Third ball here. They get away with it. Get through for a single. Well, yeah, I've said in a previous broadcast of these young ladies that their coach is certainly conscious of the fact that he has a young side and really looking to try and keep a core group of girls together across the next, well, 5, 6, 7 years. And South Africa will be an absolute force in the junior divisions and right up to and including the 22s and the ladies in the years to come if they manage to hold on to some of these young girls.
And that's how you get good senior teams, isn't it? By having good junior teams.
It's a natural progression, isn't it? From junior team up into the more senior teams.
Here's Gibbs. South Africa fighting hard to stay in this game. Back live. Great shot from Barnard. Thinking about an extra. Remember, this is sudden death indoor cricket. There are no tomorrows. The team that loses. So South Africa throw everything they've got to staying in the comp. Driven flat, it's wide of the 3-line fielder. And they find the side net for 3. Oh, there's a chance. Van Rooyen's quick. She got down there, helped her partner out. Adds 2 to the tally. These 2 batting well. Full chance for Jetley. She direct hit, and that is out. We're going to refer it, but I think that's gone for all money.
Hey, Sportscast, we have a video referral at the bowler's end. Soft signal is out. Can we have your best vision, please? Let's back that up. Okay, I've made my decision. It's going to...
Barely in the frame. Here's the official word. Nice piece of fielding from the Kiwi skipper.
She's been winding up a few times, hasn't she? And been hitting the stumps, and this time it counts.
Two runs from the final ball of the over. Still a positive one for South Africa. 4 runs from it. And they just need to get 30 plus here, don't they?
Yeah, I would say 35, so it makes it 35 after 2, leaves about, 76 in the last 2, so, the late 30s, and it's not out of reach. But, yeah, look, I think they're going to need at least 12 runs in this over.
I tend to agree, Ahmed. Haka will bowl it. Starts with a dot. Through the gap for 2. Oh, the top of middle. Van Rooyen backing away. There's too good a ball to do that too. And New Zealand strike again.
Oh, sorry. I was trying to think of whether that was swinging away, but that was a ripper. Hit the top of middle, I think, didn't it?
It did indeed. New Zealand well and truly in the box seat here at the moment, folks.
No, I think that's iced the game for me. Bit of extra bounce from Haka and staying away from it.
Well, they get the extra delivery. Get some runs through square leg. 2 of them. And a final ball of the partnership now. Batted well, just lost a couple of wickets late. It's pegged back the score. Kept New Zealand in front. Big swing and a miss to finish. We're having a look at the stumping.
Where you're at in the bench. Okay, Sportscast, we have a review at the keeper's end. The soft decision is out. Can you have your best vision, please? Can we zoom in on that foot, please? Can't zoom in. Just have another look at it. Foot's up, it's up, it's up. There, it's... Ooh. Let's go back again. Up there. I have to go back, make a decision, going back to the board now, and
So it's gone back to umpire's call, and which is fair enough. So the soft call was out. Was no evidence, I think, to override that decision. So decision made.
Yeah, and I do like how umpire Michael Guest took his time, rocked it and rolled it a few times to make sure he got the right call, and ultimately the right call was not enough evidence to be able to make a decision either way. So
yeah, and you've got to go with the umpire. Yep. So Boshoff and Rhodes at the crease now for South Africa. New Zealand well and truly in control. Gibbs has the ball and will get us back underway. Struven on the up and finds the back court. 4 runs to the South African captain. It's up again, this time in the hands of the bowler, who moves well to her left. Takes a simple catch in the end. Just sat in the net nicely there.
Yeah, it was a good grab, moved well. Had to read it coming off the net. Bit of spin, a bit of dip. Got across well. Two-handed catch. That's only missed by a whisker. If it didn't catch a piece of the leg, would have careered into those orange stumps down the other end for sure. New Zealand start looking towards their next game.
Got a referral here, let's listen in.
Sportscast, we have a decision, umpire review at the bowler's end, keeper's end. Can we have your best vision, please? Soft decision is out. Can we back that up? Yeah, bowler's up. Okay, I'm going to the board. I have no decision.
There it is, another wicket for the Kiwis.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the delivery when it's last ball and a World Cup's on the line and an entire fielding team go over to the side netting to watch the replay over there on the telly. I can see that in our destiny somewhere.
Oh, imagine a super over.
Oh.
Video referral at the end, drama. That first over for the third pair comes to an end, -4 from it.
I don't think that we're going to see this scene. Let me try that again. I'll call the king, let him know what I'm doing with his language. I don't think we're going to see the same 8 for New Zealand play the next game. The only 2 definites for mine are Zara Jetley, Brooke James, Gibbs, Wilson, Hamilton. Not sure. Hamilton leaks a bit with the ball. Let's watch this come through. Successfully kept away from not being a no ball off the pitch. Hamilton leaks a little bit when she bowls. Appley maybe. Huck is probably a definite. So for mine, it could be a complete shift of personnel.
You see Hamilton get a wicket there.
So 3 definite, 2 definites. Jetley, James, probably Hucker.
I think probably Saffron Wilson probably makes the cut. She injected some serious momentum into that pair. I think she scored like 18 runs off 5 balls at one stage.
So in my mind, there's no way it'll be the exact same 8. Whereas some of the other divisions we're seeing it will be the same.
Well, how fortunate for New Zealand to be in that position to win through to a World Cup final and have any sort of combination of 8 out of their 12 that they can play in that final. I imagine Cindy Cross, coach of the Australian under-22s, probably agonising about her selections as well. No doubt the Australians have the same luxury, a squad full of depth, any 8 of whom could play in the final tomorrow. Oh, see, if that's for waist height, and see, we don't know. He hasn't told us why.
He's generally making those calls after the batters hit it. I presume it's for waist height, but yes, it would be useful to know.
I mean, I wouldn't have thought that would have been a no ball too high, surely.
Well, and that's the challenge. I mean, sometimes it is obvious, that's fine, but if it's a line ball, we really need to know. Not sure if this is that delivery. No, this is the almost run out, but yeah, just a note for the umpires out there. Definitely, you're signalling no ball. Should add the reason.
I'm surprised no team's actually inquired yet.
Yeah, very surprised. Even Coach Robin James on the sideline would be inquiring about that.
Just trying to play across the line there. I think game situation has a bit of an impact with that, right? So if South Africa were currently sort of 20 runs away from victory, I'd certainly be asking about that no ball.
Well, I've seen you in the past, Cam, with the coaches or the manager's clipboard tucked under your wing. I know you'd be one of the first ones there underneath the umpire's stand. Asking very respectfully, of course.
I just love having a chat with the umpires.
I know you do. You're a very chatty kind of guy.
Just over the fingertips. And it was a good piece of fielding from Haka, it has to be said, to knock that down and then keep it both off the back net and the side net, keep it to a single.
Guys were talking about the makeup of the New Zealand team, and I know the other day when we were talking about the replacements, someone like Haka, specialist receiver, would you be wanting to keep someone like that? Come back to that in the team?
Well, yeah, I was actually about to make the point, Ahmed, that I think sometimes if you've got the luxury of picking any combination of 8, sometimes the field setting is what dictates your selections. You're picking your best receiver, you're picking your best keeper, you're picking your specialist leg side fielder, the best hands for the lines, all that sort of stuff. And there's no question in my mind that Haka is doing a sensational job here at back sticks. Now, that's not to say that there might not be others. I know Jet Li certainly fielded up here when Haka bowled. There's others in the squad that could do as good a job, perhaps, but...
And there's a word that you said there that's really important. Best combination of 8. Not... here's the...
Yeah.
Was that the one?
Well, I think that was the one, and here's why that should be a no ball. It's when it passes the crease, right?
Yeah.
So she's played this down up sweep shot out in front of her, and at that point of contact, it was over the waist, no question. There's no way it would have been by the time it got to the crease.
Yeah. Jet Li comes in now. Big swing. It's going to pierce the field, go through for 4. Key word used by Cameron Walter there, which is, I think, particularly salient. Best combination of 8. Not the best 8, or not, who's at the top of the stats in terms of contribution. The combination of players that form the best team. Really important aspect for team selection.
And I tell you what I find almost irrelevant when it comes to team selections. Statistics. And there's a reason for that. And I know that there'll be people listening that have complained in the past about people not making the 8 or not winning player of the series or something like that when they were top of the stats. Well, it's a great piece of fielding from Haka. There she is. I'm here to tell you that the 22s is a good example, okay? So South Africa, a young side, the players more likely to score more runs and take more wickets against South Africa than they are against Australia. So if you've played more of your games against South Africa than you have against Australia, your stats are going to be better.
Yeah.
Right? They're going to be better. So when a coach is picking a team or an umpire's awarding votes or something like that, they're taking that into account, okay? And they're not looking at the stats.
No.
They might try and go back and look at some score sheets to see as Jet Li continues. A chance at either end. They might go back and look at a score sheet to see how a particular player did in a particular situation or how a particular player did against a particular opposition. But it's certainly not going to look at the stats on IndoorCricketWorldCup.com and pick the top 8 of the list because that indicates absolutely nothing. The other element that it completely ignores is what we're talking about, the field. The statistics don't tell you anything about the fact that Haka dived to a right just then and saved runs. That's nothing. There's no statistics that say that at all. Dot ball to finish. 9 runs from the over, 11 runs from the partnership, and just 4 overs now left in the match and in South Africa's tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, again, let's recap what's coming up next at 6 p.m. Australian Daylight Time. New Zealand up against South Africa in the women's prelim final. The winner will advance to the World Cup final against Australia. At the same time, not broadcast but available on the Cricket Australia YouTube channel, England and UAE in the World Cup plate final in the men's, fighting for the right to take on South Africa in tomorrow's plate final. And then to close out day 7, at the penultimate day of the World Cup, New Zealand up against India. India in the World Group for the first time ever, 8 p.m. Australian Daylight Time. Stay with us as we close out day 7. It will be some fantastic World Cup indoor cricket action, and I hope you can join us for that. As I said, Cameron Walter with Gary Lowe and Ahmed Khawaja, loving every minute of this World Cup, and hope you are too. Chantal Venter and Lana Van Hoogen at the crease now for South Africa, and Yella Apoli is going to get us back underway. 4 overs remain in the match. That's a single. So just going back to those stats, anyone out there that's looking at those and thinking, well, this should guide our selections, I've got news for you. It doesn't guide any coach worth their salt at all. Chance at the top, a direct hit. That'll be interesting. We're going to see it referred. Let's listen in.
Okay, Sportscast, we have a video referral for the bowlers in. The soft signal is not out. Can I have your best vision, please? Bowls are up, and can we just go back on that? Bowls are up there, and bat is short. You can go in the moment of decision. You can go to the board, please.
Just wonder if that's confirmed as out. If we can't get another shot of the umpire stand, I don't know how long these things have been here, but I really want to get an understanding of what's going on. See up there on the stand, there's a couple of stuffed animals to the left and right of the feet of Blair O'Brien. What's doing?
There's one a Kiwi, one some kind of South African
team mascot. Yeah, joining the umpire. Back underway.
Tell you what, after that, 7 run-outs in 13 overs. So a run-out per 2 overs, and I've probably at least hit the stumps direct 3 or 4 times. I think Coach Robin James will be very happy with that.
Yeah, I'm just going back to my days of coaching and loving a chat with the umpire. If I ever put a team mascot up there, I'll tell you what, I'd put a little wireless voice box in there and some sound effects. Just, oh no. Last ball. Two to close out the over and no runs from it. Just made me think an umpire of times gone by, Jason Rhodes, telling me once how he knew that there was this spot at a centre. I can't remember which centre it was, but he could talk, and the one particular person on the field could hear him. He's telling me how he'd just chat to that fielder and go, I know you can hear me. Trolling. Very good.
That's very good.
Brooke James to bowl over, number 14. You notice that if a partnership scores 0, the scoreboard has a hard time awarding the skins.
Yeah, I saw that. I wasn't going to say anything because I thought it was a bit nitpicky.
Nah, it's always bothered my OCD.
I don't like it. Yeah. Talking about that on your scoreboard at the time, of course, it's perfect because our broadcast partners are all over it, but it's the scoreboard here in the centre. And maybe at the change of over, we can have a look at it, perhaps.
Oh, chance here. Oh, there you go. No, it's not out. No referral.
When a partnership is won by a team, their score's highlighted in yellow just to signify or designate that they've won that competition point. But, when it's 0 for some reason, it doesn't particularly do it. Heads must roll.
It's weird. I just can't think of, because there'd be a maths equation behind it, right? If this is greater than, or less than, and it just can't cope with a 0.
We can put man on the moon, but we can't turn a number bigger than another number yellow. I mean, what is going on?
We're the captains of pedantry at the moment, aren't we? It's through the field and 2 runs. Brings the over to an end. And 2 overs remain now in this under-22 women's preliminary final. New Zealand it is that will advance. Important for them, they just get through these last 2 overs. No injuries. Saffron Wilson will bowl the 15th over. Starts with the leg side. And sneaks that one inside the line. Driven. Jetley gets a hand to it, throws the stumps down again. It's going to be referred, but it should be out. Let's have a listen.
So Sportscast, we have a video referral at the bowler's end. The soft signal is out. Can we have your best vision, please? Just back it up. Up and okay, I've made my decision, going to the board now.
Another great piece of fielding from Zara Jetley there in the 3 line. Gets a direct hit again and affects the run out.
Yeah, did well after a little fumble. So she's got a very fast arm, that's for sure.
Chance at the top. She hesitated, but saw that she had some time, and off she went. And another wicket falls. This one a clear out. And this, okay, the game's over. These wickets don't really matter in certainly the context of the game, but this is a good sign for New Zealand. Their skills are still sharp. They're ready. Yeah, can take that into the final tomorrow. Hucker again, does well. Diving effort, saves runs. It'll just be 1.
I think they'd be very happy. They've been executing. Jetley has not missed. He's an absolute dynamo on that 3 line. Hucker's been very good at the back. They've been giving a good service too.
Brings the over to an end. 1 over remains here in the prelim final. New Zealand have been just too good against this young South Africa 22 side. Here's you see there, just got a hand to it, which gave her the opportunity, right? Now, I'm not sure I like the initial hesitation there from Gibbs. Should just be get ball, go to the top. But to her credit, she saw that the batter was right next to her. Beautiful. Good service into Hucker. Affected the wicket. And 1 over remains. Fall safe. Little flick. Won't be out. beaten. Yeah, Hucker, certain selection for mine. There's no way she's not playing the final. You know?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Three runs to Van Hawken. Driven straight back to Hucko, a little touch on it. Gently winds up, doesn't let go of it. Oh, gee, that's well charged. That kicked right up off the deck here in the back court, and Jetley still got hands on it. Cleanly kept it to one.
Excellent technique, using net to their advantage too.
Last ball. And it's a dot ball to finish, and there you have it, folks. New Zealand convincing winners here in the under-22 women prelim final. They will advance to tomorrow's grand final, the World Cup final against Australia. And it's the end of the South Africans tournament. They are a young side, and we know that they will be back. That final tomorrow, 11 a.m. Australian Daylight Time. Let's take a look at some of these highlights from this New Zealand innings. And lots of wickets. They kept coming at these South Africans. A couple of tidy pieces of work at the back from Amy Hucker. That one gets through the hands of Jetley. She wasn't happy with that one. That one came early, but Jetley had a couple more opportunities, and she absolutely converted them. Hucker going through. That was in her first over. Here's Jetley herself bowling. And another diving effort from Hucker. Here's that knockdown from Jetley. Throws the sticks down. And then Gibbs it was. Straight back to Hucker again. Good service. Just some examples of the excellent bowling and fielding there from the New Zealand side. I hope you have enjoyed this match, ladies and gentlemen. Coming up next, it's the New Zealand and South Africa prelim final in the women's division from 6 p.m. Daylight Time. I hope you can join us there. Now, congratulations to New Zealand here. Commiserations to South Africa. We know that they'll be back in future events. Until 6 p.m, ladies and gentlemen, for Ahmed Khawaja, for Gary Lowe and the rest of the broadcast team, I'm Cameron Walter. Thanks for watching. great piece of fielding.
Got him, Yubiote. One for the leg spinner.
Leg stump finds a gap. Can he hit the stumps? Oh, I reckon he was out, but that'll move.
Oh, that is an absolutely sensational piece of fielding from Claire Koski at the back.
Left indoor cricket, here he is. And there it is! He's entered the stats straight away!
Fraser McGurk cuts and he's away with a boundary. Nice start to his domestic 50-over career.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome back to Casey Stadium for our live and continuing coverage of the 2022 Indoor Cricket World Cup. I'm your host, Cameron Walter, and it's finals time, sudden death indoor cricket. It's time for the women's preliminary final between New Zealand and South Africa. On the line and up for grabs, a spot in tomorrow's World Cup final against the defending champions, Australia. We're live and exclusive on KO Sports here in Australia and on YouTube internationally. Let's cross now to Gary Lowe to take us through the two lineups.
Yeah, thank you very much, Cameron. We'll start off at the moment. They're ready to go, and as are we. Led by their Kaylee Tapp. Then we have Fryland Dutoit, Von Wyk, Becker, Von der Weifer, Styles, Wheeler and Kliti, coached by Linez Wilson. A very strong South African 8 there as we shift our attention and focus to the New Zealand women's team. Currently not on court, but gearing up and preparing for this match. Captained by Lucille Matthews. Then we have Van Tilburg, Lilly, Parr, Mashevsky, Bowden, Downs and Krebs. They are coached by Natasha Williams.
There you have it, the two lineups, folks. If you're just joining us, it is the women's prelim final between New Zealand and South Africa. I'm Cameron Walter. With me is Gary Lowe and Paul Botterill, and it's sudden death. There are no tomorrows for the team that loses this match, and the ultimate prize beckons a spot in tomorrow's World Cup final against Australia. And this should be a cracker. New Zealand entered the match deservedly as favourites, but South Africa, I think they're going to push them. This will be a really interesting contest. I'm looking forward to your thoughts on it, Paul.
Cheers, Cam. Look, it's. I think this is going to be a fascinating game. I think this game is going to revolve around the fact when South Africa bat, some of their players are slightly slower. The New Zealand teams are very athletic and very good on the ground. Now, if South Africa can get the ball up and above them and create some time for those runners, or into the backcourt and get some time for those runners, they will score runs. If the New Zealand bowlers bowl well enough and force them to hit on the ground in the front half, I think they'll pick them off. So I think it's going to be a really fascinating battle, particularly the second innings when South Africa will be chasing.
And Gary, I know that you've been poring over the figures on indoorcricketworldcup.com. What have you got for us?
Oh, the thing is, the website's so good. There's so many stats. I don't get any sleep, Cameron. I'm up all night. 3:30 this morning, going through the notes, doing all the stats. Look, yes, New Zealand going in favourites, but do not write off South Africa. You would have to be a very, very brave person to think that this team of 8 don't have a chance to beat the Kiwis here today. It's going to be very interesting to see. When they're hot, and when they're not, they're not. And I reckon they're going to put their best foot forward today.
We should also make mention of the fact, folks, that taking place right now as well is the men's plate prelim final on court 1 between England and the United Arab Emirates. Of course, they're fighting for a place in the plate grand final against South Africa, so we'll try to keep you up to date with that fixture. You can also watch that on the Cricket Australia Indoor Cricket YouTube channel. So check that out if you like, or please stay with us as we take you through this women's prelim final. South Africa up against New Zealand. Lucille Matthews, the captain from New Zealand, is opening with Gemma Krebs. The umpire for the match is Kieran Mascarenas from Singapore, and how good is it to see Kieran up there umpiring a major final here, Paul?
Fantastic, Cam. We want to see more and more of these newer nations coming in and contributing in all kinds of ways. Mascarenas had a really solid tournament and good reward, and we love seeing them rewarded. The South African side look up for this, as you'd expect, and as Gary said, You're right off a South African Indoor cricket team at your peril. I've never seen one quit in 25 years to come to these events.
So the umpire's ready, so are we. Lucille Matthews takes strike, and Roseanne Cleater will get us underway. There'll be a drop ball to start.
Yeah, there's about a 30-run gap generally between these two teams that needs to be massaged somewhere. Now, if South Africa can bowl a little bit better and bat a little bit better, maybe that's how they find it. So generally it's about 30 to 35 runs separating them.
If you are looking for 10 of those runs, I imagine you'd be looking for this partnership. They've been proficient prolific throughout the tournament, scored a lot of runs, and if you could stop that, perhaps you could put a pressure on the middle partnerships for New Zealand.
South African captain Kaylee Tapp just coming to the back to have a quick chat to the bowler.
The end of the 2 net. A lot of chatter, a lot of movement here from South Africa. You'd imagine New Zealand are going to score somewhere in the vicinity of 120 to 125-ish. That's only a small little window there, but that's where that will be. That would have been awfully close. Diving valiantly over to the left-hand side. Sharp bit of fielding. We could have got our first review in this match. We have an official, a television official. Is that why it's called? I was corrected by Cameron earlier on, and rightfully so. We usually call him a third umpire, but of course in indoor cricket there's only ever one umpire, so I guess we go to our second umpire. Last delivery. Cleaty. Bit short, sharp fielding there in the front court. Moving like a leopard. Wheeler. And 8 off the over. Matthews 4, Krebs 4. Dividing it up nice and neatly. Paul Butchell.
Cheers, Gary. Just the one chance there, and that's what South Africa were looking to do at this stage in this partnership. They were looking to create one chance an over and see if they can finish off that one every couple of overs. A couple of wickets in this partnership would be massive for them. And they will continue to push for it, I would think. I don't think we'd have needed the replay. I really liked in the last game when umpire was prepared to go, actually, I know what this is, I'm giving it out.
Yeah.
And refer the ones that he wasn't sure. That's what he should be doing. You know, for mine, that one might have been far enough out to be given.
Van der Weifer with the ball in hand. Second over here. Foolish delivery. Does some janitorial work off her own bowling. Nice shot there by Matthews. On legs again. Good fielding. Front link to Twa. On that 3 line, or leg side sweeper position.
Oh, how about that shot from Gemma Krebs? Gee, she's been impressive.
She really has. Gemma plays her at the cricket in Wainui and Marta in Wellington. No ladies grade, so she plays in one of the men's team over there. I'm sure that's good for her cricket.
Single there, 2 balls remaining in the second over.
Just stop play here for a couple of moments to adjust some equipment. Shoelace, sometimes one of the other countries come over and tie it up. One of the fielders, on this occasion, she can do her own shoelaces.
It's often my go-to when I need to take some momentum off a fielding
Yeah,
side.
when you've just been skittled twice in a row or something ridiculous.
Frequent occurrence for me.
Yeah, I like the call there. Nice and positive. I think he's right. Just above the waist on the fill there, so he's called it a no ball.
Last ball. Von der Pfeiffer. Oh, awfully close. Just missing the off stump there. Over will be called. Total 14. Even Stevens here early. South Africa versus New Zealand.
Yeah, I agree, Gary. I think that New Zealand won't be particularly pleased with that. This partnership's been a really strong partnership. They're not looking for 25-30 out of this partnership. They're looking for 35 plus. So South Africa doing a really good job here of making it tough for them.
Kaylee Tapp, the number 10 for South Africa. Healthy crowd in here today. Get a lot of people be knocking off early.
And I like the fact that we're seeing the captain come into bowl in this first partnership.
Authoritative shot, 4 scored. New Zealand on the march.
New Zealand captain, South African captain to New Zealand captain that ball.
Up nice and tall there, Roseanne Cleety. She's been good there all World Cup. There's a few things you can always trust in life. Death, taxes, and Cleety being good in the front court. On the legs, no run. They look for an extra sneaky one as the ball goes into the corner. Matthews was pretty interested in it. And it does bring on third ball. I wonder why she was keen to get on her bike. Into the leg side field there. Unable to get through. Kim Becker getting down low. Again, if South Africa can manage to keep New Zealand down under 100, that'd be a fantastic outcome for them.
Yeah, they'd be thrilled with that.
Throws hands at it, squirts into the corner, no run. I was suggesting that maybe 120, 125 again. It's only a very small little spread of numbers there, but Paul Bottrell, you think maybe a little bit more, a little bit less, that could be quite right?
Yeah, I think you're in the park, Gary, as always with your predictions on these kind of things.
Oh, sometimes I get them wrong, mate, but that's all right.
I think probably in a final, maybe a semi-final, maybe take 10 runs off that. Fielding teams seem to field pretty well. What they are doing here is they're really making this tough for this partnership. Dots. Is there 4 dots in that over, I think?
Yeah, certainly were. 5 runs from it. And this is the battle we want to see, folks. New Zealand, this is good for New Zealand as well. If they're going to go on to win this game and they've got to do it in a real fight, that will prepare them well for the Australians, who are no doubt watching at home with interest to see who they will take on in tomorrow's final.
It's a really fair comment that you make too, Paul Bottrell, regarding things will tighten up a little bit more in a big game. It's not a bad school of thought to subscribe to.
Oh, she gets through. Wheeler, the bowler. It was third ball, and she knocks over the castle. And a huge wicket. The first one for the South African side. It's a real battle here. It's a real grind.
Krebs just loses his shape here, just trying to hit it too hard. And this is part of having them on 19 after 3 overs instead of 29 after 3 overs where they used to be. And she started looking for runs. They've been really good at being patient in this partnership. That's a massive blow for South Africa, and they're right in this game right now.
Doppel to follow the wicket. And once again, they'll be on third ball. Another huge opportunity for South Africa. 3 balls remain in the partnership. Here's Wheeler. And Krebs does well. Does catch some of the keeper's net, so it's a single. 2 to come now.
Matthews will be looking for the back net here. She does like to drive it when it's up.
Looks like the South African side have retrieved the mascot they left at the airport, or maybe they've replaced it. Impey over there, 1 to come. It's full. It is driven straight back to the receiver. It'll be a dot ball to finish. And an excellent effort there from South Africa. A real contest on our hands here, folks. It is the women's prelim final between South Africa and New Zealand here at the World Cup of indoor cricket. New Zealand won't be too stressed by that start. The wheels certainly didn't fall off. They just know that they can build from here.
Yeah, for mine, this game is right in the balance now. That New Zealand partnership has been dominant and given them a start every game. The rest of the lineup's going to have to turn up and score. And if they're going to score 100, 120, nice to have 30, 35 in the first. So a bit of pressure on this middle order for New Zealand now, and they'll get a chance to show their wares against a very determined and disciplined looking South African side.
Interesting, isn't it, Gary? You actually made that point about how there's 30 runs difference, and Paul, this is the pair to do it to. So, or that pair, the previous pair. So South Africa right in the game early. The challenge for them is the ability to maintain it for 16 overs. And we see Lily and Parr at the crease for New Zealand. Von der Pfeiffer will bowl over number 5. Finds the net off her first ball. That's a nice, comfortable start for Lily.
Aggressive here by South Africa going back to Van der Vyver. Second over.
I like it.
Me too.
Oh, chance at the top. The little slap went perhaps to the wrong end. Certainly understandable. Maybe grab, turn and throw to the top would have been interesting. Gary, perhaps you want to reflect on a previous encounter between these sides?
Yeah, New Zealand 99, South Africa 94, and they split the skins 2-all. The reason why that's important, talk about after this delivery. And I like it a little bit because it supports my earlier statement, mentioning there's about 20-25 runs difference between these two teams, and I said that I'd suggest that New Zealand would go on to score 120 or 125. If you bring that gap backwards, it equals about 100, which is what New Zealand scored in the last game, and South Africa got to 94 and they were within striking distance. So that's why that number's really important.
It's third ball, safely negotiated by Lily. Get through for a single, and 1 ball remains now for Von der Pfeiffer.
Gary, what did New Zealand's opening pair get in that game?
24. But they did get a skin of 16, which is very close to 15.
Driven off hands, called through. That's a really good call there from Parr. It came off the hands there on the 3 line and spilled in open space. And runs like that help you avoid third ball scenarios. 5 runs from the over. Fairly even start to the partnership as one of the South African players has left the court for some attention. She'll be back on quite quickly. There's the South African 22 side who bowed out a little earlier today. They're here in support of the ladies' side.
One of the things, isn't it, guys, that when you're in a prelim final and you're not the favourites, you might as well be aggressive, right? You've got to come out here and you've got to make stuff happen. If you just sit and wait for stuff to happen, you'll be packing your bags in the morning. You want to hang around here and give yourself be positive, create something, put some pressure on the side and see what happens.
Short delay here. There's a player who was getting some attention, as I said. Hopefully she's okay. I can't quite see who it is down there.
Well, at most it should be 2 minutes of attention. And then the game rolls on. You can see a thumbs up and they're coming back on.
It was Wheeler, I think.
So if South Africa can keep this New Zealand batting partnership under 20, Mama Giuseppe, yes.
Freiling is going to bowl. Freiling du Toit, the 6th over. It's up in the air, a chance at the top, a direct hit. And we've got a referral. Let's listen into our video umpire.
It's close to me, yeah.
Sportscast, we have a referral at the bowler's end. Can I have your best vision, please? All right, slow it down. Keep it slow. I've made my decision. I'm going to the board now.
And there you have it. Plain as day. Video umpire Ben Ridgway officiating there. And a huge wicket. Freiling coming up with the goods. He finds the edge, goes backward a point, just lands well. I can't really fault the decision to run. It landed well. It was a good, clean piece of fielding from South Africa. The direct hit affects the wicket.
What I actually really like to see was one of the first teams to do it since we've come in with the video official is they were all looking at the screen to look at the run out themselves. And they went up and started celebrating before the official call came through from official Benjamin Ridgway.
So lead side undoes a little bit of this pressure. Out a wicket and then a dot. Well batted from Lilly. Put that through the onside. Offside for 2. Envision. Oh. The New Zealand sideline, United has won. Just a fingertip to it, save some runs. Wheeler there in the 3 line doing the job. Final ball of the over. This time wide of that fielder, Wheeler. Finds the net for 2. Brings the over to an end with that wicket. Just 2 runs from it. Another good over there from South Africa, who's staying right in this contest. Sudden death indoor cricket.
Bowling a very tight line, the South Africans bowling leg stump, maybe just outside leg stump at time. And many of the New Zealanders just don't have the space to free their arms and bounce the ball over the offside, heading predominantly straight into the leg side and bringing those fielders into the game. It's really good cricket from South Africa. Good on them.
Enough width that time to be put away for 2. Beckett has the fielding off her own bowling to keep it to 1. Through for another single. Sent back. It'll be a dot ball. Maintaining some pressure here, South Africa. A little misfield. Put the ball to the fielder initially. Created some hesitation in the mind of Amberley Parr. They don't run. It will be third ball now. And the final ball of the over. Straight to the fielder. That she didn't glove it. An opportunity goes begging there. Probably could have gone to the top end as well.
Been referred.
It has been referred, has it? I didn't think she had it. Let's have a look.
Go back and go slow, please. Real slow. That's not out.
All academic in the end, whether she had it or not. A 2 to finish the over, 6 runs from it. 13 runs on the board for this partnership, an important 8th over coming up.
I like Ridgway in the umpire in the second umpire's chair. He's always been a very good decision maker, and that's what you want there. Someone who's going to get these calls right. He knew what to watch in that replay for what was important. First he started running whether the ball hit the stumps. Then he realised the batter was in anyway and just moved on. It's good umpiring from the man. A very experienced official.
One over remains. It'll be Klita to bowl it. Yet another battle here in this partnership. Starts with a dot and lots of encouragement and support from the South African field, not the least of which includes the skipper. Straight to the fielder. It'll be another dot ball. And third ball. Another huge opportunity for South Africa. Well done from Amberley Parr to just get that wide of the 3 line. Again, they negotiate third ball. We're going to have another referral. Let's go to Ben Ridgway.
Sportscast, we have a referral at the keeper's end. Can I have your best vision, please? Right, start going slow. Where's the ball there?
It's tricky.
Can't see. There's no way I can see, so I'm going to give it a umpire's Oh, hang on, we'll have a look at this one. Ball's taken, the stumps go back. Can you get that vision in line with that one?
I don't know.
Back a frame on that. Slow down.
Yeah. I'm just playing this. There's something
Forward
good
very
to watch.
slow. Tails hit there.
I think what's happening here, folks, is there is another angle available to Ben Ridgway that he might be seeing that we did not, but it's gone back to umpire's call. Wouldn't mind seeing the view from the umpire stand. And here it is. I suspect this was also available there to Ben Ridgway. We just didn't see that on the broadcast. He was looking over the producer's shoulder there and seeing that angle as well. 2 balls remain.
And in Ridgway saying that he can't see the ball hitting the stumps clearly. He's not sure either way. So it goes back to the chair umpire to make his original decision. I like that.
Final ball. Single to finish. 16 runs on the board for this partnership. 31 on the board for New Zealand. Looking to fight their way into their first World Cup final since 2014. And South Africa have been in 5 of the last 6 World Cup finals against Australia. For mine, South Africa probably have their noses in front right now, Gary.
They certainly do. By a long shot. I mean, at this rate, looking at a 60, but add a couple of extra runs on because there's some good bats coming forward, so maybe 70, 75. The thing is with this South African side, which is particularly interesting, is if they go on to win this will be the first time that they've had a win this World Cup against an open women's side. They've had 5 wins, 3 of them against Singapore, 1 against New Zealand 22s, 1 against South Africa 22s. So if they do go ahead to play Australia, this will be their first win against an against an open women's side.
Then Tilburg and Mashevsky are at the crease. Von Wyk to bowl. We're back underway. Driven. Big runs. Then Tilburg doesn't mind driving there, Paul.
No, nice to see, and I think New Zealand would have wanted a few more runs before the less experienced partnership came in. So nice to see it starting positively.
Followed up with a 2 for Mashevsky's first runs.
Also be really interesting, Van Wyk, one of 2 bowlers who haven't bowled in the first 8 overs. You've got to wonder why and what South Africa holding them back for.
Return throw to the keeper. Almost at the batter. Oh, yeah. I thought that might happen. It's hit the stumps and spilled away. I think it's copped Von der Pfeiffer in the chin in the process. I don't know if it was a ball or the bail. They get through for a single. Leg side. It's been a great start so far for New Zealand. That's a brilliant shot from Mashevsky to close out the over. A dominant start for them. A 3 off the last ball, Gary, pretty to watch.
Yeah, it is, and just to Paul Bottrell's comments about Dorothy Von Vyk and why they've been holding on to her, I think the rationale of the school of thought behind it is that they've attacked heavily for the first handful of overs here, and Von Vyk, I say this with the greatest level of respect, does go for the most amount of runs each game compared to her compatriots, 14.1 on average a game, and that over she's gone for, 13. So the numbers don't lie sometimes. Back up.
That's a good job there from Van Tilburg to call Mashevsky through. They get a single.
And it's little wonder with the first skin of 15, second skin of 16, those numbers are particularly low compared to usual games because South Africa have gone in there with a strategy to bowl their real strike bowlers early on to try and get the immediate momentum in the game.
Van Tilburg finds the backcourt again, another 4 runs. This is a real counter-attack here from New Zealand. How does South Africa respond?
It's a similar story with Becker as well. Out of the 12 bowlers, Becker is 8th on the list when it comes to economy, or 9th on the list, I should say, when it comes to economy. So these players generally leaking an extra couple of additional runs. That's the thing with indoor cricket. You can't hide. You have to bat. You have to bowl. Everybody. 2 runs. 50 the total.
Was 5 and 2 balls remain. One to come in the over. Another great shot from Mashevsky. And another good over for New Zealand. 13 runs from it. Let's cross now to Paul Botterill, who has with him the New Zealand captain, Lucille Matthews.
Thanks for joining us, Lucille. Elimination cricket is finally here. Any extra nerves today as we got ready for a sudden death match?
I don't think so, but a prelim final is always a pretty exciting thing to be a part of. So the girls are pretty excited to come in today.
So look, do you think the South Africans are bowling the same plan to you or a slightly different plan in this game?
They're definitely bowling a lot straighter than we've seen. So they just caused us tucked us up a little bit in those first 8. But it's good to see these 4 getting away, these 2.
Yeah, young partnership here, creating some momentum for the innings. What kind of target are we looking forward to be comfortable, confident of a win here?
Look, I think we're confident to defend any total that we get.
Come on, Lucille. Give me a target. What are you looking for here?
Look, I'm happy with 80.
Fantastic. Thanks for your time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Paul and Lucille. Bots pressing her for the figure there, and it's great confidence from the Kiwi skipper. They're prepared to defend anything.
Yeah, she's gone to the captain's handbook there of responses to give to interviewers. 80's a little low for my liking.
Get through for 2. Just how about Van Tilburg? She's faced now, 6 deliveries, and 3 of them have gone, 5 deliveries, 3 of them have gone to the back net.
Which is interesting. Make a comment after this delivery.
Freilink it is.
Because her strike rate sits around the 100. So obviously she's made a conscious decision this game.
Currently 17 off 6, striking at about 300.
Yeah.
It seems like this pair's decided earlier on they were both full and straight and the New Zealanders were tentative, and this pair's just decided if you're going to bowl full and straight at us, we're going to hit through the line. They're really good doing it, and here's some momentum for this innings for New Zealand.
Leg side there and one to come. So still another delivery to go. There's a ball to go. I'm not sure what's happening here.
I didn't see it. I just saw it go down, so I'm giving it the left side. Ladies, there's just one more ball to go. Sorry. There's one more ball to go. There's one more ball to go. Sorry.
Van der Beek goes, so I take the bails off, took the ball to the bail shift, so I just run them out.
Well, yeah, I mean, he did call over, so the ball's technically dead at that point, but we'll just open the save file and finish this document off before we move on to the next. And through for 2. That will be the over. 8 runs from it. Another good one as these two move to 34.
It's trying to do the old in-house trick when you used to have pen and paper in your score pad and, you maybe just put an extra dot somewhere to make the over go a bit quicker. A couple of dots.
This partnership for New Zealand, another one that's quite quick between the wickets. All 3 partnerships to date have been quite fast, and it really does help to take a little bit of pressure off them.
Styles bowling now, the final over to the partnership. Need a big over here, South Africa. The New Zealand pair really getting away from them here. We said just prior to this partnership that South Africa had their noses in front. Well, I'm not sure that's the case anymore. Here's Styles to Mashevsky. Oh, a miss hit. It'll be out. How's that happened?
A bit of bounce, right?
I think it's just come off the bat handle or the glove.
Yeah, got big on her.
Bit of confusion between the players whether it was out or not.
Yeah, that's right.
Would have been nice to see a hand signal from umpire. I got the call right, but he didn't give a hand signal showing it was out.
That's right, yeah.
And it created some confusion on the court. Most important to get the call right, but hand signal would have been pretty handy as well.
Driven into the side net. It'll be 2.
Side in cricket, the whole stand over there started to go up for the outers that just went past the stumps and missed.
There's Sky Bowden and Marama Downs ready to come in next in 3 balls time. Van Tilburg hasn't had much of a strike lately. She's now 21 from 7. The 2 balls remain. Well, if she gets 3 or more off this delivery, Van Tilburg, she'll be striking at 300 plus.
Certainly been a refreshing innings from her, hasn't it? Been a tough week for her. Been a nice moment for her.
Final ball of the partnership.
Every chance, didn't she?
Yeah. Brings the over to an end. A great set there for New Zealand. Just what they needed after 2. Certainly not disaster batting pairs. It was just a real grind for them. They're on 31 after 8. They've now moved to 67 after 12. And 21 of those coming from Van Tilburg. 21 off 8. And 15 there from Mashevsky. That's a clutch batting pair in this first innings.
certainly the kind of stuff with young players that prepares them for future internationals with a lot of confidence. They'll have been nervous out there, not a lot on the board, big major game for them. They are quite young players still. They'll be thrilled with the outcome.
Get it going, you guys don't have enough time, yeah?
Just here, the umpire, Kieran Mascarenas, letting them know that they're running low on time. We certainly don't want to see a time penalty here. Kaylee Tapp will be the bowler. Sky Bowden and Manama Downs at the crease now for New Zealand. Bowden will face the first ball. We're back underway.
Is it just my ears, or is the umpire saying "let's go" and at the commencement of the over? Oh, maybe I'm. We'll just have to listen in. It's not play. It's "let's go." I could be mishearing that.
Might have to tune in at the start of the next over.
May have to.
Tap continues. Straight to the fielder. Will be a dot.
South Africa trying to get back here, attacking early.
It'll be third ball, so here's their opportunity, Bots. And a fingertip to it, but Bowden finds the net and gets to. I tell you what, South Africa are in a little bit of trouble here on the clock.
Yeah, they had that injury where the player went off, and it just takes a couple. It always makes it a little bit tight. Then things in big games take a bit longer as well. They will need to push through here.
Hope the clock has been stopped for all of the referrals. It's supposed to be. There's 2 runs to Downs. Gets her innings underway. Interesting to me that Lucille Matthews lay the right answer. She's confident defending anything. That's what a captain should be saying. But is comfortable with 80 when their last match was 99 to 94.
Yeah.
Great
shot from Bowden.
All class.
She did have a look at the scoreboard before she said it, and she kind of went, rounded up from 58 to 60 and led 20 for the last partnership. And had that look to me as if it was, this is what I think we'll definitely get, so we'll say that's enough. In the game that Gary's been referring to, the 99-94, my recollection is that New Zealand may have played for their bench in that game. So they may feel that that they have the measure of the South African side at full strength.
Yeah, let's just listen to the umpire for the start of this over, Gary. What are you saying? You think you're saying let's go?
Mate, maybe I've lost my mind.
Yeah, 5 minutes. You can see the clock. They have to be ready to start.
Yes.
We won't listen into this because that's tournament director having a chat with the umpire.
Well, that's soaking up. That conversation's just taken another 20 seconds off their time.
He says, let's play.
Let's play.
Happy enough with that.
Yeah, if I was coaching South Africa, I wouldn't be super happy with that 20 seconds, to be honest. They could have stopped the clock for the tournament director to get involved with whatever that instruction was. And it may be he's saying they didn't stop the clock for...
That's what I think they might be saying.
I think he might be asking about that.
Yeah.
It's just deflected into the side net. So it looked to me like it was asking if that had occurred.
Yeah.
And the answer from the umpire was that yes, it had. So, but they're going to struggle here in South Africa.
They'd best hurry.
It's a fine line, as we see that just stuck behind one of them at the leg side. It's a fine line, right, because they don't want to rush. Because instead of rushing, they're sacrificing their bowling, maybe wicket opportunities, leaking runs. If they don't rush, they're going to lose 5 runs for taking too long.
Yeah, the first test I played under this system, we got penalised, and Australia got penalised more, actually. And it was a real lesson for us that actually you've just got to get on and play good cricket here. You start rushing, you start doing those kind of things, and it'll cost you way more than 5. You just got to not waste any time, but you can't be mucking around. They don't seem too concerned. Captain coming back for a high 5.
I think they are a little bit concerned. They certainly are pushing through. Chance here, doesn't go to hand. See, the interesting thing is if they get a wicket or 2,
they got a huddle.
The clock will continue. So, yeah.
Just go the no huddles.
Shot from Bowden.
Yeah, well weighted. got on top of it. 2 runs to finish the over, 10 runs from it, so they'll have shade under 3 minutes to get through this 15th over and be in position to start the 16th. I'm surprised they're going in for this huddle, to be honest.
Yeah, it should be the old NFL. You've got no more timeouts. The clock's running. Go the no huddle. Keep the plays rolling.
Yeah.
2 minutes 30. It's going to be so tight.
Really tough. Game is just slightly slipping away from them. A lot of contact and running from the New Zealanders. Really, they probably want to take a moment and slow this down, and they just can't. And that's tough being behind the clock.
I think they'll be okay, but a wicket will make things interesting. Here's Styles to Bowden. Finds the edge, chance at the top. Bowden responds to the call from Downs and gets home. Single to Downs. These two have quietly made their way along to 20 runs. There you have it. There's a shade over 90 seconds remaining to get 4 balls bowled.
And Styles takes a long time between deliveries too.
Yeah. Oh, it'll be out. And that wicket, that's going to hurt him for time. Honestly, they're in big trouble here. I think we're going to see the South Africans cop a time penalty. That's a big wicket, as you see on the replay. The call was no, but
they're not really in any particular rush.
Look, I'm not sure that they're aware, but they've basically got 50 seconds to get 3 balls bowled and be in position to start the next over, and I just can't see it happening.
No chance.
They're just about running into each other there.
This is not good match awareness either from the captain or from the South African Brains Trust. They really do need to be telling them to get a move on here. 5 runs could be the difference between a spot in the final.
That'll help.
Well, what'll make the difference is whether they run into position. They've got 10 seconds to get this bowled. It's just not going to happen. And they celebrated the wicket. I'd be making an argument if I was the coach about that conversation with David Shepley. That's cost him 20 seconds, and now they're about to be time penalised.
But by the same token, they've controlled the tempo of the innings for 44 minutes. So what? Because they don't have control for 20, that's someone else's fault?
Well, yeah, it absolutely is. If it makes a difference for a penalty.
Because there's little things like, if the batter needs to tie their shoelace, then that time, there's no time stopped for that, and there's no time stopped for little things. So that needs to be taken into account as well. It's the same for both teams.
Well,
so.
I'm not sure that he's penalised it. The clock certainly went over. Maybe he's taken that into account already.
I wonder if the New Zealand team are aware enough of this to make sure. You'd expect Tash Williams to be going through the back at the end of this over and saying, hey, are they starting on -5?
No one from New Zealand seems to be questioning anything, because if it was, it'd be coming off the captain's innings.
Chance. Grab and throw. You want to see a grab and throw there, don't you?
Yeah. So we might not actually see the -5 until the batter comes out.
I did, yes.
Wonder what was being asked there.
So we'll know if when Tap comes out for South Africa, if she starts at
what he
-5.
should be doing is putting the penalty on the last pair, so we see it reflected on the scoreboard, which is what has been done before.
Yeah.
So it should go on the last pair. See this delivery?
So the first partnership will start on 0, but the total will start on -5.
Correct. And then if she happens to bat prior to that, you move the penalty.
Sure.
Important couple of balls here. This, we talked about the 90, Gary. Here we are. We're knocking on the door. A wicket here. Not so great. Little push through on a couple of twos here, maybe mid-90s. Important to finish the innings here.
Bowden comes up with 2 for her country.
Just a little limp from Sky Bowden towards the end of that. New Zealand do not need that.
They definitely do not. Last delivery. And it's a drop ball to finish. Brings the innings to a close. 91 runs for New Zealand batting first here in the World Cup prelim final. South Africa have fought hard, but I tell you what, the difference in that innings for me, and we might catch some highlights soon.
I think umpire might say something here.
I've been stopping for every single one of these reviews, but the problem has been after the review has been done, once it starts to play, you guys are still in your huddle and making a review. That's still been a longer time, which is why you went over the clock by 26 seconds. So, absolutely every single one of them. I'll keep that in mind. I absolutely did, right? But I started off with 10 seconds. Even if I take those 10 seconds away, you're still over the time. Right? So I am going to give you the penalty on your skin. Yeah? Thank you. Yes? Time penalty applies for her skin. My captions. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, there you have it. There will be a time penalty.
Boy.
That's not good. So that means South Africa will effectively be chasing 96. We might take in some highlights if we have them. And it was a real grind early for New Zealand.
That's the 5 for Matthews.
And look, to their credit, they were in trouble at various stages, the early pairs, and they got through. But yeah, that third pair really took control of the game. And Tilburg in particular got the New Zealand side right back into this, batting first, and they've put them in a position where they can score, well, they can defend a reasonable total here. South Africa, I don't think they'll be too unhappy with this bowling performance. They created plenty of opportunities. They pounced when they could. I tell you what, they will be fairly dissatisfied with that time penalty. I'll tell you where you won't be dissatisfied, folks, and that's here in the state of Victoria, the Yarra Valley, one of Australia's premier wine-growing regions. The Yarra Valley offers an exquisite food and wine experience under an hour from Melbourne. You can get a taste for Victoria's top drops on a journey through the Yarra Valley's picturesque vine-filled vistas and discover premium cool climate wines such as Chardonnay, Pinot Noir, Shiraz and Cabernet Sauvignon. Take an early morning balloon flight, meet passionate food and wine producers and encounter a platypus at Hillsville Sanctuary in the Yarra Valley. While best known for its wine, the region produces some of the finest cider, ale and gin in the country. Match the Yarra Valley's fine wines with equally fine foods and an impressive array of fresh, seasonal produce direct from the farms. The Yarra Valley, what an absolutely stellar place to be here in the state of Victoria. Hayley Wheeler and Kim Becker are going to open the batting for South Africa, who are starting on -5. And we see the South African coaching staff talking to the tournament director right now about the application of the penalty. They're not happy, but the clock is there for all to see. They did run in for that huddle for that wicket. They didn't seem to rush to get ready, so they only got themselves to blame. Ambly Parr will get us back underway here at the World Cup. Oh, what a start from Parr. She's a star, isn't she?
Oh, the South Africans are just going nuts here because this time clock hasn't started. Not happy. Not ideal.
Well, it doesn't actually start until you put the first result in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is the same for both teams.
Yeah.
You have to put the delivery in, then it'll start.
They weren't too happy. One of the things that the umpire mentioned, I think, is really valid here is that what happens is that every time there's a break, the teams go to huddle. They call the play live, and it takes the players quite a long time to get back in position. Every time it happens, they burn 30, 40 seconds, and 4 or 5 of those, it was a long time in a game of winter cricket.
It's Parr. The thing is, Potts, is that they took a wicket in that second last over and ran in. Now, any team aware of that clock, knowing that they're struggling for time, doesn't run in. They take the wicket, they go great, and they get ready. And if they're ready and the batters aren't, then they've got a case to argue. They didn't do that. They didn't rush to get into position for final over. That's penalty. End of story.
Definitely not arguing at all, Cam.
Oh, that'll be out. We'll see that review, but that's out for mine. Let's listen in.
Sportscast, we have a referral at the bowler's end. Can I have your best vision, please? All right, slow down. Slow down. Keep it going slow. All right, so now we've got the ball. Throw. Well, that's easy.
The description from the video umpire, Ben Ridgway, that's easy. And New Zealand strike early. South Africa in trouble early with that penalty and that wicket. -9 in pursuit of New Zealand's 91. What a rock.
I don't want to go on too much about the time thing. One thing I do think, Cam, is that teams who play in competitions where these rules are applied rigorously have some experience of dealing with them. And I'm going to suggest to you that perhaps the South Africans don't play in a competition where these rules are applied rigorously, so they don't know what to do. And that's a key difference to the World Cup. This is part of the experience that can make a difference.
Another opportunity. It's going to be referred.
Sportscast, we have a referral at the keeper's end. Can I have your best vision, please? Go back and go slow, please. All right, slow it down. A little bit slower. The ball's coming in. Keeper's got the ball. Short of the ground. Keeper's now got the ball. Go back. No, go back. We've got to watch this bail. Rewind. Forward and very slow. So we're watching the bail. She's safe by 1 frame. I've made my decision. I'm going to the board now.
Really like his process, Cam. It's nice, it's simple, and it's well explained, right? He's watching the ball, he's waiting for the contact, he's slowing it down. A lot of credibility when you watch that. You believe he's going to get it right. But I think he did.
Yeah, definitely. That was a really tight call, and just proving the value of the video referral system in the final series here. Let's check in with the other match happening right now. It's the plate prelim between England and the Emirates, and England scoring 57. They'll have to defend 57 against the United Arab Emirates in that sudden death prelim. Oh, another chance here, and that's out, given out live.
Looking forward to the replay of this, and I think the ball does hit, but the keeper definitely breaks the stumps well before the ball arrives. It's not. Ball hits first, doesn't it? Ah, good decision.
Here's Mashevsky again. Beats the bat. South Africa in a world of hurt here.
Yeah.
Oh, this will be referred. Let's listen in to umpire Ben Ridgway.
Sportscast, we have a referral at the keeper's end. Can I have your best vision, please? Just nice and slow, bro. So once she gets in her hands, go super slow. Okay, so there's the ball going to the fielder. Goes back to the keeper now, so keep it nice and slow for me, please. Impacts there. I've made my decision. I'm going to the board now.
There it is. Another wicket. That's the third wicket. And we're just 9 balls in to this run chase. And yet put the time penalty in the equation as well, Gary. And South Africa up against it.
And that trickles into the 2-net, I think you'll find. Yeah, look, South Africa can run down 91. They can't chase down 110. 90's on the cusp, and unfortunately they've gone backwards. So this is going to be a massive mountain for them to climb from here.
Well, New Zealand have attacked well, and really validating the comment from their captain, Lucille Matthews, that she feels confident they can defend anything. You can get a team on neg 16 before the end of the second over. I think that's true.
It's a better shot from the South Africans. We talked earlier about the fact that they're just a little bit slower between the wickets, and they've got to keep the New Zealand field out of the game, and they've been hitting it on the ground into the New Zealand front half, and they're just too quick for them, and they've got to find an answer, and the only answers are to get it up into the net up high or get it into the back court. And the last couple of balls they've tried both of those options, and I think from here South Africa are going to have to look at the back court quite a lot and certainly try a little bit higher.
Sky Bowden, the bowler, she did look as if she was limping a little late in that batting innings. She looks okay, which is good news for New Zealand. Here she is now. Good movement from the New Zealand front court. Well, she is a little ginger there.
Yeah.
I'd be getting her out of this game quite quickly if I were New Zealand. Perhaps not bowling her so early too. Just leave it to the end and see if you need her.
Yeah. Just hard to see whether it's a back or a hamstring. But there's definitely a little grasp at the back of the leg there. Often when when you have tightness in those areas, moves around a little bit, probably a little bit on the hamstring, a little bit on the hip by the look of that.
I'd be getting her off if I was the coaching staff.
Well, I'd certainly be doing that the minute the game was beyond doubt, and I would not be bowling her again until I had to.
Yeah, no
that
way.
would be my approach.
You could have left her out here to the 12th over without bowling it over, and
Yeah.
had it there if you need to. I think that,
That's
yeah,
right.
I'm completely with you. Could be something that.
Oh, she comes up with a wicket, and that makes the injury feel a little bit better.
No
Doesn't
doubt.
it always?
I don't like the look of this. It may be that New Zealand have just missed it. We just haven't noticed just towards the end, which we pull up a couple of times, a little bit short. They may have missed it. They may not be aware. But they do need to be careful here and finish this over, and then no more bowling for Sky Bowden until they absolutely need her.
Yeah, I'd honestly be hiding her at point.
Take her off even.
Well, yeah, I suppose at this point it's...
She's sustained an injury in the game. It's not like she's coming with a pre-existing one.
Well,
it might be a niggle we're unaware
I
of.
mean,
but-
the only merit to keeping her out there is if New Zealand feel that the game's in danger. Now, right now, it's not.
No.
Yeah? But look, she's in a bad way. If New Zealand... South Africa somehow get back into this, and they're not going to give up here. We're going to see some shots go the journey, right? And if they get to the position where they get to pick someone to bowl the last over, well, in this case, New Zealand will get to determine, because Sky Bowden has bowled it. So
Correct.
if there is someone, they'll get to determine. But that could be a huge over in the last partnership. So there is some value in her staying out there, but I say again, at the minute that value disappears, she should be leaving. She should not be bowling again if they can help it. Here's Downs.
Again, if you subscribe to that theory, Cam, then one thing you wouldn't have her doing is keeping, because
Yeah,
it
that's
requires
right.
a lot of crouching and up and down
Yeah.
driving. The big levers and the legs are working pretty hard. And
I'd be hiding her at point.
yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Even on the line if I needed to for now. She likes the back. I guess. Yeah. That's what South Africa have got to do here. They've got to get the ball out of this New Zealand front court. Marama Downs is the keeper for New Zealand today, so maybe she's just keeping for an over while Downs bowls, but I wouldn't like her in there myself.
Well, there's 2 threes in a row.
I just think South Africa have got to do this with control, but they've got to do this if they want to come back into this game.
Yeah, well, this partnership walks out positive.
That is a great effort. And an elimination fire will come from minus 15-16 to 0. That is a match saving.
That's right.
Effort.
Well, then they're back to 30 a pair. Yeah, that's gettable, right? They're still in the game. 2 balls remain. Oh, it just hits the wire, comes straight back down.
Matthews has done a tweak now.
Yeah.
The walking wounded the New Zealand side.
Look, sometimes the players as well. Some players often see that bounce straight down.
I just saw that right foot of Matthews. Brings the partnership to an end. They get back to -2 for them, -7 for the total. So it's still 30-odd each required. But to their credit, this opening pair, they were in real big trouble. And the worst thing they could have done is walked out with the game over. And New Zealand have got a couple of players that have just injured themselves and would love to have the luxury to just drag them out of the game to protect those injuries. South Africa have taken that away from them. And, well, they're an opportunity here. But it's a crucial 4-over period coming up. If they can put on 30 or 40 runs, it is absolutely still game on. If they don't do that, well, then maybe New Zealand will feel like they can take a player out of the game.
And I would like to see New Zealand appeal last ball. That was looked just into the naked eye. If it looks just into the naked eye with the replay, it's well worth just asking the question and getting the umpire to send it to the screen to have a look.
Don't think that score's accurate.
No. Yeah, it's not. I think he put the number of the bowler in the scorebook. Now, Sky Bowden is bowling again. Now, this is a sign to me that they're probably going to take her out of the game.
Yeah.
But I just don't think she needs to be bowling the over.
Yeah, look, it's one of those things, Cam, that you do. Oh, this score doesn't add up. There we have got it
There
right
we go.
now.
He's got it now. He's got it. Cam Walter was going to jump into the matrix and do what he does to amend it. But
well, or what he did is he put the penalty on this skin and still left it in the other one because the South African captain's out there. So at one stage they were penalised -10. Now he's fixed that up and we're ready to go. Here's Bowden. Driven straight into Lily there at the front. And Bowden seems to be moving okay. It's interesting, she limps afterwards, but still very athletic in the field then. Straight to the fielder. Dot ball this time.
Every dot a little victory for New Zealand at the moment.
Sorry?
South African batters talking to the umpire.
Because it's the time penalty applies to this skin. That's why it's -4.
Umpire right here, but
Sorry? Let's play it.
he's not having any more of the chat.
Yeah, it's just a lack of awareness of the regulation. The captain's at the crease. The penalty applies to this partnership. That's what's happening. Here's Bowden.
South African manager taking another stroll. I get the frustration. You don't understand these things. It can be quite tough, and it is just the rules being applied completely perfectly by the umpire here. He's done exactly what he's supposed to do.
It'll be third ball, an opportunity for New Zealand. Fended through the onside for 2.
Well, I mean, it is pretty clear in Rule 24 of the World Cup guidelines that are sent out to each nation, time fielding innings, spelled out very, very clearly. And it says that runs will be deducted against the team captain.
And dropped. Maybe a little bit of that injury. She got across to it. And it's 2 runs in the end. And that's deducted against the team captain, but it does not count as an individual penalty against the captain.
Yeah.
You've got to question that language. It should say the penalty applies to the captain's partnership, but it's not an not an individual penalty against the captain.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is it comes off the scoreboard, but it doesn't go on her personal stats.
Correct.
Correctamundo.
Yeah.
Makes
Whereas
complete
that
sense,
language
right?
is contradictory. It says we'll have the runs deducted against the team captain. Then it says it's a team penalty, it doesn't count as an individual penalty against the captain. It's contradictory. But the intent of the rule is exactly as described, and as you said earlier, it's been applied perfectly.
That's the most important thing, right? We can do with the rest.
Yeah.
As long as they're making the decisions right up there, we're all good, right?
Yeah. Mashevsky, the bowler, it's number 6. Bowden staying on the court. Suppose the game is still on the line, but chance for Matthews. Doesn't get it cleanly. That ankle's troubling her, you can see that.
Yeah, going to be a pretty busy New Zealand physio tonight if this team does get through.
Yeah.
New Zealand bowlers trying to get the South Africans to hit it flat in the front half. South Africa really looking to do anything else.
Oh, Tribby out it is. We're going to refer it.
My God. Sportscast, we have a referral at the keeper's end. Can I have your best vision, please? Alright, she's just hit the ball, so go slow.
Oh no.
No, it's alright. Keep going slow. Keep going slow. Okay, I can't see. I'm going to need to go to this one, please.
So what will be happening now is we're looking at the other angle.
The question here is asking, does the ball hit the stumps?
Yeah, and it would have gone to the other angle, which we might be able to see shortly. So, of course, the broadcast vision that you're seeing, and we've got all other angles. You can see here, he just moved across to the other monitor and had a look at this. And there it is, without doubt. And another wicket falls. Driven, is in the air. Good second effort there from Mashevsky. It'll be a dot. Dot. They got through for runs. Just looking across the corresponding game of the 2017 World Cup, where South Africa, see the delivery. South Africa certainly weren't the favourites in that game either, and got ahead of New Zealand 80-74 and advanced to the final. Cecile Matthews in that game, Regina Lilly, Gemma Krebs, Sky Bowden. For South Africa, Von Wyk and Hayley Wheeler were the only two players in that side.
Telling.
So fair bit of change in both sides, but just interesting the parallels to me there that New Zealand in that comp finished second on the ladder with 6 wins compared to South Africa's 3 wins and got ahead of them in the prelim.
Yeah, that would have been let's say a stone under the beach towel in summer for them for 5 years now.
Yeah.
Where they perhaps felt they should have won that game and just didn't quite fund on the day. No, we're enjoying trying to put that right at the moment.
Yeah, here's Lilly. Got to be aggressive with their calling. They need a big 2 overs here, South Africa. That historic score sheet I was looking at available on indoorcricketworldcup.com. If you want to check it out for yourself.
Amazing sight for that isn't it, Cam? Because it's been days in there watching this stuff.
Yeah. And there's 3 runs. And I am on a bit of a mission for historians out there that might have access to some old scorecards and things like that. I'm looking to make sure we get all of the World Cups and, in a perfect world, all of the internationals into that site. So if you're sitting on some score sheets, give me a call.
Wouldn't it be great to have accurate historical stats?
Yeah.
You're a bit like the Englishman Murray, who was tasked with creating the very first dictionary, mate.
An indoor cricket dictionary.
Yeah.
First thing, page 1, time penalty.
A time penalty.
Good effort here from the South Africans. They really seem to be aware of what they need to do. When they're hitting it in the front half, they're trying to hit it straight and running over it. And whenever they get a chance to free their arms, they're freeing their arms. And, you know, little choice but to free your arms when you're on 5 chasing 91 just into the 7th over.
Through for a single. And this, as that over comes to an end, 11 runs from it. A better one for South Africa, but still probably not what they need. This New Zealand side doesn't exactly strike me as the sort of bowling attack that South Africa can just slog at will. So they really do need to cash in when those opportunities present themselves and start to take greater risks than they otherwise would. And that might mean an aggressive call where they otherwise wouldn't run. Might mean a drive when it's on the up. That's what they need to do, but they need a good 12 run over here to stay in the game. Lucille Matthews, a New Zealand captain.
One of the big changes in this side, Cam, has been that Lucille Matthews has always been cover, and Ambly Parks come in. She's taken that position, which puts Lucille Matthews back on the line, which gives them a heck of an athlete with a good arm on that offside line, and in these situations, that's really helpful.
A bit of extra height there at the cover position as well.
Yeah, it's a really good result from them. It's not the intention, I don't think. Ambly Parks just turned up and started fielding so well there. They had to give her the spot, and Matthews the best fielder.
Driven. Oh, it's on the up. It's taken. A great catch from Krebs. South Africa in deep trouble now. That's a nice little piece of athleticism there. Look at this on the replay. Low, down to her left. Diving effort and 2 hands to it. Great fielding.
Sometimes from the reaction of a team, you can see the wickets they feel are starting to be really important, and that lets look like New Zealand feel like it's starting to get tougher South Africa from here.
Oh, it's off hands. Matthews realises she should have left it for her receiver, and she bats it for 7. Here it is on the replay. Full toss, put away. May well have got through downs anyway. Stay alive, South Africa. 3 balls remain. Well, it was either a wide or a no ball. But to me, Gary, that should have been called a no ball.
Yep.
Because they can hit that, right? So if she'd had a go at that and that wasn't called a no ball, then she could have been caught. 3 balls to come. Into the back court for 4. Much needed runs for South Africa. They stay alive. 2 balls remaining.
Big into this over for them so far, isn't it?
And the captain finds the net for 2.
Oh, did he double hit the 2 there at all, Cam? Did the score go from 18 to 22? Just 20 to 22?
Yes. Driven straight back to Lucille Matthews. It'll be a dot to finish, and a 22-run partnership gets them back to 20, and they'll need 72 runs from 2 batting partnerships. Now, that's a big ask for South Africa, but it is doable. So the game is still alive. There are no tomorrows for either side. If they cannot win this match, On the line is a spot against Australia in the World Cup final. And coming up from 8 p.m. Australian Daylight Time, it is the men's prelim final between New Zealand and India. And how good is it to see India in that match fighting for a place in the World Cup final? So I hope you can stay with us. We're live and exclusive on KO Sports and on YouTube internationally. I'm Cameron Walter, and with me is Paul Botterill and Gary Lowe. Who's your money on, Gary?
New Zealand.
Paul?
I'm picking New Zealand, but I'm picking it to be down the wire. I think we'll still be watching this that game in the 32nd over.
Well, Amberley Parr will bowl the first over to this pair. Von der Pfeiffer and Von Wyk. Straight to the fielder, a chance at the top.
Van Dijk, the 7-hitter in this side. She doesn't mind going the back at all, and interesting partnership to see how she bats. That's the area New Zealand wants to bowl. Same as South Africa did to them. Take away the width to swing the arms, get the ball inside the hands in the batting stance. Makes it very hard for them to hit it into the back half.
Let's turn inside out to hit that there. Doesn't find the net, it's a single. It really should have gone. Suppose it did shape. 2 balls remain. Oh, nearly knocks her over. And it'll be 3rd ball to finish the over. South Africa need to find a way to get through this.
Beautiful bowling, isn't it?
Yeah. Full and driven, a chance for Krabs. And she takes her time and affects the run out. Van Wyk out at the top end, and the classic 3rd ball out. And -3 for that over. That's not what you need if you're a fan of the South Africans.
Van Wyk not particularly happy, and a bit of contact with Van Tilburg after the wicket.
Yeah.
So we just watch this, we can see that as players come together as the camera rolls. And Van Tilburg's like, hey,
well, look,
get out of my space.
I don't think Van Wyk not exactly running into her away. Yeah. Van Tilburg turned around and was right in her path. Speaking of which, here's Van Tilburg now. Starts with a dot. Be interested to see if the South Africans try and attack the spin of Van Tilburg. Couple behind the legs. Make life easy. They going to need more than this, South Africa. The drop ball. They can't get her away, Gary.
Yeah, the lines are too tight. The flight's too good.
Well, a couple of extras in there would have maintained the interest for South Africa. 7 runs from it. So they need 2 big overs here to really push past 30 for this partnership. That'll keep them alive in the game. Have to contend with Gemma Krebs bowling over number 11. Here's Krebs. Will run a single through the point region. Seen a couple of little injuries. A few players needed to stretch out there on the court. How important, Gary, you just see this delivery bowled. Should be out. We'll refer it. Come back to you, Gary.
Sportscast, we have a referral at the keeper's end. Can I have your best vision, please? All right, and slow, slow, slow. Keep going. I've made my decision. I'm going to the board now.
There you have it. Another wicket falls. And it's all New Zealand here. And Gary, I was going to ask how important this extra game is for the Kiwi side. The Australians have got their feet up at home, ready for tomorrow, nice and relaxed.
Yeah, I mean, if the Kiwis weren't playing this extra game, they wouldn't have a dodgy ankle with Matthews and a sore hammy with Sky Bowden, would they? They'd be sitting down watching telly, watch this come through. Yeah, poor old New Zealand. They've come inside, opened up an umbrella, walked underneath the ladder, tripped over a black cat and fell into a mirror. It looks as though they've had a bit of bad luck with some of the injuries, but I think that they'll wrinkle those out, hopefully, and they don't look too significant. If it was significant, I'm sure both players would put their hands up and say, get me out of here.
I think as well, I think New Zealand will take a lot out of that third partnership with the bat. Under a lot of pressure, young players, elimination cricket. They've now had a game of elimination cricket, and I think that experience will be something that those young players will take into tomorrow, which will give them a lot more confidence.
Final ball of the over.
Clearly they would have preferred not to play this game. But given they've played it, I think they'll take some positives out of it, as long as these players aren't too beat up.
Well, South Africa have absolutely got to go this over. If they can jag 20 here, they're still in. If they can't, I think that will be all she wrote.
Interesting too, I think. Is it Downs to bowl?
Yeah, looks like it.
Quite a tough line for a re-bowl over Downs bowls. This 2 on the leg field. She bowls right arm round outswing. Hard for her to not end out. Oh, it's Van Tilburg bowling. It's Downs bowling. It's hard for her to get in the hitting zone here.
Starts with a dot, just fended away. And it finds a side net in the backcourt for 3.
I can't help but feel South Africa's actually just got to start running down. They've got nothing to lose, right?
Yeah,
they need to put some
that's
pressure on this bowler. Try and get a wide or a no ball.
Yeah,
Had a couple of back nets. There's just no point in doing anything else here.
And twos aren't going to keep them in the game. They've got to send just about everything into the back court here.
So yeah, they've got to get at least 20 off the next 2 balls, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Or we'd imagine so. And you know, you've got to die trying.
Misfielded in the net. Should be 2. It is.
Brilliant fielding in the situation.
Yeah, they needed to put that to the back net. Madame Downs does the job of her own bowling and just missed the sticks with the throw. Should be good to see. Oh, that is sharp. That has the presence of mind to have a go at the stumps. That would have been out. And she's just got one inside there for a dot to finish the partnership. And 4 overs remain in the match. South Africa will need 62 from the final partnership. New Zealand have 1 foot in tomorrow's World Cup final. Let's just take a look at what is coming up from 8 p.m. tonight. Australian Eastern Daylight Time, a little under half an hour from now. It's New Zealand up against India in the men's preliminary final. I've said before, I'll say again, how good is it to see India in that match? Tomorrow's grand finals, the World Cup finals, 9 a.m. The 22 men, New Zealand, Australia, 11 a.m. The 22 women, New Zealand, Australia, 1 p.m. The women, it looks as if that will be Australia and New Zealand. 3 p.m. Australia against the winner of New Zealand and India. All coming to you live and exclusive on KO Sports here in Australia and on YouTube around the world from Casey Stadium. 4 overs remain in this match now. Kyla Stiles and Roseanne Glita at the crease. Regina Lilly will bowl. And are we going to see some fireworks if South Africa try to stay alive? Yeah, well, that's what they've got to do, but it is out. And just no response there from Stiles, but I suppose if she had responded, it would have been out at the top end.
It's almost lovely intent. I mean, this is highly unlikely to work, right?
Yeah.
But you've got to try.
Yep.
The fielder throwing at the stumps at the near end, but it went straight through and got her at the other end.
Well, that's what got him the wicket, the miss. Here's Lily. Shot there from Stiles.
More intent there as well, you know. She's hit that quite hard, and you know, I expect to see the South African side fight hard.
Just hitting it too straight at the moment.
Yeah, it's just catch 29. You've got to try for the back, but when you go for the back, you get zeros, and zeros really hurt you.
And that'll be out. Downs doesn't miss at the top end this time. She's pumped, and well she should be. New Zealand are booking their place in the World Cup final after missing out in Dubai in 2017. Here it is.
Just look at the reaction from Cleety at the end here as well. Might just miss her. She just puts her head down like they're trying their guts out. They're 70 runs behind, yet they're putting their blood, their sweat and their tears into this South African jersey. Should really be proud of their effort.
Yeah, I really agree with you, Gary. It's great to see. And, you know, they're going to spend the next three years disappointed in this result, but at least they're going to go, well, we gave it all we got.
I think as that over comes to an end, we might check in with the men's plate prelim final taking place right now. England attempting to defend 57 against the United Arab Emirates, who are currently on 74 with 10 balls remaining. So it looks as if the Emirates will advance to the plate final and knock England out of the World Cup plate. They'll take on South Africa tomorrow.
Devastating for England. They played some really good cricket in this tournament. Best English side I've seen in some time, and they just burn up too much gas doing it.
Here's Krebs. Starts with a wide.
It's one of those unfortunate situations where a wide's just a great result for New Zealand at the moment. You know, it's I'm sure it's not bowling deliberately, but 2 runs is not a big deal. 7 is.
Well, they've needed a few more of those. South Africa.
South Africa needing 60 off 16 balls here, so nearly 4 ball required.
That's inside the line. A dot ball. Oh, chance at the top. Styles gets home.
That's what I'm talking about with South Africa as well. 60-odd runs behind. Styles still diving to make her ground. A lesser player would just run through, wouldn't really care. It's just not in their playbook.
You know, Krebs looks a little ginger, wandering back to a mark as well. Some sore bodies on the court for New Zealand. There's 2 to close out the over. A good one for South Africa, 12 runs from it. And 12 balls remaining in the match now. Here's a look at that 7.
Great shot.
It's going to be Van Tilburg to bowl the penultimate over. So in contrast to the South African fielding innings, New Zealand with some 4.5 minutes left to get through this over. So
South African here's going to take a couple of minutes to that up with the shoelace, I think.
Well, the umpire stopped time.
Yeah.
I'm not sure he should be stopping time for that.
I think this is just part of the inexperience. It's great to see an umpire from a developing nation come in, but I'm completely with you. The clock, according to the rules, the clock should be continuing. And the South Africans really have a right to say, look, turn the clock back on. We're going to waste 2 minutes here. We're allowed to, you know.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Time should be running.
And the manager's down there asking the question.
He talks a little too quietly for us to try and pick him up. Kieran.
Actually, looks like a player, Cal. I'm not sure a player should be in that area. That's coaches and managers there to go and talk to umpires about these rulings.
Was that a player?
Was a player, I think. Yeah, it was a full playing uniform, not the different uniform of the management. And, you know, I'm fully in favour. Coaches and managers should be able to go in there and ask you questions. Players should not be in that area asking
correct.
questions.
Yeah, totally. And look, to be honest, I don't like the question. I mean, it's clear that South Africa haven't got that rule right. And yeah, okay, he shouldn't have stopped the clock there, but he stopped it for about, 5 seconds? They've got 4 minutes left, and there's, a 55-run difference thereabouts between the sides.
Yeah, you know, at this stage it's not going to impact the game. And it's one of the things, and I've coached teams that have had this where things don't go your way around decisions in games, and it can affect you for the entirety of the game.
Yeah.
And what you've got to do, as Matthews puts that down, but and misses the line out of the top of keeper as well. What you've got to be able to do is put that to one side. And it would have been great through an interview with the South Africans and asked them whether they thought that issue affected that first partnership and the preparation for it, because it clearly did from what we could see.
Missed the stumps. Should have been out. She had to have a second or third go at it. Bowden gave Styles enough time to get in.
Great delivery. Van Tilburg's had a really good game, hasn't she?
Oh, player of the match, without question. Looks like we've referred this. Sorry, that's caught us napping.
I've made my decision. I'm going to the board now.
Looks like she's still got it. Not out.
Yeah, cool. So I was curious as to why the clock stopped again, because we'd all missed that it had been reviewed.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why. 'Cause I'm like, hey, the clock stopped.
Controversy.
And time rolls again.
Just a little untidy of late, New Zealand. A couple of chances
But,
they really should have taken.
Sorry, Gary. Bit tough for Mascarenas, you know. It was a major game for him, and not a small bit bigger than his major game in his history. And a lot of things around that can distract him, and he's just out there. As long as he gets the calls right, we'll sort of deal with the rest. You know?
Yeah, correct. Final ball for Van Tilburg. That time, no mistake from Sky Bowden, and a wicket completes the 15th over. Tell you, I've said Van Tilburg player of the match for sure. As a spinner in a game where South Africa need big runs, she hasn't been afraid to flight the ball up. Has done very well, both with bat and ball.
Be interesting to get the wicket keeper's point of view on that last dismissal. Just where the ball was taken in relation to the stumps. Oh, yeah, maybe it's behind,
We're arguing case for her taking it in front, are you, Gary?
You had to wait a long time for it.
You're just trying to get in the game, mate, aren't you?
Yeah, just, got 6 deliveries to go.
So talk us through that rule.
Oh, you're not allowed to take the ball in front of the stumps as the wicketkeeper, or it's a no ball. So for those bowlers that really flight it up, the wicketkeeper needs to demonstrate a large quantity of forbearance and wait for that ball to come through behind the stumps or equal to it. That was going to be out, but not. So, yeah, can't catch it in front.
It's a safety rule, isn't it? Because we don't want the gloves in the air with the bats moving around, right? That's just asking for broken fingers.
Well, we saw Matty Wright in the game this morning get hit on the hand by a South African player who played deep in the crease. Bang, hit her on the hand.
The Singaporean keeper also has a hand in a plaster cast from a bat injury in the latest grade. That's a good rule. You know, we don't need any of that stuff. We want everyone to be loving this game, playing it, enjoying it, and being healthy.
3 balls remain in the prelim final. Make that 2. Oh, Matthews with a second effort this time. They missed a couple of chances, New Zealand. They're not missing that one. Quality piece of fielding with a second effort and a happy sideline for the New Zealand camp. Here's the replay. Bang. Great fielding.
Yeah.
1 ball to come now. Beaten, and there it is. Confirmation, New Zealand will advance to the World Cup final against Australia. It's been an excellent performance from them. They were under the pump early. The third partnership came out and put on 36 and got them back on track. And they came out all guns blazing in their defence of that 91 with some excellent bowling and fielding. Took control of the game early and never really let South Africa back into it. We might take in some highlights as we reflect on this match. Gary, just a quality performance from New Zealand.
Yeah, the Australian women's side would have been back in their hotels watching this game. And just understanding some of the tips and tricks that New Zealand put in for this one, and they just outclassed South Africa. I mean, they started off particularly quite well, didn't they, in terms of New Zealand's first and second batting innings. First and second skin, I should say, 15 and 16. You thought for a moment there that South Africa could be in it, but We heard the skipper from New Zealand say that they could defend anything. Well, it turned out that they could defend 38, really. Paul, your thoughts?
Yeah, good performance from the New Zealand side. They'll be really pleased the young players stood up under pressure. It's the ideal preparation for a final. They've earned themselves either another position in the pool or another ice bath. One more to go before they come out tomorrow and play these Australians in what will be a cracking final.
You just see this last little wicket here from Matthews. Great way to finish the innings. And so New Zealand victorious here in the prelim final, and as I said, they've advanced to tomorrow's Women's World Cup final at 1 p.m. Australian Daylight Time. But we're not done for the day. We've got a late game today to close out day 7 at the Indoor Cricket World Cup. Coming up in a little over 10 minutes' time, it is New Zealand up against India in the men's prelim final. Until then, for Paul Botterill, Gary Lowe and the broadcast team, I'm Cameron Walter. Thanks for watching.
fielding.
Got him! Niobioti. One for the leg spinner.
Leg stump finds a gap. Can he hit the stumps? Oh, I reckon he was out, but that'll do.
That is an absolutely sensational piece of fielding from Claire Koski at the back.
Left indoor cricket, here he is.
And there it is! He's entered the stats straight away!
Fraser McGurk cuts and he's away with a boundary. Nice start to his domestic 50-over career.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome back to Casey Stadium for our live and continuing coverage of the finals of the 2022 Indoor Cricket World Cup. I'm your host, Cameron Walter, and coming up now, it's the final game of Day 7, the men's preliminary final between New Zealand and India, and how fantastic it is to see them here in this game, one game away from a World Cup final, and that's what's on offer, a spot against the defending world champions, Australia. We are live and exclusive on KO Sports here in Australia and on YouTube internationally, and we'll cross now to Gary Lowe to go through the lineups.
Yes, thank you very much, Cameron, and hello to wherever you are right around the world. We'll start off with Team India, going through their team list, and they've had a slight change up with some injuries that have come into their playing squad. Today's captain will be Danush, and then we've got Davik, Vijay, Afroz, Suraj, Uriz, Mahasin, and Namsheed. A big out there is Gurish, who generally plays but is sporting quite a significant injury with a rotator cuff. And then we look at New Zealand, captained by Victor Davies. And then we have Perrott, Barry, Hindman, Crook, Ryder, Watson and Latham. That is your 8 for New Zealand.
Yeah, two excellent lineups. If you just joined us, I'm Cameron Walter with me, Gary Lowe. It's New Zealand against India in the sudden death prelim final, fighting for a spot against Australia in tomorrow's big dance. And Jay Otto, former world champion. It's great to have you with us once again. New Zealand obviously be favourites, wouldn't they?
You'd think so. I've asked a few questions around the group with people watching today and asked what they would expect out of this, and they reckon it's probably not going to be a whitewash as people might think, which is a bit surprising. And myself, I haven't seen India much this week, just with on KO and YouTube and stuff, but it'll be interesting. Very interesting.
Certainly will be. Matt Latham and Victor Davies going to open the batting here for New Zealand. The umpire for the match is Andrew Hall-Villiers from Australia. And, well, I said before, I'll say it again, Gary. How good is it to see India a game away from a World Cup final?
Yeah, no, it's very good. It's good for us all here. It's good for everyone watching at home, and it's good for indoor cricket internationally. Again, a couple of outs for them that's just going to bring their attack in slightly. Gurish is out, and, of course, Kizza, game one. He's Actor 7 and then blew an ACL. They're still a strong side, and it's a term that I heard you say the other night, which I thought was pretty great, which you've liberated from someone else who said...
Guy Coleman, yep.
Unstructured form of play from India. They're very attacking with their stroke play. They don't mind going the big shots, not like the traditional down, up, two, down, up, two, down, up, two. They really like to have a go at things.
So it should be an exciting final. It's a minor final, but a sudden death final. Elimination cricket. The final match on day 7 here at the World Cup of Indoor Cricket. Victor Davies at the crease, Matt Latham at the other end. Here is Afroz, starts with a no ball.
And over in the TV umpires box tonight, we have Andrew Potts from Australia.
Davies gets his first runs from the bat. There's 2. Oh, what a shot from Matt Latham to start his innings. Bangs a 3 on the offside.
That would be a fair confidence builder, that one.
Driven straight to the fielder. Does well. Took a second grab at it. And got ball. Get through for a single. And the last ball of the over now. And leg side to finish, so a good start it was for New Zealand. That's exactly what they're after, 10 runs from it here in this elimination final. It's good afternoon to everyone over in India watching. Your side's first visit to this match and a game away from the final. And hello to everyone over in New Zealand. It's getting late over there. But thank you for sticking with us and with your team. And of course, thank you everyone else right around Australia and the world for staying with us. Jay Otto, you've played in a few World Cups. You've played against a lot of nations. And you've been a part of a team that's always been favourite. How difficult is that mantle when you come in against an emerging nation in an elimination final?
Yeah, there'd be a fair bit of pressure happening here, I think. With, is there a bit of expectation that New Zealand are going to take this one out? You know, you ask an Indian person that, you know, they'll play for the full 16 here. And they'll always be at you.
Another great shot from Latham. He's looked in good touch. And Victor Davies, well, doesn't get much better than that. Bangs a 3 off his legs.
Just noticed a couple of shots Victor Davies has played with a fair bit of intent early.
Yeah, my sense of that is that I think New Zealand will know that India are very much a batting side, and they're a side that are going to come on and play all their shots are going to play through the ball. And I think New Zealand will be a little bit wary of that, and they'll want to be scoring 100 plus here at least. So there's that intent early from them. Mahasan, the bowler, beats the New Zealand captain. Another great shot there from the New Zealand captain. And another 10 runs from the over there on their way here, New Zealand. What sort of, can we look at the previous games between these two sides? Gary, take us through some of the mix and match results there.
Sure can. 52-72 was the score between these two teams. India being on the 52 end of the ledger there. And their scores throughout the course of the World Cup's been interesting. I'm going to completely remove their total of 8 last night against South Africa because
we don't want to think about that.
They went in with a particular game plan of not doing too much, Team India, and they got rolled and they weren't really too worried about it. And I've got some pretty good intel that was the way they wanted to go. Suraj in now. Really tricky customer to try and navigate. And the scores are reflective of the type of cricket they play. They're either really, really big or pretty average in terms of what they do.
Driven into the backcourt for 4. Yeah, the more I'm seeing, the more I take the view that they're a little bit worried I don't know the worried's the right word. That weary is what I used before of India coming out and blasting some runs here. It's the first little chance.
Well, they put on some pretty good totals against some handy teams. I mean, they put on 105 against Sri Lanka. They put on 113 against the UAE.
They're all good runs.
They do know how to score. Tossing it up. No wicket there. Davies playing across the line. Good flight right up above the eye line. Dipping in sharply. We watch the replay here. You can see it dip and it goes the other way.
I tell you, I thought that was one that's going the other way. Lucky I'm not batting.
Well, neither of us seem to pick it up until we watch the replay in slow motion.
I remember him in Dubai last World Cup. He was one of those ones where we've obviously never seen before.
Yeah.
Really comes right out the front of his hand like an Ashwin, like a Ravi Ashwin.
Driven straight to the receiver, deflected. And it's a dot to finish, 7 runs from it. New Zealand looking strong here. A couple of opportunities there in that over.
Sorry, Matt. I'm just going to move your mic a bit closer to your mouth.
27 the total here for New Zealand. 4th over of the batting pair. Danush to bowl. Taken 7 wickets in 8 games. Each innings conceding around about 10.75 as the stats go.
It's a really positive start here from these 2 New Zealand players. I think they want to capitalise now and get as many as they can this last over the partnership.
So Danush it will be. Davies on strike. That's 2 to start over square leg.
Traditionally, you'd think New Zealand somewhere around that 110, 115, 120 mark, but at the moment they're flying along.
Good movement there from the Indian field. Created a little bit of doubt for Matt Latham and Victor Davies, who opted not to run.
It's interesting here, he's bowling some Colemans into the hip. Oh, there we go, he's just shifted the 2 players on the leg side. Sorry, boys, I say Colemans is an off-cutter.
I was about to ask.
Oh, Guy Coleman's probably one of the producers of the best off-cutters I've ever faced in my life.
Hello to Guy, we know he's watching.
Oh, is he?
I dare say he is.
Hello, Guy.
That's coming back a long way. The courts here at Casey still particularly quite abrasive, still new AstroTurf.
A chance here, needs a hit. They do, and it's given out.
Straight up.
Yeah, umpire Hall Villiers doesn't need the referral system this time. His finger goes straight up, and the first wicket falls. Gee, this will be interesting.
Absolutely love this form of umpiring. It's gone too. Why not give it out? Absolutely good umpiring. That's why he's one of the best in the world, if not the best. Brilliant. Love to see it.
Grabs a single backward of square. 1 ball remains. Straight into the fielder. And it's a dot to finish. And a good little fight back from India. New Zealand were on the charge there, looking good for 30 or 40 runs. And that little wicket and a tight over there keeps them to 25. Very much makes this a fascinating contest. Thank you for being with us, folks. It's the final game of Day 7 here at the World Cup. The sudden death final between New Zealand and India. both vying for the right to take on the defending world champions in tomorrow's World Cup final. And
so I believe Lee Kelly's made 2 changes for this game. Obviously bringing Jesse Ryder in. What do you think he's going to gain out of that, lads? Obviously handy with the bat. We all know Jesse Ryder's international outdoor career. And would he be looking to capitalise and have a mindset the same as Victor Davies and come out nice and hard just to try and put that pressure back on India?
yeah, I think so. I like the move. I think you're right. I think that's exactly what's behind it. They want to put on a good score here. Here's VJ. And as that shot illustrates, that doesn't necessarily mean he's going to come out and try and blast the back net. He's just going to be hitting through the ball. And if that's a down up 2, then it's a down up 2.
Two scored there. Traditional indoor cricket shot. Yeah, the thing with Jesse Ryder, he's got the highest strike rate in the New Zealand team, 119.15. Doesn't have the highest average. And that's because he doesn't face as many balls.
Yeah.
He's off strike every time. Boom, just rotate to strike, rotate to strike. Very busy between the wickets. Just like that. Exactly like that. That's why he's here. The man gets off strike regularly, more so than anyone else.
They really can't afford to keep giving him these half-track, easy shots.
Yeah,
they
shelling
really
peanuts, isn't it?
Because he's just going to start getting more comfortable.
Sharp bit of fielding there in the front court. And look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Indian players go over there. Give the captain a slap on the back.
It's kept off the net. It's a single to Hindman.
You come straight across in front of the pitch and onto the middle, potentially impacts the running line. 1 run scored, last ball.
Just heard the umpire there. It's a great shot from 2 for Ryder to finish. 9 runs from the first over, a good one again for New Zealand. And again, we heard the umpire there just telling everybody to worry about impacting the running line if you're not fielding the ball. Exerting some control over the game early.
You mentioned it earlier, didn't you, in the first semi-final about watch this space in regards to that rule.
You used to be a part of some Australian sides, Joe. I used to get in the way from time to time.
Good old days.
Mate, it was a wild, wild west out there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Here's Mahasan. With Riddick up a chance at the top. He needed to hit. All he hits is the back of his receiver. 2 to New Zealand.
You're right before, Gary. Jesse Ryder, it rotates the strike nearly every time.
Yeah.
And that just doesn't give India an opportunity. We'll just watch this ball.
An aggressive call, and it was the right one.
Yeah. I like it. They were holding that. They were dotting that up last game, and you can just see they're really nice and positive and putting the pressure on the Indian fielders.
Oh, another great shot from Jesse Ryder. He's hit 5 bang 2s in a row.
Yep. Not surprised in the slightest from this man. He is very, very good. Again, clinical here from New Zealand. Good, strong cricket, attempting to bat India out of the game.
And what that does with Stacey Hindman too is he knows that there's a high chance that Jesse's going to bang another wire, and he's already marching down the pitch.
How dare he have a dot ball, Jesse Ryder.
Put the mocker on him, didn't I?
And look, you can see him with the strikers, they're just shaking his head. He can't believe it. 1 dot ball, the man's not happy.
It's the last ball of the over now. Again, New Zealand looking strong. And another 2 to Ryder, 9 runs from the over. New Zealand on the charge.
Great, fantastic access into the game here with the additional cameras that we've got for the final games of this tournament. A big thank you to our broadcast partners, bringing the action right into your living rooms or wherever you may be watching. Makes you feel like you're a part of Team India there, doesn't it? Just like you're a part of the squad. Right on it. I remember as a young fella growing up watching the ABC and watching my heroes play indoor cricket. Now there's a whole new generation that can watch it on KO here in Australia and on YouTube everywhere else around the world. So glad to be able to bring you the 2022 Indoor Cricket World Cup.
Here's Davick to bowl over number 7. Ryder back on strike. And there's another dot, lads.
Jesse just indicating to Stacey there that big off cutter.
Beats him again.
It's interesting with this field here. He's got 2 on the leg side to a left-hander. He's naturally bowling an off cutter that's going to cut away from a left-hander. He's not giving himself much room for error here, because if he's 6 inches right of the mark, it's an easy 2 for Jesse in the corner.
Would you suggest coming the other side of the wicket, or what do you think?
Moving the fielder over.
Yeah. He's got to be obviously pitching this ball outside leg stump and hitting Jesse in the hip.
It is third ball, an opportunity for India. Right up to the challenge.
Again, 2 off cutters, 2 dots, changes it up. I'm not convinced. I think you just need to try and...
Well, it worked 2 times.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't it work a third?
Yeah.
Good fielding there in the front court, moving like a panther. Love that. Very sharp from VJ. Reading the play nicely. Looking at where the bat is. Looking at what the batsman's doing. Anticipating the ball well. 2 to come.
It's a no ball. This will be interesting. He's pointed at the front court fielder for being inside the exclusion zone. Let's have a look at that on the replay. Yeah, you can see there he's sort of over the arc. That is an invisible wall, and he's breached it before the ball was played. Tucked around behind square for a single. Brings the over to an end. They had him on third ball early there, India, but New Zealand still takes 6 runs from the over without loss. And really well placed here to set up the rest of this innings. Ryder left out of the major semi earlier today, perhaps with a little bit of a point to prove to here as well, Jay.
Yeah, I think so. I was a bit surprised myself for not seeing him in that first semi. But he's obviously showing his class here tonight in this game. Now let's see if they can go through this last over with no wickets. An out in the last over of a pair is a coach killer.
Danush, well, he did the job in the previous partnership. Can he do the same here? It's through the net, 2 runs. Well bowled. Hyman trying to get it away on the onside. Oh, sent back. Oh, India throw it away. They had all the time in the world. The call to send the striker back was the right one. Let's take a look at this.
Yeah, it's good movement from Urisi. You can see him there, top of screen, number 5 there. Gets a strong slap to it, but not the accuracy.
Driven on, it was up-ish, but it's in the gap. They get through for 4. Handy runs there for New Zealand.
Yeah, Jesse Ryder was almost down the striker's end when the ball was played. He was gone like a jackrabbit.
Two balls remain.
Hit high into the springs there. Jesse Ryder really putting on a great demonstration of indoor cricket shots here as we look at some of the pictures of the kids here at Casey Stadium tonight. Plenty of them enjoying their cricket. Engaged in the battle out on court.
It'll be a dot to finish. Another good partnership for New Zealand. 32 this time. They move to 57. Looking strong here in the prelim final. Closing out day 7 here at the World Cup.
Bit of chat here between Jesse Ryder and umpire.
If you've just joined us, I'm Cameron Walter with me, Gary Lowe and Jay Otto. And pretty perfectly placed at the moment, New Zealand. They'll be looking to go on with it. India, they've stayed in the hunt, but they'll feel like they're probably a little bit behind the moment they let that pair get away. I always call the third partnership the premiership quarter. It really is make or break for some teams. New Zealand batting first, looking to go past 100. A strong partnership here, a strong 4-over period here for India. Could keep them to something more like 80.
Barry's been brought back in to the side again. I like what Lee Kelly's done here. He's brought 2 left-handed bats in. And it just gives them a lot of variety now.
So Michael Barry it is, Corey Perrott at the other end. Namsheed the bowler. Starts just inside the legs of the left-hander. And it'll be a dot ball.
Namsheed's taken equal most wickets in the World Cup, 19. The only one to equal him's Rudy Grayling from South Africa.
The leg side.
Again, I'm glad I'm not batting because I cannot pick that.
He's good. He's very, very good.
Just a little bit of inexperience there. Uri's down there in the front court. There's a couple of times there he's opted for a slap when, you know, the play's either over or it'd be better off just getting it clean in the hands. That's better effort from him. Got it clean, little flick. But they're through for 2, the New Zealanders.
Good bit of fielding that.
Yeah, would have been out. Would have been out.
Unfortunately, the receiver at the back has moved to the right, anticipating that the ball was going over the sweeper's head, and he was there. The ball was there.
Just missed a top ball there to close out the over. 6 runs from it. Another reasonable start for New Zealand.
So does the receiver in that instance need to have trust in his 3-line fielder there, Jay Otto?
Correct. Yeah.
Uriz. He's been moving well in the front court. Let's see what he can do with ball in hand. 2 on the leg side to Barry from New Zealand.
Starts well. Half a yard of extra pace.
He's quite sharp. Skids on.
It'll be third ball now.
Surprised Barry there.
So the score has to change. Was full and wide and gets driven. A great piece of fielding at the back from David to keep it to 3. Good cricket from Barry.
The captain from the front court coming all the way back to the receiver, David, to tell him that he did a good job there.
Oh, that'll be out. Great piece of bowling once again. Parrott didn't know where the ball was. Let's take a look at this on the replay. Well, it was a yes-no from his non-striker. Parrott trusted him and got burned. Big wicket for India. I suppose they're all big wickets, aren't they? Follows it up with a wide.
Yeah, it was a bit unfortunate, that last one, because they looked as though the communication wasn't too bad. It was just perhaps what you suggested there, Cam. The original call of yes was an incorrect one.
Yeah.
But they seem to have a good line of comms. Just the wrong message.
Beaten. Gee, this has been a great over from Uriz. Final ball of the over. And he's beaten him again. It'll be third ball. We'll just cross quickly now to Paul Botterill.
Thanks, Cam. With me, Mitchell Gardner. Mitch, thanks for joining us. In this game, the New Zealand batting is quite positive. In the early game, you played them on court number 1. Do you think this court's a little bit easier for batting on against this attack?
Yeah, I think this court is a little bit flatter. The margin for error is definitely less on this court as opposed to court 1's a little bit spicy, along with court 2, but yeah, I think this one is an overall better batting surface.
Do you guys have a target in mind for this game to be comfortable you guys will get through and make the final?
Look, we're always looking to get 90 plus. I think from where we are now, yeah, I think anything over 90 we back ourselves to defend, so we'll be very happy with that, I think.
Thanks, Mitch. We'll go back to the commentary team for ball 3. Thank you very much for joining me.
Thanks, Paul and Mitchell. And it's a no ball on third ball, plus the run. Safely negotiated there by New Zealand. So there you go, they're looking for 90 plus.
Well on target, I think.
Driven straight to the 3-line fielder. Does enough, keeps it to a dot. Straight to the leg side fielder. I tell you what, that would have been tight. It's given not out. And
I feel that they just need to capitalise on one of these third ball chances. It might start something really exciting here for India.
Well, here is one of those chances. Here's Afroz. And just pushes it through point for 2.
Yeah, it had to be placed with precision there, taking all the speed off the ball, but nowhere near a fielder, so getting through safely.
There'll be another dot. We're starting to string a few of these together, India. It's 7 in the last, 8 so far in the first 3 overs to this pair. Beaten outside off. Another dot, and it'll be another third ball situation.
Yeah.
What a ball.
Much to Jay Otto's point, I think that they need to start converting a couple of these third ball opportunities. They've had a few now. I asked a question to Australian Indoor Cricket Hall of Famer Donna Dolby the other day with, if you've got 2 dot balls, is that taken into consideration with your next bowler selection because they do have to bowl the third ball? She was happy for an argument either way, but I asked you that question, Jay Otto. Is it worth burning a bowler just for 1 of 6 deliveries, or no?
Oh, it just depends on what period of the game, like what the situation of the game's like. At this stage where you look at it and New Zealand are we can nearly say cruising along here, and India are creating a lot of third ball chances. It's probably worth at this point by bringing on a strike bowler.
Okay.
Bowls full toss, put away for 2.
And I'll tell you the same thing I said to Donna Dolby. I always ask questions of people like yourself when you're in the broadcast, and then I use it as my own material 2 or 3 games later as if I'm the genius, but really I just steal it from you guys. So it's good to know. We always make good use of the experts when they come in to join us here. It's great to have Jay Otto joining us for this match.
A chance at the top, he needed to hit, and again the receiver's not there.
Deary me, India, things could be very, very different for them. They're going to adjust the base plate, and it's the batsman who's going to come down to it. No, it's the Bales. Painfully close. Opportunities are coming. They're there, they just need to take a couple.
Again, not quite clean, but enough to be in the way and keep it to a dot.
He is very deep there, that 3-line fielder. Traditionally, you would see they would walk past that line in with the bowler. Again, he is very deep there, and he's reading. I think he's reading the mentality of these batters. Obviously, VJ coming around the wicket, bowling nice and full, so he needs to be that little extra deeper.
Third ball. Just soft hands there from Perrott, who grabs 2. He's not happy, but he does see off third ball. 1 ball remains in the partnership now. Leg side. Letting them back in here. A couple of missed opportunities. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 third ball situations, all unconverted. Last ball again. Do a single to finish. 19 runs for the third partnership. That was a really good contest. India certainly up for this fight, but you would think they need to take a few more of these chances to really peg New Zealand's score back here in this sudden death prelim final. On the line, a spot in the World Cup final tomorrow. It's going to be Darren Crook and Todd Watson to close out the innings for New Zealand as they try and press towards those 3 figures. A good partnership here, and you would think it would be advantage New Zealand, but India are a little bit of a wild card. We've seen a fair bit of them this week. They've been hot, they've been cold, they've scored big, they've scored low. It looks to me like they're up for this contest though. So, 80, 90 runs, they're in the game. Uriz to bowl first, he bowled a good first over. This will be over number 13 and his second over. Crook is on strike. And we're back underway. Crook starts with a 2.
Well, they'll look to target Watson a little bit here. He's been out 5 times in the tournament, which was equal the most from anybody in the New Zealand team. And he's the only player to average under 10. So very, very good with the ball in hand. Very, very good with the ball in hand, but batting, little chink in the armour here that India might look to squeeze a sword into, or a knife or a dagger or whatever weapon they've got available.
Grabs 2 through point. I wonder how much we know that the more established nations certainly have a lot of intel on other players. They're watching other games, taking notes through every encounter. They're looking. I wonder how much of that, as we see Crook grab another 2, India are doing. Are they doing their homework, or are they, talk about being unstructured? Are they just playing what's in front of them? Be interesting.
I'm happy to be their analyst for next World Cup if they're looking for someone. Hit high into the springs, perfect shot. Right where the side netting meets the roof. And that little 90-degree wedge, perfect. 82 the total, building towards something north of 100. Crook on strike. Last ball of the 13th over. Straight. Bowler does the janitorial work, and that is the over.
Yeah, a good one again for New Zealand. I think one of the hallmarks of this innings so far has been that each of the partnerships has got off to a good start. That first over, even if they've soaked up a couple of dots, they've put on a good first 6 balls, and that's really set them up well.
Yeah, that's right.
3 overs remaining in the innings. Namshi will bowl over number 14. Gripping contest to close out your Friday night. New Zealand, India, World Cup indoor cricket. Starts well.
That's a cracker.
Yeah. It is third ball once again.
Is this the one they finally convert?
Oh, just short. A dive from Uriz. Let's have a look at this on the replay. Finds the edge. Now, I tell you what.
He's pretty flat-footed
Yeah,
there.
well, he's also up high.
Yeah.
So he's not very low. It's very difficult to get down low. Another great ball. Gee, they've turned up to play, India. Fascinating viewing. Another dot ball and another third ball situation.
How many, Cam? You've got the scorecard there.
Well, they had one in the first pair that they did convert. Let's just watch this. Driven. Oh, and a great effort from Davik. He didn't stop it from hitting the side net, but he did save a couple of runs there. 3 runs for New Zealand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 third ball opportunities.
Wow.
Unconverted since that first one in the first pair.
And look, that's a lot of dot balls, but it's also a hell of a lot of dot balls to be consecutive together as well. That's the other thing. And it's interesting that New Zealand are really putting on the runs, and they've had so many dot balls. So when they are hitting runs, they're hitting good runs. It means they're hitting their 3s, their 4s.
Well, it's also a sign of how patient New Zealand have been. They haven't panicked on really any of those third balls. Then they're quite ready, willing to sit back and let India bring the game to them. And it's worked. New Zealand in a really strong position with 2 overs remaining. They've soaked up all of this pressure, 89 on the board. Well, to face Suraj now, over number 15. Oh, they had a shout.
Oop.
Forgotten
Someone's forgot their box. That's
Yeah.
a couple of times that's happened. I think it's actually, that was Namsheed last time too, forgot his box.
A chance. Will be 2 runs. Another little opportunity there in the front court for India.
They're playing against one of the best teams in the world. They have to take all these little half chances.
See, a lot of sides would probably get frustrated in this situation by not capitalising on a lot of third ball opportunities. I can't see any of the Indians sort of being a bit flustered here because of that.
And traditionally, because they're very passionate cricketers, this Indian side traditionally. And, they've reined that in quite well.
Oh, it's a low, flat 7. Huge runs for Crook. Late in the innings, he moves New Zealand now to 98. That really hurts India. They've toiled hard. Bowled a lot of dot balls, created a lot of pressure, and that just releases some of that pressure for New Zealand. Through for a single. 2 to come in the over.
I would have liked to have seen a teammate get up and rally around Suraj then. You know, his head dropped a little bit. They need to stay up and be positive here.
There's another. Crook hits 2 7s in a row. And again, you don't see anyone coming to Suraj.
They've got to get around him.
Yep. Last ball of the over now. It'll be a dot. The damage done. 17 runs from the over in New Zealand. All of a sudden, 3 figures, 106 with an over to come. That's a real match turner, that over. Take a look at the replay. This one just advanced to the pitch of the ball, turned it into a full toss and hit it for 7. This one was a genuine full toss and did the same thing. A little chance there for VJ, but Crook was good enough. That's great cricket from Darren Crook. It was there to be hit.
That's right.
And he dispatched both of them. Davick will have to bowl the last over now. Can India claw back a wicket or two? He's got the 7s. He's hit plenty of wires. Crook looking pretty comfortable out there. Oh, that got something on the way through. The big appeal from Team India, and you can see the umpire up there signalling it's hit the pants. I think that's a fair call. Take a look.
I think it's more an appeal of desperation more than anything else. They just want a wicket.
Yeah.
Good hands.
Yeah, great take. For a dot. It's through that leg side fielder. Never seen him taking those.
Yeah, Watson's played his role beautifully out here tonight. Came out here knowing exactly what he needed to do. Crook on strike.
And a leg side. Davick not happy with the call. It looked okay. It looked to be a leg side to me.
Are we going to get a replay? I'm saying in. I'll say that because we're not going to get a replay.
Comfortable single there for Crook. Let's take a look. Wide for mine. Moved late.
I'll take it.
2 to come. Two runs through point for Watson. And the final ball now of the first innings.
Well, this is the extra delivery they got because they bowled the leg side. So maybe make New Zealand rue bowling it again.
Oh, it falls safe. It'll be a dot. A little opportunity and perhaps emblematic of the entire innings. India certainly creating plenty of chances there. But New Zealand, such a strong batting performance. They stayed patient. They absorbed a lot of third ball situations. And more importantly, when you're trying to put on a good score here, is they put India away when the chance was there. We might take in some highlights of this innings. Latham and Victor Davies, it is. They got off to such a strong start. India, though, late in that partnership, took a couple of wickets and really got back into the innings early. Beating Jesse Ryder a couple of times before he, instead of bowling the off-cutter, bowled that. And Ryder and Crook hitting runs. There's Crook again. 2 big 7s that really have turned the game. And a huge total there for New Zealand. We might have a look at the arts precinct around Victoria, where we are coming to you from the state of Victoria and southeastern Australia. Get some drama in your life with international artwork, soaring symphonies, classical ballet, conceptual art, and emerging thespians that are stuffed inside Melbourne's arts precinct. It's in South Bank and home to Australia's highest concentration of art organisations, and its bulging arts pocket is home to the National Gallery of Victoria, the oldest and most visited gallery in Australia, attracting 3 million visitors each year. The NGV holds one of the most significant collections of art in the Southern Hemisphere and is exhibiting triennial until April 18 next year. So beyond the city centre, the Arts Precinct is a great place to visit. Jay Otto, are you a bit of an art connoisseur?
Negative. But by the sounds of that, I wouldn't mind going checking it out.
And check it out. Everybody should. Victoria, wonderful destination here in Australia's southeast. Hope you are enjoying the coverage, ladies and gentlemen, live and exclusive on KO Sports here in Australia. We might just listen into this conversation here.
No. Mate, if he pumps the ball at me too, I'm saying worse than that. So, yeah.
Just a question of some description we didn't catch. And we are on YouTube internationally. I'm Cameron Walter with Gary Lowe and Jay Otto, the former Australian player, multiple-time world champion. And, well, these are more runs than you would think that India can chase down. But I really am looking forward to this chase, gents. I think India are a team that are absolutely going to throw everything at this. They've already done their country proud. They've reached the prelim final here at the World Cup, and this could be an exciting run chase, Gary.
Yeah, I mean, I was just starting to doubt my judgment a little bit. At the top of the game, I mentioned that New Zealand would be around that 110, 115, 120, and then New Zealand came out and said they're only looking about getting 90. So this is exactly where I thought New Zealand would get to. Can India chase it down? Gee whiz, I tell you what, it's all going to have to go their way. All the 50-50 calls are going to have to go the way of India, and they have to play the best game of their life. It can happen. It can happen.
And if they do that, this will be one of the most exciting games of indoor cricket you'll find.
It'll be wild.
So Todd Watson is going to bowl the first over. We're just waiting for a zip. Davik and Danush are at the crease for India. So important that they get off to a good start here. 30 plus is the order of the day. Umpire Horvilliers is ready. So are we. And here is the run chase. New Zealand against India. An aggressive call to start. Traffic, and he makes it. It's a dead ball. A little bit of a collision there.
And he looks injured there, Barry.
He does.
In a bad way. In a very bad way.
I reckon it's a knee.
We need to listen to the umpire here.
That doesn't change anything. Whilst that was your running line, you've made direct physical contact to the fielder. You have made no attempt to move outside of the player that is fielding the ball. It is intentional contact and will be a 5-run penalty. It is an intentional it is a penalty for direct intentional contact to the fielder who is fielding the ball. Thank you. That's how I've seen it. I'll explain my decision, but I'll answer you again, but it doesn't change the decision, okay? I'm happy to answer it for you, but it doesn't change the decision. All right. At the end of the day, the ball was being fielded by a fielder. The ball is there to be fielded. It doesn't change the decision. Thank you.
Okay, so there you have it. Now, we've talked a few times on coverage about this rule, and the rule is as simple as this. The fielder has right of way if they're fielding the ball. Now, a couple of things. There's a penalty applied. I wouldn't mind seeing a couple more replays of this, but Davik has actually made contact with the player that didn't have the ball.
Yeah.
Okay, so you could probably argue that he wasn't fielding the ball. Let's take a look. But there's probably a case to be made there. I think both fielders probably had a right to go for that. So I don't think we can really fault the fact that he was there, even though he didn't have the ball.
I think that's what the batsman's actually asking Andrew Horville, is that the person he came in contact with did not field the ball. But in saying that too, the ball's hit down the middle of the pitch, and he did say, but both fielders are entitled to go for that ball.
They are. I think from an Indian perspective, I think what they're also questioning is the ball had already been fielded, as in it was already in the hand, and Barry still continued on his line. I understand he can't just disappear or evaporate or dive out of the way. I get that. But I'm just saying from an Indian perspective, I'm sure that's what they're probably asking is, well, he didn't field the ball. He wasn't near the ball. Why is he in the way?
As I said, I cannot change that now. That is how I've seen it due to the fact of what I've seen. And that's how it's going to stand from now moving forward. Yes. Yeah, so if you replace, because it is a 2-minute injury time, and I'll give you that time as we've been moving through, he still has it. If he comes off, if you replace him, he is replaced and substituted out, okay? Because there's no visible blood. I think he's staying on, but there's no visible blood. And I understand what you're going to ask me, but there is no rule that allows for that, though. Okay.
All right, so little bit of everything happening. Let's take another look at this. So, Davik running, and look, he's put his hand up, and look, I can understand, but at the end of the day, I think that Barry had every right to at least initially be moving there.
For sure.
And he can't really turn into a pumpkin. So
what I will say there, that's very well handled there by Andrew Hall-Villiers.
So we're back in action.
Look, and
it's 2 runs to Davik, and just to clarify before you go on, Gary, he has 2 runs to Danush. He has been penalised.
Yeah. Just wait for this delivery to come down because Watson's a magician with the ball. Anything could happen. That is one of the exact reasons why Andrew Hall-Villiers is doing this game and why he's one of the best in the world. It's because of his player management and the way that he diffuses situations. If I ever need a lawyer, I'm getting Andrew Hall-Villiers to come and do it for me. He's very articulate, very level-headed.
2 runs there. And the thing that I like about it is that he was prepared. He understood that was a controversial decision, even though it's probably the right one. But he was prepared to explain it.
Yeah.
But it wasn't changing.
Yeah, that's right.
2 balls remaining. It is a great shot for 2.
But that little break in play there, look, that can either favour one side, you know, like it's a long break, especially the New Zealand team were up. And
last ball. Oh, and bashed by Davik. He's not happy that he's been penalised. And in the end, 5 runs from the over, including that penalty. So still a positive start for Team India. And a lot of intent we've seen from them already. Let's have a look. Big down up, pull shot at 3.
And I guess also what does this mean for Barry moving forward? Is he going to be all right? I mean, he's obviously staying out there, so he must feel within himself he's okay. And this is the risk that occurs when you have to play this additional game. If they'd won earlier on, they'd be back at the home team in the magnesium bath. But they've had to play again, and these things can occur when you have to play more games than others.
Another 2 to Davik. And it's important we clarify this rule as well, right? So the rule is that the batter has to run around someone fielding the ball. Now that's often very difficult because Davik, for example, he'd set off. It's not like he can just stop on a dime, and do a little, roundabout. So it is difficult, but that's the rule. And as we saw, you see a leg side there, the rule exists for the safety of the players. Now they had a pretty serious collision, and Barry required some attention.
Yeah.
The rule is for the safety of the players.
So, what if in a situation, we'll just watch this ball. Well played. In a situation where Latham had the ball in his hand, and the batsman had to run around Barry, and then gets run out.
The only reason Barry was there, and look, I know that there'll be people viewing who'll say that Barry was there because he was trying to obstruct him.
Yeah.
I know that, but here's the delivery. Driven, it'll be 2. We can't get inside Barry's head. All we and the umpire can do is go on what is seen. Now, it's perfectly legitimate for both he and Latham to go for that ball.
Yeah.
Once Latham got it, Barry can't disappear.
Yeah.
So the act of fielding the ball doesn't necessarily mean that you have it. Top ball there.
Because the thing is, Barry doesn't know that Latham's going to get to the ball first.
Right.
He doesn't just go, I'm just going to leave it for you because I know you're quicker. They've both got to make an effort until someone actually gets it.
Last ball of the over. It's a good ball. Finishes with a dot. And look, I absolutely think you could argue that Barry was trying to obstruct it. I'm not saying he was. I'd say you can make that argument.
Yeah.
It may be that he was. But at the end of the day, see, he's running in to get the ball, and then he just has to stop because he's going to collide with everybody.
Yeah.
You could make that argument, but again, I think in order for someone to determine that, you've got to get inside a player's head.
Yeah.
You can't do that. You've just got to go on what you've seen.
Well, pretend that the batter's not there. Just pretend he's running along the side or whatever. Barry's still probably going to be in that exact same spot regardless if the batter's there or not.
I think the only thing that might hurt that argument is that there is a little bit of lateral movement there. Right?
Just a taint.
Yeah, so again, I think we can watch this endlessly. I think that you can make an argument that that may be what he was trying to do. But here is Barry. But at the end of the day, I have no problem with the decision.
Yeah. At the end of the day, Andrew Hall-Villiers did say that there was intent there. So that's why the penalty has occurred.
And we even saw Davick's hand go up to try and push his way through and make contact with Latham. So, I think it's a reasonable call. Here's Barry. On the leg side.
The cabaret of indoor cricket, gents, hey? The theatre.
He looks like he's moving freely.
Yeah, he's good, which is great. We don't want to see anybody injured out there.
Right in at the hip too, tough to get away.
And let's just quickly take stock of the actual game as well. So India doing pretty well. Doing pretty well. If they can get through this unscathed, maybe get an extra 10 or 15 runs. Heading in the right direction.
Well, it's just too difficult to get that away. One of them went down leg side. The next two have been right on the money. And it'll be third ball. Gets it through, just in the gap.
Now, India just need to, I know skins are out of it, but as a little game within a game that you can play, you just got to try and stay intact with New Zealand skins. So if they can get up around, let's shoot ball.
Well, no, brings the over to an end.
If they can hover around that 25 just like New Zealand did, they're in the game, and vice versa for the other pairs. If they can hang around the opposition skin, they're always in the game.
Well, it's just like the worm in the one-day international cricket when you just want to make sure that you're kind of where the other team was at the same time.
Yeah.
And that's what that does. Well, at the end of 4 overs, we're actually ahead of you.
Yeah.
So Matt Latham's going to bowl the last over to the partnership. The game very evenly poised at the moment. I will be interested, Gary, maybe between partnerships to get a sense of who we think India's go-to batters are going to be.
Yeah.
Here is Latham. Driven flat, but in the gap for 2. It's really good from Davick. What I've really liked about his innings, he was penalised. He wasn't happy with it, perhaps didn't really understand it, certainly didn't agree with it, but he has stayed laser focused on batting here and doing a great job for India. Here's Latham. Stop ball.
Yeah, look, he's a really good guy. He came over and gave some of his time for an interview mid-game a couple of games ago, and seems like a really top bloke. First time I've got to meet him in this World Cup, but real gentleman.
Oh, driven into the back court. It's just caught the front court side of that tape, so it'll be 2, and 2 balls remain. This Indian side has actually been active in the local Indian community. I know they've gone and visited a couple of centres. I think they're staying with a couple of local people, part of the Indian community. Oh, that goes to the back net for 4. That is huge. Runs. Davick just talking about that penalty. He has absolutely turned it on here tonight. So important for India they get through this last ball. And off they go. It's a single to finish and 28 runs from the opening partnership for India. Well, that's a fraction below par. but it is right on track to turn this into the competitive chase we are expecting. I hope you are enjoying it, ladies and gentlemen. We're live and exclusive on KO and on YouTube right around the world, and I know it's getting late over there in New Zealand. I'm sure you're glued to your televisions and your computers and your phones, and that all of those over there in the afternoon in India are loving what they're seeing from Team India as they stay in this game. I'm Cameron Walter, with me, Jay Otto and Gary Lowe, who's been looking at the figures on IndoorCricketWorldCup.com. Are there two or three batters that are going to win this for India?
Yeah, one of them's on strike at the moment, VJ, averaging 15.64. Afro's not too slouchy himself. I think he's around the 13 from memory. But the other man who's really, really handy is Mohassan, the number 11 for India. He'll be coming in a bit later. And he's up around that 15. Averaging 15 at this level of cricket's massive. Put two of them together, you're looking at 30 plus. In World Cup Open Men's Comp, that is huge. And they're going to bowl Barry out here.
One of the things we were talking about in an earlier game is how when you're not favourites, you don't have that weight of expectation. And Team India really have nothing to lose here. It's the first time in this far in the World Cup. And I think we'll just see some fearless cricket. It's going to be Michael Barry to bowl his second over. We're underway. Oh, what a start it is. Oh, they're going to steal another run. Oh, that's that fearless cricket.
All of the Indians, they're up. They love it.
3 runs to VJ. Called through.
And that's a good single there too.
Yeah, we saw New Zealand on third ball a lot. Yeah, they soaked them up, didn't get converted, but singles like that help you avoid those third ball scenarios.
That's right. Just keep the strike rate ticking over.
Oh, I did well to keep that out.
Bowled.
Really well bowled. Some bat on it. Get through for another single. Oh, he's got the edge and taken. Jesse Ryder just hung the bat out there that time. And a big wicket for New Zealand.
And how quickly things change. Just when you think that India's getting a bit of a wriggle on, the wicket brings them back down to earth again. Makes them understand that this run chase isn't going to be easy.
It's a leg side to finish the over. 2 runs from it with that wicket. Well, this is going to be a roller coaster of a run chase here. Have a look at this cheeky little single. Extra run. You don't see that too often in a prelim final.
No, you don't, but they're always ready for it. They're consistently looking for it, and that's something that's a bit different.
Yeah.
Like every ball, they're always hunting for it.
They made that easy.
It's simple.
They nearly could have read another one.
And I like it. They're shaking things up here at the World Cup. They are absolutely shaking things up. It's a delight to witness. Hindman.
Yeah, it's the 6th over now. Game in the balance. Driven. It'll be a dot.
Could have easily hit the stumps and gone for 5.
Yeah. Or spun away off the deck.
Beware of the second bounce.
It's a quality shot. Afros.
And for all the Australian team members that are sitting in the hotel watching this game, they'll be loving these guys are belting the living daylights out of each other. They'll be loving this. They'll be delighted this is a close game.
Just no feet there. Didn't get ready for the little shape from Hindman. Oh, straight through. That really, really hurts this run chase. They're under pressure now. Back into the negatives. And Hyman doing the job here for New Zealand. It's a little bit of a way shape, was it? No, straightened off the deck.
Played across the line there.
Yep.
And that could be scoreboard pressure too, knowing that you've got to hit nets every ball.
And VJ can't get him away. One ball to come from Hyman. And again, swing and a miss. There's a great over from Hyman. Yeah, he summed up his opponent really well. Beat him 3 times and bowled him once. It'll be third ball to start the next over.
He just kept it simple. He didn't do too much with the ball. He just put it nice, gentle outswingers on the spot. And got Corey Perrott coming on, who's traditionally bowls the other way now. So he bowls a lot of in-swingers. Maybe they should have gone with someone who can bowl outswingers as well, considering that he's missed the first 2 now on a third ball situation.
Move across, a chance at the top. The throw is wild. They think about another. But opt to stay where they are. 2 runs. Third ball seen off. Oh, it's out. Another wicket. They've just turned the match on its head here, New Zealand.
Yeah, VJ, the man who normally scores a lot of runs for India at the moment. New Zealand taking him to a pretty dark place.
Another opportunity. Can't cash in, the Kiwis. We've got 9 balls left this pair. They can't afford to lose another wicket. Just need to get at least 10 plus on the board to offer any hope for India here in this sudden death prelim. Sharp, 4 save, it'll be 4 runs. It certainly helps.
The last time New Zealand played India, when Corey Perrott bowled to VJ, faced 5 deliveries, 3 of them dots, a 2 and a leg side in the 1 over. Perrott's got his number.
Another 4, it just falls out of the reach of Hyman. And all of a sudden, they're back in at India.
2 balls. That's all it can take sometimes. A couple of back nets and you're back into it a little bit.
Straight to Matt Latham. Brings you over to an end. 7 runs off it in the end, even with that wicket. Still in deep trouble here, India. But if they can hit a few more, not like that, if they can hit the back net a few more times and hit the sides otherwise, they'll be able to get into this game again.
So what they can't afford to do is keep scoreboard watching. And that'll just keep build pressure. Realise that, oh, we're only on 6 for the partnership. Do we need to hit a couple more back nets to get our next pairs coming in on a high, you know? So just keep chugging along.
Victor Davies to bowl the last over to the partnership. Driven to the back net. It'll be 5. He was just over pitching and VJ's not going to miss out on that. Just fearless, these Indian bats. Through for 2. Won't a couple more back net shots make this interesting. 41 on the board in pursuit of New Zealand's 115. Oh, little half chance there for New Zealand. They're through for the single.